In the heart of Tennessee's mountains stands a stone beast the locals called the End of the Road, Brushy Mountain State Prison. They built it to hold the most dangerous men alive, but they say the real jailer wasn't the guards or the walls, but the ancient, unforgiving mountain itself. The official history tells of riots, brutality, and the escape of America's most hated man. But the old tales whisper of something darker, a curse born of blood and coal, one that traps souls within its stones long after their sentences have ended. Today, we'll peel back the layers of time and fear to ask, what really happened inside the prison that the mountain would never let go? Before the first stone of Brushy Mountain was laid, before its shadow fell across the valley, this was a different world. The Cumberland Mountains weren't a cage, they were a sanctuary. Life here moved to the rhythm of the seasons, dictated by the rising sun and the flow of the creeks. Families lived in cabins tucked into deep hollows, surrounded by forests so thick they seemed to swallow the sky. It was a hard life, to be sure, carved out of rock and stubborn soil, but it was a life of profound freedom. The men of this place were miners, but they were free men. Every morning, they'd walk into the dark mouths of the earth, not in chains, but with a lunch pail in one hand and a pickaxe in the other. This work was brutal, dangerous, and it stole the breath from their lungs, but it was honest. It was how they fed their children and kept a fire in the hearth. They were bound not by guards, but by a powerful, unspoken code of community. They looked out for one another because in the deep dark, your neighbor was the only law that mattered. They were a proud and independent people, descendants of Scots-Irish settlers who had come to these mountains seeking solitude and a life of their own making. They asked for little from the outside world and wanted even less from its governments. Their wealth wasn't measured in dollars, but in the yield of their gardens, the strength of their families, and the unshakable knowledge that this land, these hills, these creeks, belonged to them. They had everything they needed. But far away from these quiet hollows, in the halls of power, men with ledgers and contracts were drawing lines on maps. They saw the rich seams of coal not as a lifeline for mountain families, but as fuel for a new industrial age. And to get that fuel as cheaply as possible, they were willing to make a deal with the devil. A plan was being hatched, a monstrous idea that would turn the state's prisons into a source of cheap labor. A rumor began to snake through the mountains, a whisper of a new kind of miner coming to the creeks, a miner who worked in chains and who would take the very bread from their tables. The world they knew was about to be burned to the ground. The ground for this conflict had been fertile for generations. The people of the mountains had a long and bitter memory when it came to outsiders with promises and contracts. They remembered their grandfathers telling stories of timber barons who stripped the hills bare and left, and land agents who tricked men who couldn't read into signing away their mineral rights for a pittance. So when the coal companies arrived, they were viewed with a deep, ingrained suspicion. The company men, with their clean hands and city suits, were a different breed, and their promises of prosperity always seemed to come with a hidden cost. This new threat, the convict lease system, was an echo of those old grievances. It wasn't just about jobs, it was about dignity. The miners saw it as a deliberate slap in the face, a message from the state and the companies that their hard, dangerous labor was worth so little it could be replaced by the forced toil of prisoners. It was, in their eyes, a different kind of slavery being brought to their doorstep, designed to break their unions and grind them into submission. The old wound of being seen as backward and expendable by the outside world was torn open once again. The talk started in whispers, carried from one mining camp to the next. A man would come over the ridge from Coal Creek with news, his voice low and urgent as he shared what he'd heard. At first, it was just rumors. They're building a stockade up by the Briceville mine. Heard they signed a contract with the state for 100 men. At the company store, at church gatherings, around the fire at night, the whispers grew into a steady, angry murmur. Soon, the talk started to curdle. Fear and speculation twisted the facts into something monstrous. 100 convicts became 500. A plan to supplement the workforce became a plot to replace them all. Every word was like a piece of dry kindling, carefully stacked at the miners' doorsteps. The convicts themselves, men they had never seen, were no longer viewed as unfortunate souls. They became a faceless symbol of the miners' own impending starvation, the instrument of their destruction. The community, once bound by solidarity, was now bound by a shared and growing rage. The fuse that had been sputtering for months was finally lit in the summer of 1891. The Tennessee Coal Mining Company, emboldened by the state's backing, made its move. They fired their free miners at Briceville, evicted them from their company-owned homes, and marched in a new workforce, convicts in black and white stripes, shackled and under the watch of armed guards. This was no longer a threat whispered in the shadows. It was a reality, stark and brutal. Men who had spent their lives in the mines were now cast out, watching from the hills as prisoners took their place. The initial reaction was a wave of cold, silent fury. That night, in a secluded hollow, lit only by the flickering light of torches, hundreds of miners gathered. You could see the resolve hardening in their eyes. These were not men given to idle threats. They were men of action, pushed to the absolute edge. They didn't speak of protest or petitions. They spoke of taking back what was theirs. A decision was made, a pact sealed not with a handshake, but with the grim nodding of heads and the quiet cleaning of rifles. They would not stand by and starve. Before dawn on July 14th, 300 armed miners descended from the mountains, moving like ghosts through the morning mist. They surrounded the convict stockade at Briceville. There was no shouting, no chaotic mob. This was a disciplined, determined force. They presented their ultimatum to the guards: surrender the stockade and the prisoners, or face the consequences. The guards, looking out at the sea of determined faces and the barrels of hundreds of rifles glinting in the twilight, knew they stood no chance. They surrendered without a shot being fired. But what happened next stunned the authorities. The miners didn't harm the convicts. They saw them not as enemies, but as fellow victims of a corrupt system. They broke open the stockade, gave the prisoners food and civilian clothes, and marched them to the nearest train station. They put them on a train and sent them to Knoxville with a simple, defiant message for the governor. We will not work alongside convicts, and we will not allow them to work here. They had committed an open act of insurrection. They had drawn a line in the coal dust, and in doing so had declared war on the state of Tennessee. There was no turning back now. The first move had been made, and the entire state held its breath, waiting for the violent reply that was sure to come. The state's answer to the rebellion wasn't a single battle, but a slow, grinding execution of the human spirit. They found their diabolical solution. They would build their own prison with their own mine, and the miners who had defied them would be its first inhabitants, and they would build it themselves. They brought them in chains, not to a finished building, but to the raw, untamed foot of Brushy Mountain. Their first order was to pick up a sledgehammer and attack the very cliffs that would become their tomb. This wasn't a slaughter of bullets and knives. It was a slaughter of exhaustion and despair. The days began before sunrise and ended long after sunset, a relentless rhythm of steel striking stone. The air, thick with grey dust, became a constant shroud, coating their skin, filling their lungs, and turning their desperate coughs into a rasping choir. The only sounds were the sharp crack of the guards' whips against the rock, the groans of men lifting stones beyond their strength, and the rhythmic, hollow clang of hammers that beat like a dying heart. From the nearby hollows, you couldn't see the faces of the men, only their silhouettes against the raw face of the mountain. You'd see them moving like specters in the dust, a long, broken line of humanity being slowly erased. Sometimes, a silhouette would simply falter and disappear, collapsing in a heap. There was no ceremony. The work wouldn't even pause. The others would just keep swinging, their eyes fixed on the stone in front of them, not daring to look at the man who had just been swallowed by the mountain. The mountain itself seemed to be a silent, hungry participant. The stones they quarried were cold and sharp, tearing at their hands until they were raw and bleeding. It was as if the mountain was demanding a price, and the mortar that would hold the walls together was a mixture of sand, water, and the sweat and blood of these men. Every stone they lifted was soaked in their misery. Every block they set in place was a monument to their stolen freedom. With their own bleeding hands, they built their tomb, stone by agonizing stone. They watched the walls rise around them, a grey tide of granite that blotted out the trees, the sky, and any last sliver of hope. They were building their own cage, and they knew it. The final act of this slaughter was not a gunshot, but a sound. The deafening clang of a massive iron gate swinging shut for the very first time. The lock turned, and the men who had built the fortress were now its first official prisoners. Their rebellion was over. Their world was gone, and the mountain had them. When the last stone was set and the great iron gate slammed shut, a new kind of silence fell over the valley. It was not the peaceful quiet of the mountains. It was a silence so deep it had weight, pressing down on the men inside and the hollows outside. The dust of construction settled, revealing the finished prison not as a building, but as a scar of grey stone carved into the green landscape. The Coal Creek War was over. The rebellion was crushed, and for the men who had fought for their freedom, the world had shrunk to the space between four stone walls. Inside, they were no longer miners or rebels. They were stripped of their names, their clothes, their pasts, and given a number and a striped uniform. The fight for justice was replaced by a grim, daily struggle for survival. And in the cruelest twist of fate, the state opened its own coal mine right on the prison grounds. The very thing they had fought against, being forced to work in a mine to enrich the state, had become their life sentence. They now descended into the earth each day, not as free men, but as the state's property, digging the black heart out of the mountain that held them captive. For those who survived the mines, a new society began to form within the walls, governed by its own brutal laws. The guards were kings, their word absolute, and their fists the only justice. The slightest infraction could land a man in the hole, a pitch-black cell deep in the foundations, a place where the damp chill and total darkness were designed to strip away not just hope, but sanity itself. A hierarchy of violence took root among the inmates, and the men who had once stood shoulder to shoulder in rebellion now looked at each other with suspicion and fear. Outside, in the surrounding communities, the prison stood as a constant, terrifying monument to their defeat. The mountain had swallowed their husbands, their sons, their fathers. The spirit of defiance that had burned so brightly was extinguished, replaced by a pervasive fear. Families spoke of the men in Brushy Mountain in hushed whispers, as if the very walls had ears. The fortress had not only imprisoned the rebels, it had put a stranglehold on the spirit of the entire region. The authorities had won. Brushy Mountain became their grim trophy, a symbol of absolute power and a chilling warning to anyone who would dare to challenge the system again. The rumors that bled out from behind the walls, tales of brutality, of men lost in the mines, of souls broken in the dark, only served their purpose, cementing the prison's reputation as the end of the road. A new, dark chapter had begun, written in coal dust and human despair. The state's response was not to send lawmen, it was to send an army. The Tennessee State Militia, hundreds of them, descended upon the mountains by train. They were flatlanders, boys from the cities and farms, clad in uniforms that stood out starkly against the deep greens and browns of the forest. They came not to investigate a crime, but to put down an insurrection. Local sheriffs and deputies, men who had grown up with the miners, were brushed aside. This was no longer a local dispute. It was a military occupation. Their orders were simple: hunt down the leaders of the rebellion and make an example of them. But the miners had vanished. They melted back into the landscape that had birthed them, becoming ghosts in their own land. They knew every hidden hollow, every game trail, every forgotten cave and abandoned mine shaft. The mountains that had been their home now became their fortress, a vast, tangled labyrinth where they held every advantage. The militia, accustomed to open fields and city streets, were utterly lost here. The mountains themselves fought against them with steep ridges, sudden ravines, and a disorienting wilderness that seemed to change with the light. The hunt became a brutal, nerve-wracking game of cat and mouse. Patrols of soldiers would march up the creeks, their movements clumsy and loud, while the men they were hunting watched silently from the high ground. A snapping twig, a bird call that sounded just a little off, these were the signals that passed between the hidden men. A silent war was waged in the shadows, a war of fear and attrition. The militia, frustrated and angry, turned their attention to the families left behind. They raided cabins in the dead of night, tearing homes apart in search of fugitives, their bayonets a constant threat meant to break the mountain people's code of silence. But that code ran deeper than fear. Hiding a man on the run wasn't just an act of defiance, it was a sacred duty. A network of whispers and secret signs kept the fugitives fed and informed. A lantern left burning in a specific window, a quilt of a certain pattern hung on a clothesline. These were the messages the soldiers couldn't read. For months, the community held fast, a wall of silence and deception against the invaders. Eventually, though, the siege began to take its toll. A winter in the mountains is long, and hunger is a powerful persuader. The state posted bounties, turning the price of a man's freedom into a bag of flour and a few dollars, a fortune for a starving family. Slowly, agonizingly, the wall of silence began to crack. One by one, the leaders were found. They were discovered not in a blaze of gunfire, but huddled by a low fire in an abandoned prospecting cabin, their faces gaunt with hunger. They were cornered in the dark tunnels of a played-out mine, surrendering with the quiet exhaustion of men who know their road has come to an end. There was no fight left in them. In their eyes was not the fire of rebellion, but the cold ash of defeat. They were bound in chains and marched down from the hills, often past their own homes, where their wives and children watched in stoic silence. Their long, desperate hunt in the shadows was over, and they all knew where they were going next. They were being taken back to the stone monster they had built, this time to be fed into its belly. The trials, when they came, were not about discovering truth. They were a public ritual of humiliation, a final breaking of the miner's spirit. The leaders of the rebellion were marched in chains into county courthouses packed to the rafters. On one side sat their families, women and children with faces carved from stone, their eyes holding a silent, defiant grief. On the other side were the company men in their starched collars and the state officials, their expressions a mixture of triumph and contempt. The air was thick with a tension you could taste, held in check only by the armed militia who lined the walls, their presence a constant reminder of who held the power now. The miners themselves sat in the dock, not with the downcast eyes of criminals, but with a quiet, exhausted dignity. These were not men who understood the intricate language of the law. They understood the simple justice of the mountains. You don't let your family starve. They listened as slick city prosecutors, using words they barely recognized, painted them as anarchists and violent insurrectionists, a threat to civilization itself. They were accused of destroying property, but the property in question was the state's right to the labor of other human beings. The proceedings were a tragic farce. Witnesses were brought forth, men whose will had been broken or whose loyalty had been bought with a bounty. The defense was a token effort, a whisper against a hurricane of state power. The jury, often composed of merchants and landowners who benefited from the company's presence, listened with closed faces and closed hearts. The real verdict had been decided months before, not in a jury room, but in the governor's mansion and the coal company's boardroom. When the foreman finally stood to read the verdict, there was no gasp of surprise. Guilty. The word fell into the silent room like a stone into a deep well. There were no tears from the families, only a tightening of jaws. The company men exchanged quiet, satisfied nods. The defendants themselves simply stared ahead, their faces betraying nothing. They had known from the moment the chains were locked on their wrists that this was the only possible outcome. Their freedom was gavelled away, their fight officially declared a crime. But the final, cruelest blow was the sentence. The judge, a man who saw them not as desperate fathers, but as a disease to be cured, condemned them to years of hard labor. And in a moment of supreme, calculated irony, he sentenced them to serve that time at the new Brushy Mountain State Penitentiary. They were being sent back to the stone monster they had been forced to build, to work the state's coal mine under the very system they had risked their lives to destroy. Was it justice? Or was it merely the law of the powerful, a tool to crush the desperate and sanctify the cruel? The mountains had their own code of right and wrong, but on that day, the law of men had spoken, and its voice was the sound of a prison gate slamming shut. Today, you can drive right up to the gates of Brushy Mountain. It's a tourist attraction. You can take a guided tour, eat at a restaurant called the Warden's Table, and even buy moonshine legally distilled on the very grounds where men were once broken. Tourists smile for photos, posing in the cell that once held James Earl Ray, their laughter echoing in the same spaces that once held only despair. It is a strange, surreal carnival built on a foundation of forgotten pain. But if you look past the gift shop and the polished exhibits, the echoes of that first desperate fight are still there. Run your hand along the cold, grey stones of the outer wall. You're touching the very blocks that were quarried and hoisted into place by the exhausted, bleeding hands of the Coal Creek rebels. The prison itself is their truest, most terrible monument. Most of those men never saw the outside world again. They died in the prison mine, their lungs choked with coal dust, or they simply withered away in the hole. Their names are largely lost to history, etched only on the crumbling pages of forgotten ledgers. But their bloodlines still run through these hollows. Their great-grandchildren still live on the same land, and in their families, the story of the war is passed down not as history, but as a quiet, stubborn legend of defiance. The physical traces are scattered across the landscape like old bones. In the woods around the prison, there are patches of unmarked graves, simple field stones marking the final resting places of convicts the state didn't bother to send home. The old mine portals, the very ones the rebels worked, are still visible as dark, collapsed scars on the mountainside, sealed with concrete but still seeming to exhale a cold, dead air. A few miles away, near the town once called Coal Creek, a small metal plaque now stands, officially acknowledging the conflict. It's a quiet, understated nod to a war that once set these mountains on fire. Most people who drive past that sign have no idea what it means. The story has been paved over by new roads and drowned out by the noise of the modern world. But when the last tour bus leaves Brushy Mountain for the day and the sun sinks behind the ridge, the old silence returns. And in that silence, you can feel it. The wind whistling through the empty cell blocks sounds like a whisper. The chill that settles in the valley has nothing to do with the weather. The tourists may forget the story as soon as they drive away, but the stones of this prison have not. The mountain remembers everything. So we return to the question that hangs in the cold air of this valley. What is the real curse of Brushy Mountain? Is it the restless spirit of a long-dead inmate, or the shadows that flicker in empty cells? The truth, as it so often is in these mountains, is something far more human and therefore far more chilling. The curse of Brushy Mountain was not born of supernatural forces. It was forged in the fire of human greed and ratified by the cold hand of injustice. The prison wasn't just built on a foundation of stone. It was built on the ashes of a people's rebellion for the simple right to live with dignity. This is more than just the story of a building. It is a story about the indomitable Appalachian spirit, It's a testament to men who were told their hard lives and their families didn't matter, and who answered by shaking the very foundations of the state. They lost their war, yes. They were chained and broken, and many were buried in unmarked graves. But the memory of their defiance is now embedded in these hills, a lesson that must not be forgotten. That even when the fight seems hopeless, there is a profound power, a profound honor in standing your ground. So the next time you hear the name Brushy Mountain, don't just think of infamous escapees or tales of hauntings. Think of those first prisoners. Think of the free miners of Coal Creek who were forced to build their own tomb, stone by blood-soaked stone. Because their story is the prison's true foundation. It is the secret the mountain has held for over a century. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. The first thing you would have noticed wasn't the sight, it was the smell. If you have ever stood in a pine forest after a heavy rain, you know that scent. It is crisp, sharp, almost like a cleaning chemical mixed with damp earth. It is the smell of life. But on this particular morning, in the deep hollows of Kentucky, that clean pine scent was losing a war against something much heavier, something copper-like. The thick metallic stench of iron that had been spilled by the gallon. It is dawn. The mist is clinging to the valley floor, swirling around the trunks of trees that are wider than a wagon wheel. From a distance, the scene looks almost peaceful. A cluster of rough-hewn log cabins, smoke rising gently from a chimney. The sounds of the waking forest, a jaybird screeching, the rustle of wind in the canopy. But if you stepped closer, the illusion would shatter. Because the mud between the cabins isn't brown, it is a churning, slushy red. There is an axe embedded in the doorframe of the main office, but there is no woodcutter holding it. There is a boot lying in the middle of the path, and the terrifying part is that the laces are still tied tight, as if the foot inside it simply vanished or was dragged away. This is not a battlefield from the Civil War. That ended 20 years ago. This isn't the site of a train wreck. This is a workplace. Welcome to 1887. Welcome to the edge of the known world. In the late 19th century, the American logging camp was the engine room of the nation. It was where the raw material for your great-grandfather's house, his furniture, and his coffin came from. It was a place of immense physical power, where men with arms like hydraulic pistons turned chaos into commerce. But on this morning, the commerce had stopped. The silence that hangs over this camp is heavy. It is the kind of silence that screams. Inside the main cabin, the chief, the man who ran this operation with an iron fist just 24 hours ago, is no longer giving orders. He is lying amidst the wreckage of his own command post. The furniture is splintered. The ledger books, usually kept in immaculate rows, are scattered across the floor, their pages soaking up the fluids of the men who wrote in them. What happened here? It wasn't a bear attack. The wounds are too precise for that. It wasn't a raid by bandits looking for gold, because there was no gold here to steal. This was something far more personal and far more terrifying. You see, usually when we talk about history, we talk about the big events, the wars, the treaties, the elections. We look at the timeline from a bird's eye view. But today, we are going to drop down into the mud. We are going to look at what happens when a group of men are pushed to the absolute limit of their sanity, miles away from the nearest sheriff, locked together in a green prison of their own making. They say the trees in Kentucky have deep roots, that they hold the soil together against the floods and the landslides. But in 1887, those roots drank something other than rain. And the story of how this camp went from a place of labor to a slaughterhouse in a single night is one that didn't make it into the school textbooks. It was too ugly. It was too real. And honestly, it was too close to the truth of what lurks inside all of us when the lights go out. But before we can understand the blood, we have to understand the land. We have to look at the map. Because to understand why no one heard them scream, you have to see just how far away from God they really were. To understand the nightmare, you first have to understand the cage. When we think of Kentucky today, We might think of rolling bluegrass hills, horse farms, or maybe the suburbs of Louisville. We think of a place that is tamed, a place mapped by satellites and crossed by asphalt highways. But the Kentucky of 1887 was a different planet. Specifically, the Appalachian region in the eastern part of the state. This was not farmland. This was the Black Forest of America. We are talking about virgin timber, trees that had been growing since before Columbus landed in the Caribbean. White oaks, poplars, and chestnuts that stood over 100 feet tall. Their trunks were so thick that 3 grown men holding hands couldn't circle them. And they grew so close together that in some hollows, the sun didn't touch the ground even at high noon. It was a world of perpetual twilight. If you look at a map from that era, you see vast blank spaces. No towns, no roads, just the squiggle of a creek or the jagged line of a ridge. To get to the lumber camp we are talking about today, you didn't just hop in a car. You took a train to the end of the line, then you hired a mule, and then, when the mule couldn't go any further, you walked. For days. The isolation wasn't just physical, it was absolute. There were no cell phones to check the news, no radios to hear a friendly voice. If you got sick out here, you either got better or you died. If you broke your leg, it was a life sentence. The nearest doctor was a 3-day ride through terrain that would kill a horse. To the wealthy investors sitting in their clubs in New York or Chicago, looking at photographs of this timber, this place looked like a gold mine. It was resources waiting to be harvested. To the poets and the painters, it looked like paradise, a pristine, untouched Eden. But to the men inside, it was a cage with no bars, only miles of crushing wilderness. Imagine that feeling. You are surrounded by beauty, yes, but that beauty is indifferent to you. The mountains don't care if you are cold. The river doesn't care if you drown. And after a week, or a month, or 6 months of seeing nothing but tree bark and mud, the walls start to close in. Psychologists today talk about sensory deprivation or the effects of confinement on the human mind. We see it in prisoners in solitary confinement. We see it in researchers in Antarctica. The mind needs variety. It needs stimulation. When you strip that away and replace it with the repetitive, back-breaking monotony of swinging an axe against a wall of wood that never seems to end, the mind starts to eat itself. The silence of the woods is not quiet. It's loud. It amplifies your own thoughts. It amplifies your grievances. Small annoyances, the way a man chews his tobacco, the way the foreman looks at you, the draft in the cabin, stop being annoyances. They become obsessions. In this camp, 40 men were living on top of each other in rough-built shanties. They slept in bunks filled with straw and lice. They smelled of unwashed wool and sweat. And outside that thin wooden wall was the dark, infinite forest, pressing in on all sides. There was no escape. The only way out was to work your contract, get your money, and walk back to civilization. But what happens when the one thing keeping you sane, the promise of that money, starts to slip away? What happens when the cage door locks and you realize the key is in the pocket of a man who doesn't respect you? To answer that, we have to look at the prisoners of this green hell. Who were they? Who signs up for a job that breaks your back for pennies a day? They were known as timber beasts. That wasn't an insult thrown at them by the newspapers. It was a badge of honor they wore themselves. Because to survive this work, you had to be something more than a man. You had to be part machine, part animal. The workforce of a Kentucky logging camp in the 1880s was a motley collection of humanity's drift. The Civil War had ended only 22 years prior. Many of the older men in the camp were veterans. They had seen the horrors of Shiloh or Antietam. They carried shrapnel in their legs and ghosts in their heads. They were men who had learned that life was cheap and that violence was a valid way to solve a problem. Then you had the immigrants, Irish, Swedish, German. Men who had crossed an ocean with nothing but the clothes on their backs, chasing the American dream, only to find themselves hacking at trees in a language they barely understood. And finally, the locals, the mountain men. People who had been born in the shadow of these peaks, who knew the woods better than they knew the Bible. But despite their differences, the camp ground them all down into the same shape. The work was brutal in a way that is hard for us to comprehend today. We have chainsaws, we have heavy machinery, we have OSHA regulations. They had nothing but muscle and physics. A standard day began at 4 a.m. Breakfast was a heavy, greasy affair. Biscuits, pork fat, beans, coffee thick enough to float a horseshoe. By 5 a.m., they were in the woods. Imagine cutting down a tree the size of a lighthouse using only a handsaw. 2 men, one on each end of a 7-foot steel blade known as a misery whip. Pull, push, pull, push. For 12 hours. Your shoulders burn, your hands blister, then calloused, then bleed, then calloused again, until they feel like leather gloves. And the danger was constant. These trees weighed tons. When they fell, they didn't just tip over nicely. They crashed. They shattered other trees. Branches the size of telephone poles would snap off and come rocketing down. They called them widowmakers for a reason. If you were standing in the wrong spot, you didn't just get hurt. You were erased. Men were crushed. Men were decapitated by snapping cables. Men lost feet to slipping axe heads. And if you got hurt, you were fired. There was no workers' compensation. There was no sick leave. If you couldn't swing the axe, you were dead weight. This created a specific type of psychology, a hardness. You couldn't afford to be soft. You couldn't afford to care too much. You worked, you ate, you slept, and you prayed you didn't die. But there was a glue that held this volatile mix of men together. It wasn't friendship, necessarily, and it certainly wasn't loyalty to the company. It was the paycheck. They were enduring this hell for a reason. $1.50 to $2 a day. That sounds like a joke to us, but in 1887, $1 a day was a living wage. A season in the woods could mean paying off the farm back home. It could mean buying a wedding ring. It could mean a fresh start in the West. Every swing of the axe was an investment in the future. They were banking their sweat, expecting a return. They trusted the system. They trusted that if they did the work, they would get the reward. It's the fundamental social contract of civilization, labor for capital. But in this camp, there was a middleman between the labor and the capital. A man who sat in the warm office while they froze in the woods. A man who held the ledger and, more importantly, held the keys to the company's store. And this man, well, let's just say he didn't see these workers as partners. He saw them as assets, and depreciating ones at that. There is an old song made famous by Tennessee Ernie Ford. You probably know the chorus. St. Peter, don't you call me 'cause I can't go. I owe my soul to the company store. We tap our feet to it. It's a catchy tune. But the reality behind those lyrics was a system of economic entrapment so effective it was practically slavery by another name. Here is how it worked. The logging camp was an island. As we established, it was miles from the nearest town. That meant you couldn't just pop down to the local market to buy tobacco or new boots or a bar of soap. You had to buy it from the camp, and the camp had a store. This store was run by the company and overseen by the camp chief. And since they had a monopoly, literally the only shop within a 3-day walk, they could set the prices. Need a new pair of boots because yours rotted off your feet in the mud? That will be $5. In town, they might cost $2. But you are not in town. You are here. Want a tin of tobacco to calm your nerves after a near-death experience with a falling oak? That's double the market rate. But here is the catch. You didn't pay with cash. You didn't have any cash. You were working on credit. The cost of your purchases was deducted from your future wages. The chief would open the big leather-bound ledger, find your name, and scribble a number in the debit column. It sounds convenient, but it was a trap. Many of these men arrived at the camp already in debt. The company had paid for their train ticket. The company had paid for their tools. So before they even swung an axe for the first time, they were already in the hole. Week after week, they worked. Week after week, they bought necessities. And week after week, the chief tallied the numbers. The camp chief in this story is a figure who has been largely lost to history, reduced to a title. We don't know if he was inherently evil or just a bureaucrat doing his job. But to the men, he was a dictator. He lived in the main cabin, which was slightly better built than the others. He ate better food. He wore clean clothes. While the men were covered in sap and mud, he smelled of paper and ink. He represented the company, the distant, faceless entity that owned the trees, the land, and seemingly the men themselves. Tensions in the camp usually simmered at a low boil. Grievances about the quality of the beans or the sharpness of the saws. But in the winter of 1887, something shifted. The ledger wasn't balancing. Rumors started to circulate, whispers in the bunkhouse after the lights went out. "Have you seen your tally?" one man would ask. "He charged me for a broken axe handle I didn't break," another would reply. "He says I only worked 5 days last week. I worked 6. Paranoia is a powerful poison. In the isolation of the mountains, it spreads like wildfire. The men began to suspect that the game was rigged, that no matter how hard they worked, the debt column was growing faster than the credit column. They weren't just working for free, they were paying for the privilege of breaking their backs. And then, the rumor changed. It stopped being about small errors. It became something much more dangerous. The rumor was that the company was broke, that the payroll train wasn't coming, that the chief was hoarding what little cash was left, planning to pack up and leave them stranded in the winter with nothing to show for months of labor but broken bodies and empty pockets. This wasn't just unfairness anymore, this was theft. This was survival. And when you back a timber beast into a corner and threaten to take the food out of his mouth, he doesn't hire a lawyer. He reaches for the nearest sharp object. The spark that lit the fuse wasn't a speech. It wasn't a grand declaration of war. It was a piece of paper. It was a chilly afternoon just a few days before the massacre. A group of the most vocal workers, the ringleaders, though they probably didn't see themselves that way yet, approached the main cabin. They wanted to see the books. They wanted to settle up. This was a standard procedure. A worker had the right to check his standing. But on this day, the mood was different. The air was thick with that specific kind of static electricity you feel before a thunderstorm. They walked into the office. The chief was there, likely surrounded by his small circle of loyalists, clerks, foremen, men whose paychecks depended on maintaining the status quo. According to the accounts that survived, the conversation started civilly. "How much am I owed?" The chief opened the ledger. He ran his finger down the column. "After deductions for room, board, tools, and the advance, you owe us $3. Silence. Imagine the sound of a heart breaking, followed immediately by the sound of blood boiling. This man had worked for 2 months. He had risked his life daily. He had missed his family. And he was being told that mathematically he had paid the company for the privilege of working there. It wasn't just him. Another man stepped up. "And me? $4 balance due." A third man. "What about my overtime?" "Not recorded. You didn't meet the quota." It wasn't a fortune they were fighting for. The total amounts in dispute, adjusted for inflation, would be a few $100s today. It was barely enough to buy a train ticket. But when you have nothing, barely enough becomes everything. It becomes the difference between going home a hero and going home a beggar. The men left the office. They didn't shout. They didn't flip the table. Not yet. They went back to the bunkhouses. And that is where the poison truly set in. If you have ever been in a toxic workplace, you know how these conversations go. But imagine there is no HR department. Imagine there is no home to go to at 5 p.m. You are stuck there with the people who are just as angry as you are. The bunkhouse became a pressure cooker. The men sat on their bunks, sharpening their tools. The rhythmic sound of a whetstone on steel, shk, 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 became the soundtrack of the evening. "He's lying," someone said. "He's pocketing the difference," said another. "He thinks we're stupid. He thinks because we can't read his fancy writing, we can't count." The narrative shifted. The chief wasn't just a boss anymore. He was a thief, a villain, a monster who was stealing the food from their children's mouths. And the chief? He made a fatal error. He underestimated them. He assumed that because he had the authority and the ledger and the backing of the company, he was safe. He assumed these men were just dumb labor. He didn't realize he was sitting on a pile of dynamite and he had just lit a match. He sent word that anyone who wasn't satisfied could leave. But they couldn't leave. Leaving meant walking 50 miles with no money and no food. They were trapped. So the logic of the desperate took over. If the law won't help us, we make our own law. If the ledger says we are broke, we burn the ledger. If the chief stands in our way, well, the plan wasn't written down. It wasn't voted on. It emerged organically from the rage. It was a collective understanding that spread through the camp like a virus. Tomorrow night, we take what is ours. The sun sets early in the mountains. By 4:30 p.m., the hollow is already plunged into shadow. The temperature drops like a stone. On the evening of the massacre, the weather turned. A cold drizzle began to fall, turning the dirt paths of the camp into a slick, freezing mud. It was the kind of weather that drives men indoors, huddled around the cast-iron stoves, seeking warmth. If you were a bird flying over the camp that night, you would have seen the glow of oil lamps in the windows. You would have seen the smoke curling from the chimneys. It looked domestic. It looked normal. But inside the bunkhouses, the routine had broken. Usually the evenings were filled with noise. Men playing cards, playing the fiddle, telling tall tales, mending their clothes. Tonight, the fiddle was in its case. The cards were in the box. The men were waiting. There is a psychological phenomenon called group polarization. When a group of like-minded people discuss a grievance, their views don't just stay the same, they become more extreme. The angry man becomes furious, the violent man becomes murderous, and the hesitant man, he gets swept along, afraid to be the only one standing still when the wave crashes. In the main cabin, the chief and his supporters, about 10 or 12 men, were also aware that something was wrong. You can feel it when 40 men stop talking to you. You can feel the eyes on your back. They barricaded the door. Not a heavy fortification, just a heavy wooden beam dropped into place. They checked their weapons, a few revolvers, a shotgun. They were nervous, but they were confident. They were the authority. They believed that the hierarchy of the world would protect them. Workers don't attack bosses. It just isn't done. They'll cool off by morning, someone probably said. Just let them sleep it off. But sleep was not on the agenda. Around 8 p.m., the movement started. It wasn't a military formation. It was a mob. A dark, amorphous shape moving through the rain. They didn't carry torches. They didn't need them. They knew every inch of this ground. They carried the tools of their trade. In the hands of a skilled logger, a double-bitted axe is an extension of the arm. It is balanced perfectly. It is razor-sharp, literally sharp enough to shave with. These men spent 12 hours a day swinging these heavy blades. They had the muscle memory to hit a specific spot on a tree trunk within a fraction of an inch, over and over again. Now, they were adjusting their grip. They weren't aiming for pine bark. They gathered outside the main cabin. The rain pattered against the brims of their hats. The mud squelched under their boots. Inside, the chief heard them. The heavy thud of 40 pairs of boots stopping at once. The murmur of voices. He stood up from his desk. He walked to the door. He didn't open it. He shouted through the thick wood, "Go back to your bunks. We will discuss this in the morning." A voice from the outside answered. We don't know whose voice it was. Maybe it was the man who was told he owed $3. Maybe it was the man whose children were hungry back home. "We are done talking," the voice said. "Open the door." "This is company property," the chief yelled back. "You are trespassing." It is almost tragic. He was still trying to use the language of business. He was still trying to invoke property rights. He didn't realize that those laws had evaporated the moment the sun went down. There was a pause, a heartbeat of silence in the freezing rain, and then the sound of the first blow. Thwack! It wasn't a knock. It was the sound of steel biting into wood. The door to the main cabin was built from solid oak planks, 2 inches thick. It was designed to keep out bears and the winter wind. It was not designed to withstand a siege. Inside the cabin, the sound must have been deafening. The wood didn't just vibrate, it groaned. Splinters flew inward. "Stop that! I'll shoot!" the chief screamed. He pulled a revolver from his desk drawer. A Smith & Wesson likely. Heavy, reliable, deadly. But he hesitated. And this is a crucial moment. Why did he hesitate? Because shooting a man is not easy, even for a hard man in a hard time. To pull that trigger is to cross a line from which there is no return. If he fired, he wasn't just defending himself. He was starting a war he couldn't win. He had 6 bullets. There were 40 men outside. "Open it, or we'll bring the roof down on your heads," the mob roared. The supporters inside, the clerks, the foremen, were backing away from the door, pressing themselves against the far walls. Their eyes were wide, reflecting the flickering lamplight. They were realizing, perhaps for the first time, that their authority was a fiction. It only existed as long as the majority agreed to it. The majority had just revoked their consent. Another blow. Crack. The heavy wooden bar holding the door shut began to splinter. The iron hinges shrieked under the strain. "We want our money! We want what's ours!" The shouting wasn't coherent anymore. It was a cacophony of rage. It was the sound of men who had been pushed too far, letting go of the leash. The chief aimed at the door. His hand was shaking, not from fear perhaps, but from the adrenaline dumping into his system. Bang! He fired. A warning shot? A panic shot? The bullet punched through the wood near the top of the door frame. Outside, the mob didn't scatter. They didn't run. If anything, the gunshot had the opposite effect. It validated them. It proved that the company was trying to kill them. It turned a labor dispute into a battle for survival. "They're shooting! Get 'em!" The axes swung harder now. Not just one man, but 3 or 4, hacking at the door, the window frames, the walls themselves. The cabin was being dismantled from the outside in. Imagine the terror of those inside. The walls that protected you are literally being chopped away. The sanctuary is becoming a coffin. The door gave way with a sickening crunch. It fell inward, hanging by one twisted hinge. For a second, there was a stillness, a tableau. On one side, the dark, rain-soaked figures of the workers, their breath steaming in the cold air, axes raised like executioners. On the other side, the chief and his men, bathed in the warm yellow light of the oil lamps, holding their feeble guns. It was the collision of 2 worlds, the haves and the have-nots, the managers and the managed. And then, a man from the mob stepped over the threshold. He didn't say a word. He just raised his axe. The chief fired again. The muzzle flash illuminated the room for a split second. The man stumbled, but he didn't fall. The mob surged forward like a dam breaking. The time for talking was over. The time for the ledger was over. Now it was time for the iron. Before we describe what happened inside that room, we need to pause. We need to look at the instruments of this tragedy. In a modern crime scene, you expect to find 9mm casings, maybe a knife. In 1887, the weapons were agricultural, and that makes them infinitely more horrifying. The primary weapon was the double-bitted axe. This is a tool that weighs about 3 to 5 pounds. The head is solid steel. One side is ground to a razor edge for felling, cutting across the grain. The other side is slightly thicker, used for limbing, chopping through knots and branches. When swung by a man who does this for a living, the tip of that axe is traveling at over 50 miles per hour. The force at the point of impact is tremendous. An axe is designed to split oak. It is designed to shatter the density of hardwood that has stood for centuries. It does not distinguish between wood and bone. A skull offers about as much resistance to a logging axe as a melon offers to a sledgehammer. Then there were the knives. Every logger carried a belt knife. These weren't pocket knives. These were tools used for skinning game, cutting rope, eating dinner. Fixed blades, carbon steel, honed on the same stones as the axes. And the guns. The firearms of this era were not the precision instruments we have today. They were heavy, black powder beasts. When you fired a revolver in a closed room in 1887, you didn't just get a bullet. You got a cloud of sulfurous smoke that instantly blinded everyone. The fog of war wasn't a metaphor here. It was literal. After the second or third shot, visibility in that cabin would have dropped to zero. The lamps were likely knocked over or extinguished in the scuffle. So, imagine this fight. Pitch darkness. The air filled with choking, stinging smoke. The smell of unwashed bodies, fear, and gunpowder. And in that blackness, the sound of axes whistling through the air. You couldn't see who you were hitting. You couldn't see if it was the chief, or a friend, or your own brother. You just swung. You swung because if you stopped, the next blow might land on you. It became a frenzy, a meat grinder. The forensic reconstruction of 19th century massacres is difficult because the pathology reports were primitive. But accounts from similar events describe wounds that are hard to even read about. Severed limbs, crushed rib cages, men shot at point-blank range, the powder burns tattooing their skin. This wasn't a duel. It wasn't a shootout at high noon. It was a butchery in a closet. The energy released in that room was primal. It was the release of months of repressed anger, exhaustion, and humiliation. They weren't just attacking a person. They were attacking the source of their misery. They were trying to chop their way out of the trap. But in the dark, with adrenaline pumping, precision is the first thing to go. And chaos takes the wheel. The battle for the main cabin lasted maybe 5 minutes. But for those inside, it must have felt like a lifetime. The mob poured through the broken door like water rushing into a sinking ship. The room was small, maybe 20 by 20 feet. Suddenly, it held 30 screaming men. The chief had retreated behind his heavy oak desk. He fired blindly into the mass of bodies. One man went down, clutching his shoulder. Another dropped to his knees, screaming. But the momentum was unstoppable. The desk, the symbol of his authority, the altar of the ledger, was overturned. It crashed against the wall, spilling ink and papers everywhere. The chief was swarmed. We don't need to describe every blow. Your imagination is doing that work right now. But the result was absolute. The man who had held their lives in his hands was gone, lost under a flurry of boots and fists and steel. But the violence didn't stop with him. The clerks, the foreman, the men who had stood by him, realized too late that there was no mercy in the room. They tried to fight back. They swung chairs. They used firewood as clubs. One of the foremen, a man named Miller, according to some accounts, managed to smash a window. He dove out into the mud, glass shards tearing at his clothes. "Run!" he screamed. "They're killing everyone!" This scream changed the dynamic of the night. Up until this moment, the violence was contained. It was focused on the office. It was a mutiny. But when Miller ran, the mob turned into a hunting party. "Don't let them get away. They'll bring the law. Get the witnesses." The logic of the massacre shifted again. Now, it wasn't about revenge. It was about cover-up. It was about silencing anyone who could point a finger. The attackers spilled out of the cabin, their chests heaving, their weapons slick. They looked into the darkness of the camp. There were other men in the camp, cooks, stable hands, workers who hadn't joined the mob. Men who had stayed in their bunks, pulling the blankets over their heads, praying the storm would pass. But now the storm was coming for them. The paranoia said, "If you aren't with us, you're against us." The paranoia said, "If you saw what we did, you are a threat." The attackers split up. They moved toward the stables. They moved toward the supply shed. The lights in the other cabins were quickly snuffed out. The camp went dark. And then the chase began. The forest, which had been a prison, suddenly became the only hope for survival. Miller, the foreman who jumped through the window, didn't stop running. He scrambled up the muddy bank behind the cabins. He was barefoot, he was bleeding, but fear is a powerful fuel. He wasn't alone. 3 or 4 others had managed to slip away in the confusion. They scattered like quail. But running in a Kentucky forest at night is not like running on a track. It is a nightmare of obstacles. Roots snag your ankles. Thorny vines, greenbrier and blackberry, tear at your skin like barbed wire. Ravines open up suddenly in the dark, dropping 10 or 20 feet into rocky creek beds. And behind them, they could hear the pursuers. The mob wasn't moving quietly anymore. They were shouting, calling out names. "Come out, Miller. We just want to talk." There's nowhere to go. It is a terrifying psychological game. To be hunted by men you worked with just yesterday, men whose names you know, men whose families you asked about. Miller hid in a hollowed-out chestnut stump. He pressed himself into the rotting wood, holding his breath. He could hear the heavy footsteps squelching in the mud just yards away. He could hear the heavy breathing of a man standing right there, axe in hand, listening. The darkness was total. The rain masked the sound of breathing, but it also masked the sound of the approach. Imagine the sensory deprivation. You can't see. You can't trust your ears. You are cold, wet, and convinced that the next second will be your last. Somewhere to the east, a gunshot echoed. A scream cut short. They had found someone. The realization hit the survivors. This wasn't just a beating. This was an extermination. The mob had crossed the Rubicon. They knew that if one witness survived to reach the town, they would all hang. The only safety lay in total silence. So they hunted. They checked the stables. They poked their pitchforks into the haylofts. They checked the tool sheds. For an hour, the woods were alive with this deadly game of hide and seek. But eventually, the adrenaline of the attackers began to fade. The cold rain soaked through their rage. The sheer physical exhaustion of the day, combined with the explosion of violence, took its toll. The shouting died down. The footsteps became less frequent. The woods returned to their natural state, silent, indifferent, vast. Miller stayed in that stump for hours. He didn't move until his muscles cramped. He didn't move until the gray light of dawn began to filter through the canopy. He was alive, but he was alone, and he was miles from help. There is a specific kind of hangover that comes after extreme violence. It isn't caused by alcohol. It is a chemical crash. For an hour, the men of the mob were running on pure cortisol and norepinephrine. They were gods of vengeance. They felt no cold, no pain, no fear, but physiology always collects its debt. As the fires in the stoves burned down to embers, the reality of the situation began to settle over the camp like a shroud. The men retreated back to the bunkhouses, not to celebrate. There were no cheers. There were no toasts. They sat on the edges of their bunks, staring at their hands. Hands that were stained dark. Hands that were trembling uncontrollably. "What did we do?" someone whispered. "We had to," another replied, but his voice lacked conviction. "He was going to starve us. But we killed him. We killed them." The justification, the righteous anger, was starting to crumble under the weight of the corpse in the main cabin. Adrenaline masks pain, but adrenaline eventually fades. And then, the reality sets in. One worker looked down and realized his own leg was gashed open. He hadn't even felt it happen. Another was nursing a broken hand. The physical toll was emerging, but the psychological toll was heavier. They were now murderers. In the eyes of the law, in the eyes of God, and perhaps most terrifyingly, in the eyes of each other. A strange dynamic began to form. They were bound together now by a blood pact they hadn't signed. They couldn't leave. They couldn't turn each other in. They were stuck in this room with these people forever. The trust was gone. If he could kill the chief with an axe, could he kill me to keep me quiet? Paranoia returned, but this time it was different. It wasn't directed at the boss. It was directed inward. Outside, the rain turned to snow. The temperature plummeted. The bodies lay where they fell, in the mud, in the office, in the brush. The camp, usually a place of snoring and shifting bodies, was wide awake. 40 men lying in the dark, listening to the wind, replaying the last hour in their heads. Every creak of the wood sounded like a sheriff's footstep. Every howl of a wolf sounded like a scream. They knew the morning would come. They knew the sun would rise and illuminate what they had done. The darkness had been their accomplice, hiding the details. The light would be their judge. They waited, and the silence of the Kentucky mountains, usually so peaceful, felt like the holding cell of a death row. Dawn in the mountains is usually beautiful. The sun hits the peaks first, turning the mist into a glowing gold river. But on the morning of the aftermath, the sun didn't bring warmth. It brought clarity, and clarity was the last thing these men wanted. As the light crept into the valley, the full extent of the horror was revealed. The main cabin was a ruin. The door was gone. The windows were shattered. Inside, it looked less like a room and more like a slaughterhouse floor. The ledger, the object of all that rage, was found trampled into the bloody floorboards, its pages torn and soaked. The chief's body was moved, not out of respect, but out of necessity. They wrapped him in a canvas tarp. It was a grim task. The men who did it didn't look at his face. They couldn't. Outside, the rain had washed some of the blood into the soil, but the mud was still stained a rusty brown. There were deep gouges in the door frames where axes had missed their marks. There were shell casings glinting in the dirt. The camp was silent. The steam donkey engine was cold. The horses in the stable were restless, sensing the death in the air. The workers emerged from the bunkhouses like ghosts. They moved slowly. They didn't make eye contact. What do you do the morning after a mutiny? Do you go to work? Do you pick up the axe, the same axe you used as a weapon last night, and go back to chopping trees? It seems insane, but that is exactly what some of them did. Habit is a powerful thing, and denial is even stronger. A few men actually walked toward the tree line, tools in hand. Maybe they thought if they just kept working, they could pretend it didn't happen. Maybe they thought if they looked busy, the consequences wouldn't find them. But most just wandered aimlessly. They were waiting. They knew Miller had escaped. They knew he was out there, and they knew what that meant. The clock was ticking. It wasn't a question of if the law would come. It was a question of when. They started to pack, not in a panic, but with a strange, lethargic resignation. They stuffed their few belongings into sacks: a spare shirt, a tin cup, a picture of a wife they might never see again. Some slipped away into the woods, hoping to disappear before the sheriff arrived. They chose the fugitive life. Others stayed. Perhaps they felt they had nowhere to go. Perhaps they thought they could talk their way out of it. It was self-defense they rehearsed. He shot first. The camp, once a hive of industry, was now a graveyard waiting for the undertaker. And miles away, the undertaker was already being summoned. While the camp sat in its stupor, Miller was moving. He had been running, walking, and crawling for 8 hours. He was barefoot. His feet were shredded by rocks and thorns. The cold mud had numbed his toes to the point where he couldn't feel them anymore, which was probably a mercy. He wasn't running just to save his own life anymore. He was running on a mission. He had to reach the railhead. The distance was roughly 20 miles. In a car, that's 30 minutes. On foot, through untamed Appalachian wilderness, in the snow and mud, it is a marathon of pain. He avoided the trails. He knew that if the mob had sent riders after him, the trails were death traps. He stuck to the ridges, moving parallel to the creek. Every snap of a twig made him freeze. Every shadow looked like a man with an axe. He was hallucinating from exhaustion. The trees seemed to be leaning in, whispering. The wind sounded like voices, but he kept moving. Why? Because he was the witness. He carried the truth. If he died in these woods, the story died with him. The chief would just be another man who vanished in the mountains. The company would write it off as an accident. He reached the edge of the small settlement near the train tracks around noon. He must have looked like a monster. Covered in mud, clothes torn to rags, dried blood on his face. He stumbled into the general store, the only place with a telegraph or a telephone line to the county seat. The shopkeeper looked up, terrified. "Good God, man. What happened?" Miller collapsed onto a crate. He gasped out the words that would bring the hammer down. "They killed him. They killed them all. Send the sheriff." The message went out over the wire. Dots and dashes traveling instantly across the miles that had taken him all night to cross. "Trouble at Camp 4. Send deputies. Urgent." In the county seat, the sheriff read the telegram. He didn't ask questions. He didn't wait. In 1887, the law didn't come with sirens and flashing lights. It came on horseback, heavily armed. The sheriff gathered a posse. He deputized men on the spot. "Bring your Winchester," he said. "We have a war in the woods." They rode out within the hour. Miller watched them go. He didn't go back. He never went back. But the wheels of justice, slow, grinding, and often brutal, had been set in motion. The posse arrived at the camp 2 days later. They expected a fight. They rode in with rifles raised, spread out in a skirmish line. But they didn't find a fortress. They found a ghost town. Most of the workers had fled. The ones who remained were the broken ones, the old, the injured, or the ones who simply didn't have the will to run. They offered no resistance. They surrendered their axes and their few pitiful firearms. The investigation that followed was less CSY and more Wild West. The sheriff wasn't interested in fingerprints. He wasn't interested in motive. He looked at the body of the chief, still wrapped in the tarp. He looked at the blood on the floor. "Who did this?" he asked. Silence. I said, "Who did this? If you don't speak, you all hang." This is where the law of the frontier gets complicated. In a modern court, you need to prove who struck the fatal blow. You need to prove intent. You need individual culpability. But in 1887, there was a concept known as joint enterprise. If you were part of the mob, you were guilty of the murder. It didn't matter if you swung the axe or just held the lantern. You were there. You were complicit. But identifying them was a nightmare. The men who stayed claimed they were asleep. They claimed they saw nothing. They claimed strangers came out of the woods. It was a wall of silence. But the law has ways of breaking walls. They arrested everyone. They chained them together and marched them back to town. It was a long, humiliating procession. The timber beasts, now shackled like animals. The trial was swift. The newspapers had a field day. They painted the workers as savages, anarchists, monsters of the forest. The nuance of the debt, the starvation, the unfairness that didn't sell papers. Axe murderers sold papers. Miller testified. He pointed fingers. That one was there. That one held the door. But even he couldn't be sure in the dark. In the end, justice was messy. A few men were sentenced to hard labor. A few were acquitted for lack of evidence. But the ringleaders, the ones who actually struck the blows, most of them were never caught. They vanished into the West. They changed their names. They melted into the vastness of America. In the mountains, there is the law of the book and the law of the blood. They rarely speak the same language. The law of the book said justice was served. Some men went to prison. The case was closed. But the law of the blood knew the truth. The real perpetrators, the rage, the desperation, the system that pushed them, walked free. And the men who went to prison, they weren't the villains. They were just the ones who got caught standing still when the music stopped. So, what did the company do? You might expect that after a tragedy like this, a massacre of their own management, a destruction of their property, there would be a reckoning, a change in policy, maybe even a memorial. You would be wrong. To the lumber barons sitting in their mahogany-paneled boardrooms in Chicago or Philadelphia, this event was not a tragedy. It was a line item. It was a write-off. The telegram arrived. Operations suspended at Camp 4 due to labor unrest. Manager deceased. Equipment damaged. They didn't weep for the chief. He was an employee. He was replaceable. They didn't weep for the workers. They were tools. They were replaceable. The only thing that mattered was the timber. The trees were still standing. The asset was still there. Within 2 weeks, a new manager was hired. He was likely given a slightly higher salary, hazard pay. He was given a new ledger. New workers were recruited. They pulled them from the cities, from the arriving boats at Ellis Island. Job opening in Kentucky, the flyers said. Good wages, fresh air. They didn't mention the axes. They didn't mention the blood soaked into the floorboards of the cabin they would be sleeping in. The families of the dead? They got nothing. No pension, no apology. If anything, the company likely sent a bill to the widows for the unrecovered debt of their dead husbands. This is the cold, hard math of the industrial age. The machine does not stop for the individual. It grinds on. The camp reopened before the winter was even out. The new men slept in the same bunks. They ate at the same tables. Did they know? Maybe they found a dark stain on the wood that wouldn't scrub out. Maybe they found a notch in a door frame and wondered what made it. But they didn't ask. You don't ask questions when you need the money. The lumber from that season, the trees cut by the men who replaced the murderers, was shipped down the river. It was milled into planks. It built houses in Cincinnati. It built barns in Indiana. People lived in those houses. They raised children within those walls. They had no idea that the wood surrounding them was harvested in the shadow of a massacre. This is the terrifying resilience of commerce. It absorbs horror and turns it into profit. The story of the massacre faded. It became a local legend, then a rumor, then just a ghost story told to scare children. Don't go into the hollow at night, or the timber beasts will get you. But the real beast wasn't in the woods. It was in the ledger. And the ledger was open for business again. We need to step back from the history for a moment and look at the psychology. Because what happened in that camp wasn't just a labor dispute. It was a breakdown of the human mind. We have a name for it in pop culture, cabin fever. We smile when we say it. We think of Jack Nicholson in The Shining. But the clinical reality is much darker. The medical term is often linked to Amok syndrome, a sudden, unprovoked outburst of violence by a person who has been under intense social pressure or isolation. When you put men in a confined space, remove their autonomy, strip them of their individuality, and subject them to constant, repetitive stress, you are rewiring their brains. The brain starts to look for threats. It becomes hypervigilant. In the 1880s, they called it mountain madness or bunkhouse psychosis. Think about the sensory environment. For months, these men saw the same 40 faces. They heard the same voices. They smelled the same smells. There was no privacy. If you wanted to cry, you couldn't. If you wanted to scream, you couldn't. You had to bottle it up. And that bottle has a pressure limit. When the chief denied them their wages, he didn't just take their money. He took their hope. He took the one thing that allowed them to tolerate the intolerable. Without the promise of a reward, the suffering became meaningless. And meaningless suffering is the mother of violence. It's the same psychological mechanism we see in prison riots. It's not about the bad food. It's about the loss of agency. It's about the need to assert control over something, even if that something is the act of destruction. When the mob attacked the cabin, they weren't just killing a boss. They were killing the system. They were smashing the cage. For those few minutes of violence, they were free. They were powerful. They were gods of their own destiny. And then, the crash. It is a tragedy of human nature. We are social animals, but we are also territorial predators. And when you trap a predator in a corner, it doesn't negotiate. It bites. The lumber camp massacre is a perfect bloody case study of what happens when you treat humans like machines. Eventually, the gears strip, the boiler explodes, and the shrapnel hits everyone. If you go to those coordinates today, you won't find the camp. You won't find the main cabin. You won't find the bunkhouses. You certainly won't find the ledger. The forest is efficient. It cleans up its own messes. Wood rots, iron rusts, bones turn to dust. Within 10 years of the camp closing, the roof of the main cabin would have collapsed. Within 20 years, the walls would have been little more than mounds of mossy compost. Today, that hollow is just trees again. There might be a slight depression in the ground where the cellar used to be. You might, if you are very lucky and have a metal detector, find a rusted axe head or a handful of spent shell casings buried under a century of leaf litter. But the screams are gone. The blood is gone. Nature has done what it always does. It has healed the wound. It is strange to stand in a place where you know something terrible happened and feel nothing. Just the wind, just the birds. The trees that grow there now are the great-grandchildren of the trees that witnessed the massacre. They don't remember. But the history is there if you know how to look for it. It's in the archives of the local courthouse. It's in the yellowed newspaper clippings. It's in the genealogy of families who wonder why their great-grandfather went west and never wrote back. The forest reclaims the physical evidence, but it cannot reclaim the story. That is our job. We are the memory keepers. We are the ones who dig up the ghosts and ask them what happened. Because if we don't, then those men, the ones who died and the ones who killed, truly vanish. They become just another layer of sediment in the geology of the Appalachian Mountains. They deserve to be remembered, not as heroes, not as villains, but as men. Men who were pushed too far, men who broke, men who lived and died by the sound of iron. The lumber camp massacre of 1887 is not a famous story. It isn't taught in schools. It hasn't been made into a Hollywood movie. It is a footnote, a small, ugly stain on the vast tapestry of American history. But in that small stain, we see the entire picture of an era. We see the brutality of the Industrial Revolution. We see the desperation of the working class. We see the terrifying isolation of the frontier, and we see the darkness that lies within the human heart. We like to think that we are civilized, that we are above this kind of primal violence. But put us in the woods, take away our food, take away our hope, and we are just timber beasts in waiting. Those men went into the woods to build a future. Instead, they built a tragedy. But they did build something else. They built America. The timber they cut, the timber that cost them their souls, went on to build the cities we live in. It framed the houses of the Midwest. It laid the tracks for the railroads. There is a haunting thought I want to leave you with. The wood from that forest, perhaps even the very trees that were standing witness on that bloody night, was harvested. It was milled. It was sold. It built houses that people still live in today. So, somewhere in America, there is a family sitting in a living room. They are laughing. They are safe. And they are completely unaware that the beams above their heads, the floorboards under their feet, hold a secret. They are surrounded by wood that was paid for in blood. Walls that hold the echoes of a scream in their grain. History is not in the past. It is the structure of our present. We are living in the house that they built. And sometimes when the wind blows just right and the house settles, you can almost hear the sound of an axe in the distance. Good night. In the dead of a Tennessee night, 2 gunshots ripped through the silence of a lonely log inn. Inside, a man lies bleeding on the floorboards, a man who mapped a continent and gazed upon the Pacific Ocean. It's Meriwether Lewis, a national hero. History tells us a simple, tragic story. A great man, broken by depression, took his own life. But the whispers along the old Natchez Trace tell a different tale, a story of robbery, of political assassination, of a truth so dark it had to be buried. What really happened at Grinder's Stand on that awful night? Was it the final act of a desperate man, or the perfect murder of an American icon? To understand the darkness of that end, you must first remember the brilliance of the beginning. Just 3 years earlier, Meriwether Lewis was not a broken man, but the nation's brightest star. He returned from the great unknown not just as a survivor, but as a conqueror of myth. He was the man who had walked to the edge of the world and come back, bringing an entire continent with him, folded neatly onto maps drawn by his own hand. Parades were thrown in his honor, women swooned, and children whispered his name like that of a folk hero sprung to life. He was America's Odysseus, the living embodiment of its boundless ambition. This was no simple soldier. Lewis was a scholar of the wild, handpicked and mentored by President Thomas Jefferson himself. He was a man who could navigate by the stars, identify 1,000 new species of plant and animal, negotiate with dozens of native tribes, and command the unwavering loyalty of his men through brutal winters and starvation. His mind was a finely tuned instrument capable of holding the vast, unmapped West in its grasp. He was quiet, introspective, and prone to melancholy even then. But it was a poet's melancholy, the thoughtful burden of a man who saw the world with a piercing, almost painful clarity. His reward for this monumental achievement was the governorship of the vast Upper Louisiana Territory. St. Louis, his capital, was the wild heart of this new American empire, a chaotic frontier town of fur trappers, French Creoles, Spanish agents, and land speculators, all swirling in a storm of ambition and conspiracy. For the hero of the Corps of Discovery, this was to be the next great challenge, to tame not a wilderness of rivers and mountains, but one of men. He was meant to be the architect of civilization at the very edge of the map. But the world he had mastered was a world of clear dangers and honest truths. A grizzly bear does not lie. A river does not plot against you. The skills that had kept him alive in the wilderness, unquestioned authority, swift and solitary decisions, and intolerance for deceit, were precisely the ones that made him a poor politician. He was a man of action and honor, suddenly trapped in a swamp of paperwork, petty rivalries, and whispers in smoky back rooms. The ground beneath his feet, once the solid earth of the trail, had turned to quicksand. He had once been at home in the deepest, most unforgiving parts of the continent. The rustle of leaves, the snap of a twig, the cry of a distant hawk. This was the language he understood. The vast, untamed American wilderness was not his enemy. It was his sanctuary and his domain. He could read a forest like a book and a river like a letter from a friend. There was no place on earth he should have felt safer. Little did he know, the modern world he was helping to build would soon turn on him. The hero had returned from the great wilderness, but a different, more dangerous wilderness was beginning to grow within his own mind. The adoring crowds were fading into the distance, replaced by the silent, judging eyes of creditors and the sneering faces of political enemies. The world he had won was about to be lost. The conflict that would end Meriwether Lewis' life wasn't born in a tavern brawl or over a disputed property line. Its seeds were sown in the grand halls of European palaces and in the treacherous politics of a new nation. The land at the heart of this story wasn't a few acres of Rocky Mountain soil. It was an empire. The Louisiana Purchase of 1803 wasn't just a transaction, it was the acquisition of a ghost, a vast, undefined territory haunted by the ambitions of France and Spain. Lewis was the man sent to give that ghost a body, to map its rivers and mountains, to make it truly American. The land was his legacy, the source of his fame, and ultimately the reason for his destruction. The ink on the purchase treaty was barely dry, but the region was already scarred by a century of shifting loyalties. St. Louis was not a simple American frontier town. It was a place layered with history, a city with a French soul and a Spanish past. Its most powerful citizens, the old money fur traders and landowners, had deep ties to the old world. To them, Governor Lewis wasn't a hero. He was an outsider, a federal agent sent by a distant government in Washington to impose a new order. He represented an American authority they had no reason to trust and every reason to resent. This wasn't a feud between families. It was a cold war between the old guard and the new nation. At the heart of this simmering conflict was a man who personified the region's treachery, General James Wilkinson. To the public, he was a decorated general. In reality, he was a master of deceit, a paid agent for the Spanish crown, and a man whose ambition knew no bounds. He was a spider at the center of a web of conspiracy that stretched from New Orleans to the Canadian border, and he had served as the first governor of the territory Lewis now controlled. Lewis, a man of uncompromising honor, was a direct threat to Wilkinson's shadowy empire. He wasn't just an obstacle, he was a potential witness, a man who, by virtue of his office, had access to documents and records that could expose Wilkinson's treason and send him to the gallows. In these mountains, a family name can be a heavy burden. But for Meriwether Lewis, his own name had become a curse. The name Lewis was supposed to mean courage, integrity, and triumph over the wilderness. But in the viper's nest of St. Louis, his enemies worked tirelessly to redefine it, to associate it with incompetence, instability, and financial ruin. Every rejected expense report, every political maneuver that undermined his authority, was a deliberate blow against his honor. To be Meriwether Lewis meant you could not fail. And as he set out on that final journey, he knew he was fighting for more than his career. He was fighting for the very meaning of his name. The world of Meriwether Lewis had shrunk from a vast continent to the suffocating confines of his own office, and the most venomous snake in St. Louis was the one who sat across the hall. His name was Frederick Bates, the territorial secretary and Lewis' second in command. Bates was a man made of paper and ink, a bureaucrat who saw the world in rules and regulations. He resented Lewis' fame, disdained his decisive, often unilateral style of command, and coveted his position. He became the quiet, meticulous architect of the governor's downfall. The deepest wounds were not inflicted by a knife, but by a bookkeeper's pen in a distant Washington office. Lewis, acting as governor, had issued drafts to pay for militias, for Indian affairs, and for government supplies, all necessary expenses to manage a wild and unruly territory. But the War Department, perhaps nudged by Bates's poisonous letters, began to reject them. One protest after another came back, branding the hero of the nation as financially irresponsible. The most galling was the refusal to pay for the expedition to return the Mandan chief Shehike to his people, a matter of national honor that Lewis had personally guaranteed. These weren't just numbers in a ledger, they were stones being thrown at his good name, each one chipping away at the foundation of his reputation. From his desk in St. Louis, Frederick Bates spun a web of insinuation that reached all the way to the Capitol. He wrote letters to his powerful friends, painting a picture of Governor Lewis as erratic, extravagant, and possibly corrupt. He framed Lewis's decisive actions as reckless overreaches of authority and his bouts of melancholy as evidence of a complete mental breakdown. The rumors took on a life of their own, whispered in the halls of Congress and the offices of the War Department. The hero who had once been praised for his boldness was now being condemned for it. The whispers from St. Louis had become a roar in Washington, and Lewis could feel the ground crumbling beneath him. He was a man isolated. Beyond Bates, he had made powerful enemies among the old guard of St. Louis by challenging their dubious, often fraudulent, Spanish land grants. These were wealthy, influential men who saw Lewis not as a governor, but as a threat to their fortunes. They formed a silent chorus of approval for Bates' campaign of character assassination. Everywhere Lewis turned, he saw a smiling face with daggers hidden behind its back. His few allies were far away, and his mentor, Jefferson, was now retired. His influence diminished. The hero was alone, surrounded by a closing circle of enemies who wanted nothing more than to see him fall. As Meriwether Lewis left the civilized world behind and plunged into the autumn twilight of the Natchez Trace, he entered a different kind of wilderness. This wasn't the majestic, untamed West he had once conquered. This was a place of dark folklore, a path said to be haunted by the ghosts of murdered travelers. Rivermen and traders called it the Devil's Backbone, and they told stories around their campfires of spectral highwaymen and strange, unsettling cries that echoed through the cypress swamps on moonless nights. The trace itself felt like a bad omen, a place where the veil between the living and the dead was thin, a place where a man's worst fears could take solid form in the oppressive shadows. The human omen on this journey was Lewis himself. The hero of the Corps of Discovery was gone, replaced by a tormented figure whose mind was unraveling. At Fort Pickering, near modern-day Memphis, the darkness had surfaced with terrifying force. He had tried to take his own life, not once, but twice. His traveling companion, Major Neely, found him so utterly deranged that he had to be placed under watch. The men around him no longer saw a governor or a great explorer. They saw a man possessed, his eyes wild, his speech frantic and paranoid. He was a storm cloud moving across the land, and everyone in his path could feel the chill in the air. Inside Lewis's own mind, the premonition of dread was a constant screaming torment. Every snap of a twig in the forest was an assassin sent by Wilkinson. Every shadow that danced at the edge of his vision was a debt collector sent from Washington. The papers he carried, the very documents meant to be his salvation, felt like a physical weight, a death warrant, marking him as a target for his enemies. He was caught in a gut-wrenching spiral, unable to trust anyone, not even his own servant. This wasn't just a journey to clear his name, it was a desperate flight. He spurred his horse on, riding ahead of his companions in a frantic burst of energy, as if he could outrun the demons that were chasing him, both from behind and from within. He was riding hard toward a rundown little inn called Grinder's Stand, a place that was waiting in the gloom to claim him. The point of no return wasn't a dusty crossroads or a declaration of war. It was the moment Meriwether Lewis, alone and haggard, rode out of the darkening woods and into the small, squalid clearing of Grinder's Stand. The inn was little more than a pair of crude log cabins huddled against the immense, indifferent wilderness. For a weary traveler, it should have been a sanctuary. For Lewis, it was to be his Gethsemane. The proprietor, Robert Grinder, was gone, leaving his wife, Priscilla, to manage the place alone with her children. She was a simple frontier woman, accustomed to hardship, but she was not prepared for the storm that was about to break upon her doorstep. The confrontation began not with a drawn pistol, but with a gaze. Lewis dismounted, his face flushed, his eyes holding a wild, feverish light that unnerved Mrs. Grinder instantly. He asked for some spirits, and as she served him a simple supper, the governor's torment began to spill out. He couldn't sit still. He paced the dirt floor of the cabin, from the hearth to the door and back again, his movements sharp and erratic, like a caged wolf. He would stop, stare into the fire, and then burst into frantic, disjointed monologues. The words tumbled out, a torrent of grievances about the government, about the protested drafts, about the ruin of his good name. He wasn't speaking to her. He was a man arguing with ghosts only he could see. Mrs. Grinder watched, her initial unease curdling into genuine fear. This was not the celebrated explorer she had heard tales of. This was a man on the ragged edge of sanity. She saw his hand tremble as he raised his cup. She heard the desperation in his voice as he muttered about his enemies and the destruction of his honor. This wasn't a guest seeking lodging. It was a man's soul coming apart at the seams, right there in her cabin. The conflict was no longer a matter of distant politics and letters. It was a raw, terrifying human crisis unfolding just feet away from her. The escalation was silent, but decisive. When Lewis retired to the room she offered him, the atmosphere in the main cabin was thick with dread. It felt charged, like the air before a lightning strike. The last semblance of normalcy shattered. For Priscilla Grinder, the code of frontier hospitality was overridden by the primal instinct of a mother protecting her young. She gathered her children and fled to the separate kitchen cabin, barring the door behind her. It was a simple act, but it was the final, fatal isolation of Meriwether Lewis. The last friendly human face in his world disappeared behind a wall of logs. He was now utterly, completely alone with the darkness that had chased him all the way down the devil's backbone. In the suffocating dark of the kitchen cabin, Priscilla Grinder lay awake, her heart pounding a frantic rhythm against her ribs. The silence of the Natchez Trace was absolute, a heavy blanket of blackness that seemed to swallow all sound. And then, the blanket was torn apart. The deafening roar of a pistol shot from the main cabin ripped through the night, a violent crack of thunder from a cloudless sky. She jolted upright. A moment later, she heard a second sound, a heavy, sickening thud, as if a sack of grain or a man's body had crashed to the floor. Silence rushed back in, now more terrifying than before. It was a listening silence, charged with the question of what had just happened. And then another shot rang out, echoing the first, a brutal exclamation point on the night's violence. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced Mrs. Grinder. She didn't dare move. She didn't dare breathe. She was a woman alone with her children, with a terrible violence unfolding just a few yards away. What came next would be seared into her memory forever. It wasn't the sound of fighting or shouting. It was the sound of pure agony. She heard a dragging, scraping noise from the main cabin, the sound of a body, wounded and broken, trying to pull itself across the rough-hewn floorboards. It was a sound of desperate, animalistic struggle. And then a voice, strained and hoarse with pain, cried out into the darkness. "Oh, Mrs. Grinder, give me some water." It was the governor's voice. Paralyzed by a terror she would later call a woman's fear, she remained frozen in the dark. The pleas continued, rising and falling with ragged gasps for air. Through the chinks in the logs of her cabin, she claimed she could see a shadowy figure stumbling outside, reaching for the water bucket before collapsing. For what felt like an eternity, she did nothing but listen to the low, tortured groans of a dying man just beyond her door, a sound that would surely haunt her for the rest of her days. The nightmare only ended with the grey light of dawn. Lewis's servants, finally arriving, found him. He was still breathing. Propped against the cold logs of the cabin, he was a ruin of a man, his clothes stained dark, his body a testament to the night's horrific violence. He had endured for hours. As the sun's first rays touched the clearing, he looked at his servant and whispered his last words, a final, desperate plea for his honor. "I am no coward," he said, "but I am so strong. It is so hard to die." And then, as the sun climbed above the Tennessee wilderness he had helped to claim for his nation, the great explorer's light went out forever. If we are to believe the official story, then the beast that cornered Meriwether Lewis in that cabin was not an assassin or a robber. It was a phantom that had been stalking him for years, his own mind. To understand its twisted logic, you have to understand the code of honor that governed men like Lewis. His reputation was not just a part of his life, it was his life. In his mind, the protested drafts and the whispers from Washington were not just financial problems, they were a mortal wound to his soul. The beast, his depression, his paranoia, told him that a slow, public death by 1,000 cuts of disgrace was an agony no man of honor could endure. It whispered a poisoned logic, that a quick, violent end by his own hand was not an act of cowardice, but the last defiant act of a man refusing to be broken by lesser men. The point of transformation likely came in the suffocating solitude of that cabin after Priscilla Grinder had retreated. That simple act of her leaving, of barring a door against him, was the final proof his paranoid mind needed. He was utterly alone, an outcast. The switch flipped. The methodical, brilliant explorer who had charted a continent was gone, consumed by a storm of shame and despair. The beast took the reins, and its only goal was to silence the torment. This wasn't a calculated decision. It was a surrender. The cool-headed commander who had faced down grizzly bears and stared into the abyss of starvation now faced an enemy he could not intimidate, an enemy that lived behind his own eyes. And so, the violence began. But the beast inside him made one fatal miscalculation. It underestimated the sheer physical resilience of Meriwether Lewis. The body that had survived the Rocky Mountains and the Dakota winters refused to surrender easily. The first shot, a devastating wound that would have felled an ordinary man, only crippled him. This sparked a new kind of horror, a frantic, desperate rage against his own vitality. The second shot, the razor cuts, these were not part of a plan. They were the savage, chaotic acts of a mind trapped in a body that was simply too strong to die. It was a gruesome, bloody battle, not for life, but for the release of death. After the frenzy passed, as he lay bleeding on the cold dirt floor, there was no triumph. There was no relief. There was only a chilling, agonizing clarity. The beast had retreated, and the man, Meriwether Lewis, was left in the wreckage. His desperate cries for water were not the ravings of a madman. They were the most basic, human plea of a person in excruciating pain, a return to the simple, desperate need for life at the very moment he had tried to destroy it. In those final, agonizing hours, he likely felt not the peace of a Roman falling on his sword, but the horrifying, empty truth. His last great expedition, a journey into the uncharted wilderness of his own despair, had ended in nothing but ruin and pain. When the sun was fully risen, it illuminated a scene of profound desolation. The clearing at Grinder's Stand was no longer just a poor, remote inn. It was a gravesite. The unnatural silence that followed Lewis' last breath was broken only by the quiet grief of his servants and the unnerved whispers of Priscilla Grinder, who had finally emerged from her hiding place. The body of the great explorer, the man who had dined with presidents and stood as a titan of American expansion, lay in the Tennessee dirt, his grand legacy reduced to a bloody spectacle in a place of utter squalor. Into this grim tableau rode Major James Neely. He arrived to find his worst fears realized. He saw the body, the pistols, the razor. He listened to Mrs. Grinder's harrowing, disjointed account of the night's events. For Neely, there was no mystery here. He saw the tragic but logical conclusion to the mental decay he had witnessed just days before at Fort Pickering. He was not a detective arriving at the scene of a crime. He was an officer arriving to confirm a casualty. His mind was already made up. The fate of the survivors began to solidify in those first few hours. Priscilla Grinder's story, born of terror and confusion, became the one and only official account. She was the sole eyewitness, and her narrative of Lewis's madness and self-destruction provided a simple, horrifying explanation that answered every question, even if it created a dozen more. Her fight was not for justice for the governor, but for a version of the truth that would allow her and her family to survive the terrible event that had landed on their doorstep. For Lewis' servant, John Pernier, the fight was over. He was a man adrift, his master and protector gone, left with the grim task of attending to the remains. There was no manhunt. No posse was formed to scour the woods for land pirates or assassins. The authority on the scene, Major Neely, saw no need for one. The immediate task was simply to deal with the body. Meriwether Lewis was buried with a haste that defied his station. He was placed in a crude coffin and interred just a few dozen yards from the cabin where he died. There was no eulogy from a president, no honor guard, just a simple hole in the ground on the very edge of the wilderness he had given his life to explore. His final resting place was as lonely and desolate as his death. And here, my friends, is where the door to any other possibility was slammed shut and bolted. Major Neely took charge of Lewis's belongings, his trunks, his papers, his remaining money. Then he sat down and composed a letter to Thomas Jefferson. In it, he laid out the story just as he saw it. A clear case of a brilliant but deranged mind finally succumbing to its own demons. That letter, traveling from the dark woods of Tennessee to the quiet study of Monticello, was more powerful than any sheriff's warrant. It wasn't an appeal for an investigation, it was a final report. It sealed the governor's fate in the pages of history, burying any suspicion of foul play under the immense weight of his own mentor's grief and acceptance. The news of Lewis's death traveled fast, but the truth got left behind on the dark and muddy road. As the story spread from the trace to the halls of power, it immediately fractured the world into two camps. In one camp stood the establishment, led by the powerful voice of Thomas Jefferson himself. Grieving the loss of his protege, he accepted Major Neely's report without question. His public declaration that it was an unquestionable suicide, born of hereditary melancholy, became the official history. It was a neat, tragic, and above all, final explanation. For a nation that revered its heroes, it was easier to mourn a fallen angel than to hunt for a mortal demon. But in the other camp, there was a raw, angry disbelief. This was the camp of the Lewis family, led by his mother, Lucy Marks. A mother knows her son, and she refused to accept that the strong, resilient boy she had raised, the man who had faced down the entire continent, would end his own life in such a brutal, clumsy manner. Her conviction was absolute. He was murdered, she stated plainly, a cry of maternal certainty against a chorus of official pronouncements. This wasn't a debate for them. It was a desecration of his memory. They drew a line in the dirt, a line of loyalty and love that has not faded to this day. In St. Louis, a different kind of division took place, a division between public mourning and private relief. For Frederick Bates and Lewis's other political rivals, the news was not a tragedy, it was a solution. The troublesome governor, the man whose honor they had so carefully dismantled, was gone. A collective, unspoken sigh of relief went through the city's old guard. No one in power there had any interest in asking difficult questions that might lead back to their own intrigues. Their silence was a powerful endorsement of the suicide verdict, a quiet conspiracy to let the matter die with the man. Meanwhile, back along the Natchez Trace, the community of settlers and frontiersmen drew their own conclusions. These were practical, often brutal people who understood the dangers of the road. To them, a high-profile traveler getting killed for his money was a story that made perfect sense. The complex tale of a hero's mental collapse seemed far less plausible than simple, bloody-minded greed. A dark cloud of suspicion settled over Grinder's stand. Whispers turned Robert Grinder into a murderer and his wife into a liar, their poverty seen not as proof of their innocence, but as a sign of a curse for the blood they had spilled. This is how the story was buried. Priscilla Grinder, the only witness, was trapped in a conspiracy of silence by her own testimony. To change it would be to invite suspicion upon her own family. The politicians in Washington and St. Louis remained silent out of self-preservation. And so, the only person left to scream for justice was a grieving mother whose voice was drowned out by the official narrative. An act of profound courage on her part was dismissed as the predictable denial of a heartbroken parent. The community had been irrevocably split, not just over the facts of a death, but over the very soul of the man they thought they knew. There was no posse, no sheriff riding out with a warrant, no official manhunt for the killers of Meriwether Lewis. The law had closed its eyes and declared the case solved. But a different kind of hunt began, a quiet, phantom pursuit that took place not in the sunlit woods, but in the dark corridors of rumor and suspicion. The prey wasn't a man on the run, it was the truth itself. The ones who took up this chase were not lawmen, but Lewis's family and the handful of people who could not stomach the official story. The hunt was led by a ghost, the ghost of General James Wilkinson. For those who suspected murder, every path led back to him. He was the man with the most to gain from Lewis' permanent silence. The papers Lewis was carrying were a loaded gun pointed directly at Wilkinson's treacherous career. Had he dispatched assassins to the trace? The hunters in the shadows, men like Lewis' own kin, looked for clues. They spoke to travelers who had been on the road at the same time. They listened to the whispers in river towns and frontier forts. They were searching for a trail that had gone cold the moment it was made, trying to connect the shadowy general to the bloody clearing at Grinder's Stand. This hunt played out not against the backdrop of the mountains, but on the pages of newspapers and in private letters. It was an ordeal against an enemy you couldn't see. For every claim of foul play, a dozen official voices rose to defend the suicide theory, citing Jefferson as their unassailable source. The hunters found themselves chasing whispers, trying to prove a conspiracy against a powerful establishment that had already declared its verdict. The wilderness they navigated was one of innuendo and political influence, a landscape far more treacherous than the Bitterroot Mountains. The moment of capture never came. There was no fierce firefight, no dramatic arrest. Robert Grinder, the most obvious suspect, lived out his days in obscurity, neither punished nor exonerated, forever trapped in the amber of local suspicion. General Wilkinson, the spider at the center of the web, not only escaped justice but thrived, his treason not fully exposed until decades after his death. The truth, if it was murder, was the perfect crime. The assassins, if they existed, simply melted back into the shadows of the frontier, their identities lost forever. The hunt failed because the quarry was too powerful, the trail was too cold, and the keepers of the official story had no interest in seeing it found. The shadows won. But my friends, the most chilling part of this story is the trial that never happened. There was no packed courtroom with armed guards, no cunning lawyers arguing points of law. The courthouse doors in Hickman County, Tennessee, remained shut. The justice system, the great institution of American law, never once looked into the violent death of one of the nation's most prominent citizens. The trial of Meriwether Lewis was conducted not by a judge and jury, but through private correspondence, and the verdict was sealed before his body was even cold. The courtroom where this case was decided was the quiet study of Thomas Jefferson. The star witness was Major James Neely, whose letter provided the only testimony that mattered. The evidence was not a bloody pistol or a torn shirt, but Jefferson's own memories of his friend's hypochondriac affections. There was no cross-examination, no defense attorney to challenge the narrative. The most powerful and respected man in the country, acting as judge, jury, and executioner of his friend's memory, declared the case closed. It was the law of powerful men, swift and absolute. The defendants, if there were any, never had to offer a plea. Robert Grinder, the innkeeper, simply faded back into the obscurity of the frontier, though he would live out his life under the permanent shadow of suspicion from his neighbors. Frederick Bates, back in St. Louis, received the news and seamlessly continued his campaign to secure the governorship for himself. And General James Wilkinson, the master of shadows, watched from a distance as a great threat to his treasonous career was not just eliminated, but erased in a way that left no questions and no trail back to him. They offered no remorse, no defiant smirks. They offered only a profound and damning silence. The verdict was announced to the world, not with the bang of a gavel, but with the quiet scratch of Jefferson's quill pen. Suicide, he wrote, and the word became history. It was a clean, simple answer to a messy, horrifying death. It allowed the nation to mourn a tragic hero without having to confront a darker possibility, that its institutions were so corrupt and its frontier so lawless that a man like Lewis could be murdered with absolute impunity. So was this justice? Or was it merely the tidiest story? The law of men delivered a verdict of convenience, one that protected the powerful and quieted the scandal. But the justice of the mountains, the justice whispered around campfires and passed down through generations along the Natchez Trace, rendered a different verdict. It was a verdict of murder, a verdict that kept the case file open in the hearts of the people, even as the official record was slammed shut. The law had failed, leaving only the stubborn, unquiet ghost of the story to wander the trace, forever searching for a trial that was never held. For Meriwether Lewis's mother, Lucy Marks, life after the verdict was a long, cold winter of grief. She was forced to endure not only the loss of her son, but the official staining of his honor. While the nation's leaders accepted the story of a weak mind succumbing to madness, she began a mother's lonely crusade. She insisted to anyone who would listen that her son was a victim of foul play, fighting to reclaim his memory from the official narrative. She lived out her days with the unbearable burden of knowing that her son, the man who had conquered a continent, lay in an unmarked, unconsecrated grave, his death certificate signed by the very men who may have benefited from it. And what of John Pernier, Lewis's servant, the man who should have been by his side that night? His fate is one of the darkest and most unsettling footnotes to this story. He eventually made his way back to civilization, reportedly carrying some of Lewis's final possessions, but he never made it to Washington to deliver them. Shortly after his return, Pernier himself was dead. The official cause was a sudden illness, but rumors immediately swirled that he had been poisoned. Was he a loose end that needed to be tied up? A man who knew too much about who his master was meeting, or what was in those papers he carried? His quiet death feels less like a tragedy and more like the final chilling act of a cover-up. For Robert and Priscilla Grinder, there was no atonement, only a curse. They did not profit from the governor's death. In fact, their life spiraled downward. Their remote inn, once a simple stopover, became a place of infamy, a landmark of horror that travelers began to avoid. They lived out their lives in poverty, forever branded by the whispers of their neighbors. The justice of the mountains is slow, and it takes the form of suspicion and isolation. Whether they were guilty or innocent, the blood that soaked into their floorboards that night left a permanent stain on their lives, a ghost that would haunt their family for generations. But for the men in the halls of power, there was no curse, only reward. Frederick Bates, the meticulous schemer, got exactly what he wanted. With Lewis out of the way, he became the acting governor of the Upper Louisiana Territory, his ambition finally realized. And far away, the master of shadows, General James Wilkinson, breathed a sigh of relief. A great danger had been neutralized. He would continue his treacherous career for years, his secrets safe, his reputation intact. For them, Lewis's death wasn't a tragedy. It was a stepping stone. And so, the community did what communities always do in the face of an uncomfortable truth. It tried to forget. The story of what happened at Grinder's stand was pushed down, relegated from a national scandal to a local ghost story. The grave of the great explorer became overgrown, the wooden marker rotting away, his final resting place nearly reclaimed by the same wilderness he had once mapped. The scar on the land was slowly, deliberately, covered over by a blanket of collective silence, in the desperate hope that if no one spoke of it, the ghosts of that terrible night might finally fade away. The bloodline of Meriwether Lewis did not end in that lonely clearing, and the fire of his mother's conviction still burns in the hearts of his descendants. For decades, they have continued her fight. They are not hunting with rifles in the dark woods, but with petitions and the promise of forensic science. They have pleaded with the National Park Service to allow for the exhumation of his remains, arguing that a modern examination could finally answer the question of the bullet trajectories and settle the 200-year-old debate. But just as Lewis was blocked by the bureaucracy of the War Department, so too are his descendants, met with a wall of resistance that prefers to let the past lie undisturbed. The fight for the truth continues, a modern echo of a very old battle. If you travel the old Natchez Trace today, you won't find the squalid, terrifying cabins of Grinder's Stand. The wilderness has reclaimed them. In their place, under the quiet shade of old trees, you will find a quiet, solemn monument. In 1848, the state of Tennessee erected a stone column over his grave. But it is not a whole column. It is broken, deliberately so, a powerful and tragic symbol of a great life cut violently short. It is a place of strange and somber peace now, a stop along a scenic parkway where visitors can read a plaque and pay their respects, many of them completely unaware of the furious, bloody mystery that lies just a few feet beneath the soil. But the monument is not the only thing that remains. For 200 years, the people who live in these hills and hollows have told another story, an echo that refuses to fade. They say the site is haunted. Travelers report seeing a spectral figure in early 19th century dress pacing frantically near the grave, his face a mask of torment. They tell of phantom gunshots that ring out on cold October nights, and some swear that if you listen closely, when the wind is just right, you can still hear a desperate, disembodied voice crying out for a simple cup of water. They say his spirit cannot rest, because the truth of his end has never been brought into the light. So you see, my friends, the story never really ended. It is etched into stone, carried in the blood of his family, and whispered on the wind. The official documents may gather dust in an archive, and the politicians may prefer a tidy, simple history. But the land itself has not forgotten the blood that was spilled upon it. The mountains remember everything. And so we come back to the question that has haunted this patch of Tennessee ground for 2 centuries. Was it the final, desperate act of a broken man, or was it the perfect, cold-blooded murder of an American icon? The truth is, the trail has gone cold. The physical evidence is buried 6 feet deep. The only eyewitness told a story riddled with fear and contradiction, and the men who had the most to gain are long since turned to dust. In the end, we are left with 2 ghosts. The ghost of a hero whose mind, like an unmapped territory, contained shadows he could no longer navigate. And the ghost of a man of honor, silenced by assassins before he could expose the treason at the heart of the new nation. Which one you choose to believe depends on how much you trust the official story and how much you believe in the darkness that so often lurks just beyond the firelight. But this is more than just a murder mystery. It's a cautionary tale about the cost of greatness and the brutal transition from the wilderness of nature to the wilderness of men. Meriwether Lewis was a man who could face down a grizzly bear, but who was ultimately torn apart by whispers, paperwork, and the quiet betrayals of so-called civilization. His story is a chilling reminder that our greatest heroes are still just men, vulnerable to the same darkness that touches us all, whether it comes from within or from the barrel of an enemy's pistol. This is a profoundly Appalachian story. It teaches us that the most important truths are rarely written down in official reports or history books. They are kept alive in the hills and in the hollows. They are whispered from one generation to the next, becoming part of the land itself. The government closed its file on Meriwether Lewis over 200 years ago, but for those who listen to the whispers on the wind along the old Natchez Trace, the case is far from closed. And now, my friends, you know why. In 1876, on the treacherous slopes of Sassafras Mountain, a posse of lawmen stood in stunned silence. Below them, sprawled across the narrow trail, lay their leader, Deputy U.S. Marshal Alfred Duckworth. The crisp mountain air, thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, carried a second, more bitter smell, the lingering ghost of spent black powder. There was no sign of the attackers. They had melted back into the impenetrable wilderness, leaving behind only the chilling stillness of the forest and a federal officer lying dead on the ground. This wasn't a robbery. It wasn't a crime of passion. This was an execution, an act of open defiance against the full authority of the United States government. The question that echoed through the Blue Ridge hollows was as cold as the mountain stream. Who would dare do this? Who commanded these mountains with such loyalty and fear that they could ambush and kill a federal lawman and then simply vanish? Today, we will become detectives of the past, hunting for the truth behind the man who pulled that trigger, a man who became a legend. His name was Lewis Redmond. To understand the gunshot that killed Alfred Duckworth, you have to understand the world that loaded the rifle. This was Appalachia in the years after the Civil War, a land scarred and broken. The conflict had ripped families apart, pitting neighbor against neighbor, and left a deep, simmering resentment for the federal government that now ruled from afar. Here, in the misty coves and steep hollows of the Blue Ridge, Washington, D.C. felt like a foreign country, and its laws felt like the decrees of an occupying army. Survival was a daily battle fought against thin, rocky soil. A man could break his back farming corn, but the crop itself was almost worthless. It was too heavy, too bulky to haul over treacherous mountain paths to distant markets. But that same corn, put through the copper coils of a still, could be transformed. It became liquid gold, whiskey. A gallon of liquor was portable, profitable, and it was the only real currency many families had. For them, moonshining wasn't a crime. It was an act of economic survival, as essential as planting in the spring and harvesting in the fall. Into this world came the Internal Revenue Act, a tax levied to pay for the war the mountain people felt they had already paid for in blood. The federal agents, the revenuers, who came to enforce this tax, were seen as nothing more than thieves with badges. They came to smash the stills, to seize the only livelihood these families had, and to drag men off to faraway jails. They were invaders, pure and simple, and in the mountains, invaders are met with resistance. This was the world that forged Lewis Redmond. Born around 1855, he was, by all accounts, a man who seemed destined to lead. He was described as tall and handsome, with a sharp intelligence and piercing blue eyes that held your gaze. There was a charisma about him that drew people in, a quiet confidence that made them trust him. He wasn't a brutish outlaw born of malice. He was a son of the mountains. After his father died, the duty of providing for his mother and siblings fell to him. With farming offering little more than starvation, he turned to the family trade, the one skill that could put food on the table and keep the cabin warm: blockading. He stepped into the shadows of the forest, not as a criminal seeking riches, but as a protector, a provider, taking on a role that would soon force him into a war against the United States itself. His world, and the lives of those who enforced the law, was about to change forever. When the last echo of gunfire faded from Sassafras Mountain, a silence more profound than any sound descended upon the surviving lawmen. It was a heavy, watchful silence, as if the ancient trees and shadowed rocks were passing judgment. The air, thin and cold, was still hazy with the acrid smoke of black powder, a ghostly shroud hanging over the scene. The posse, men hardened by mountain life, cautiously emerged from their cover, their eyes scanning the dense rhododendron thickets above them. There was no movement, no sound of a fleeing enemy. There was only the rustle of leaves in the wind and the sight of Alfred Duckworth lying still upon the trail he would never leave. They approached the scene with a grim purpose. Duckworth had fallen forward, his life bleeding out into the unforgiving mountain soil. His own revolver was clutched in his hand, a single chamber spent, a testament to a man who died fighting. But it was a futile gesture. The ambush had been perfect. The killers had chosen their ground with a soldier's eye, firing from the high ridge, concealed by a dense wall of mountain laurel. It was a classic guerrilla tactic, designed for maximum devastation with minimum risk. The attackers had held all the cards. The ground told a fractured story. The lawmen could see the scuffed earth where their own posse had taken cover, but the attackers' tracks were faint, almost non-existent. There were several sets of them, melting away from the ridge not toward any known path, but straight into the tangled vertical wilderness where a posse on horseback could never follow. It was the work of ghosts who knew every rock and ravine, every hidden game trail and secret passage through the mountains. They hadn't just escaped, they had been swallowed by the landscape itself. The wilderness offered no easy answers, only a multitude of unsettling questions. How many shooters were there? How did they know the precise route the posse would take? This wasn't a chance encounter. It was a carefully laid trap, sprung with deadly precision. It spoke of an intelligence network, of spies and lookouts hidden in the scattered mountain cabins. A cold realization settled over the men as they stood over their fallen leader. They weren't just fighting distillers, they were fighting an army. And in the heart of that army, there had to be a general. In the hushed whispers of the posse, a single name began to surface, a name that was already becoming a legend: Lewis Redmond. For the federal government, there was no whodunit. In the halls of power and in the offices of the U.S. Marshals, the question wasn't who gave the order, but where is Lewis Redmond? The ambush on Sassafras Mountain was not seen as a random act of violence by desperate men. It was seen as a message, a personal declaration of war sent directly from the king of the Moonshiners himself. Duckworth's posse was climbing that specific trail for one reason: to dismantle Redmond's operation and bring him in. The attack was the answer. The vendetta wasn't between two men who had shared a past of personal slights or insults. It was far deeper than that. It was a feud between two opposing worlds. Alfred Duckworth represented the law, order, and the unyielding authority of a distant government. Lewis Redmond represented the unwritten code of the mountains: self-reliance, defiance, and a fierce, almost primal protection of one's own people and one's own land. Every still Redmond built was an act of rebellion. Every gallon of untaxed whiskey he sold was a blow against the federal treasury. Duckworth's arrival on that mountain was the government's hand reaching into Redmond's kingdom, and Redmond, in their eyes, had chopped that hand off at the wrist. Whispers immediately began to snake through the mountain communities, but they weren't the whispers of fearful informants. They were whispers of awe, of a grim and grudging respect. Everyone knew this was Redmond's territory. Everyone knew of his organizational skills, his network of spies, and his utter fearlessness. The precision of the ambush, the ghost-like disappearance of the shooters, it all bore his signature. He was the only man with the audacity and the resources to orchestrate such a bold attack against a federal officer. The law saw it the same way. The evidence was overwhelming, even if it was circumstantial. The attack took place at a known Redmond stronghold. The target was a lawman sent to arrest him. The motive was self-preservation and the defense of a criminal empire. For the U.S. Marshals, all other possibilities were irrelevant. Lewis Redmond was no longer just a tax-evading blockader. He was now suspect number one in the murder of a federal agent. A massive bounty was placed on his head, and his name was plastered on wanted posters from Georgia to Washington, D.C. The game of cat and mouse was over. The manhunt had begun. While the federal marshals saw a clear line from Lewis Redmond's rifle to Alfred Duckworth's heart, a more insidious suspicion began to fester among the lawmen themselves. Redmond was cunning, yes, and he knew the mountains like the back of his hand. But the ambush on Sassafras Mountain was too perfect. It hinted at something more than just good scouting. It smelled of betrayal. The posse's route was supposed to have been a closely guarded secret. How could Redmond have known their exact path and timing, setting up a flawless killing ground? The chilling answer had to be that someone was talking. Suspicion turned inward, casting a dark shadow over the very men sworn to uphold the law. This second suspect wasn't a single person, but a phantom, a traitor hidden within their own ranks, or in the seemingly respectable towns at the foot of the mountains. Was it a local deputy sheriff, resentful of the federal revenuers and secretly on Redmond's payroll? Was it a town merchant who profited from the moonshine trade, passing along gossip and patrol schedules in exchange for protection or a share of the profits? The motive here wasn't a personal feud, but something far more corrosive. For some, it might have been simple greed. A sack of Redmond's silver was more tangible and persuasive than a federal salary. For others, it was a matter of kinship. In the tight-knit clans of Appalachia, blood was often thicker than the law, and a cousin's loyalty could easily outweigh an oath to a distant government. And for a few, it may have been a matter of principle. They saw Redmond as the lesser of two evils, a local boy defending his home against an intrusive, tyrannical power. Suddenly, past events were seen in a new, sinister light. A casual question from a store clerk about the posse's supplies no longer seemed so innocent. A local guide's insistence on a particular trail, once seen as expert advice, now looked like a deliberate misdirection into a trap. The federal marshals realized they weren't just fighting an outlaw in the wilderness. They were fighting an invisible network of sympathizers and informants, a fifth column that had infiltrated their world. Redmond's greatest weapon wasn't his rifle. It was the loyalty he commanded, a loyalty that could turn a trusted neighbor into a deadly enemy. But there was a third, colder theory, one whispered not in the mountains, but in the cynical backrooms of power. This theory painted both Redmond and Duckworth as pawns in a much larger, more ruthless game. The suspect in this version wasn't a man at all, but the cold, calculating political will of a nation still healing from civil war. To the federal government in Washington, the defiant Appalachian moonshiners were more than just tax cheats. They were a symbol of lingering rebellion, a festering pocket of the old Confederacy that refused to be broken. The motive here was not justice, it was subjugation. The paltry sum of the whiskey tax was almost irrelevant. The true goal was to crush the independent spirit of the mountain people, to make an example of them and demonstrate the absolute, unchallengeable power of the federal government. To achieve this, they needed a catalyst. They needed a public outrage, a reason to send in troops and impose a martial authority that simple tax evasion could never justify. They needed a martyr. According to this dark possibility, Deputy Marshal Alfred Duckworth wasn't just sent on a dangerous mission, he was sent as bait. The increasingly aggressive tactics of the revenuers, their raids becoming more frequent and more violent, seemed designed to provoke a response. They were kicking a hornet's nest, hoping to get stung. The death of a federal officer would be the perfect pretext. It would galvanize public opinion, painting the mountain people as savage killers and giving Washington the moral high ground to launch a full-scale campaign to pacify the region once and for all. This external force created a climate of escalating fear and inevitable conflict. It squeezed the mountain communities, leaving men like Redmond with no room to maneuver. They were being pushed into a corner where a violent reaction was the only one left. In this chilling scenario, the shot that killed Alfred Duckworth was not just fired by Lewis Redmond. It was aimed and guided by an unseen hand 1,000 miles away, a hand that saw one dead marshal as a small price to pay for the taming of a rebellious frontier. In the wake of Duckworth's death, a firestorm of federal fury descended upon the Blue Ridge. An army of U.S. Marshals, deputies, and grim-faced bounty hunters poured into the mountains, convinced that the sheer weight of their numbers would crush Redmond's rebellion. They believed his capture was inevitable, a matter of weeks, perhaps even days. They were about to learn a harsh lesson about the land and the man they were hunting. The Blue Ridge Mountains do not give up their secrets easily. The posses, many of them flatlanders unused to the vertical terrain, found themselves fighting a war on two fronts, one against Redmond and another against the wilderness itself. They were tormented by knife-edge ridges, choked by rhododendron hells so thick a man had to crawl on his belly, and soaked by sudden, bone-chilling mountain rains. Their horses went lame on the rocky paths, their supplies dwindled, and their confidence eroded with every fruitless mile. The mountains were Redmond's fortress, and every tree and stone was a soldier in his army. Redmond, for his part, played them like a fiddle. He was a master of misdirection. A whisper from a farmer's wife about a man matching his description heading east would send a posse on a 3-day trek into a dead-end gorge, while Redmond was actually miles away to the west. He left deliberate, misleading tracks, only to double back and watch his pursuers from a high ridge, invisible. Tales began to trickle down from the mountains of him, walking brazenly through a town disguised as an old preacher, gathering supplies and information right under the noses of the lawmen who were searching for him. The most famous of these failures became a legend in itself. Acting on a tip, a large posse of marshals surrounded a small, isolated cabin deep in Transylvania County where Redmond was said to be cornered. For hours, they laid in wait, a perfect trap. As dawn broke, they stormed the cabin, ready for a bloody shootout. They found only a cold hearth and an open back window. He had slipped through their grasp yet again. Locals would later swear he'd climbed right up the wide stone chimney and disappeared into the night like smoke. The truth was likely simpler, but the legend was far more powerful. With every failed raid and every evaporated lead, the marshals' frustration curdled into a cold, hard anger. They were being humiliated, outsmarted at every turn by a backwoods distiller. This growing desperation made the lawmen dangerous, their questions more pointed, their methods more aggressive. But their pressure didn't break the mountain people's resolve. It only drove them deeper into a protective silence, reinforcing the invisible wall that protected their king. The manhunt wasn't catching a man, it was creating a myth. As the manhunt dragged on, the U.S. Marshals slammed into a barrier far more formidable than any mountain ridge. It was a wall of silence, built of fear, kinship, and generations of deep-seated distrust. When they rode up to isolated cabins to ask questions, they were met with blank stares, lowered eyes, and a frustrating, impenetrable chorus of, "I don't know nothing." Doors that were once open to strangers were now bolted shut. The friendly mountain folk had turned inward, their faces becoming as hard and unreadable as the granite cliffs around them. This was the unspoken code of the mountains, an omerta as binding as any blood oath. To speak to a revenuer, to offer even the smallest piece of information, was to commit the ultimate sin, betrayal of your own people. The reasons were twofold. First, there was the very real fear of retribution. Lewis Redmond was not just a hero. He was the law in these parts. His network was everywhere, and a loose tongue could cost a man his livelihood, his home, or even his life. Old Martha, who claimed she saw a rider pass her cabin the night Duckworth was killed, found her barn burned to the ground a week later. After that, no one dared speak a word. But it was more than just fear. It was a profound and unwavering loyalty to their way of life and to the man who had become its greatest defender. In their eyes, the federal government was the true criminal, the outside force that sought to starve their families and destroy their traditions. Helping the marshals was seen as siding with the enemy. A man's cousin, even a law-breaking one, was still his cousin. A neighbor who shared his corn was more of a brother than any uniformed stranger from Washington. Redmond wasn't an outlaw hiding among them. He was one of them, being protected by them. The psychological toll was immense, both on the hunters and the hunted. The marshals, consumed by frustration, began to see every man, woman, and child as a potential conspirator. Their presence became more oppressive, their methods harsher, which only served to reinforce the community's silence. The mountains became a closed world, a fortress of collective will. This wall of silence was the bedrock of Redmond's kingdom. It was the reason he could move like a ghost, because for the law, he was surrounded by 1,000 invisible accomplices who saw nothing, heard nothing, and knew nothing at all. For 5 long years, the manhunt had grown cold, freezing into a kind of permanent, low-grade war. Lewis Redmond had transcended from a man into a living folk tale, a ghost who haunted the Blue Ridge. The federal marshals, weary and frustrated, maintained their presence, but the active chase had become a grim stalemate. The wall of silence held firm, and it seemed Redmond would rule his mountain kingdom until he died of old age, a free man. But time, the great betrayer, was working against him in ways no posse ever could. The turning point wasn't a clever piece of detective work or a long-lost letter found in a dusty attic. It was the slow, insidious erosion of 2 pillars that held up Redmond's world: his own health and the loyalty of his men. The endless running, the cold nights sleeping on damp ground, and the constant stress had taken their toll. Redmond, the invincible warrior, was being weakened by a cough that wouldn't quit, a fever that stole his strength. It was likely consumption, the White Plague, and it was a foe he couldn't outrun or outshoot. At the same time, the massive bounty on his head had grown from a mere offer into a legend of its own. It was a life-changing sum of money, enough to buy the biggest farm in the valley, enough to leave the mountains forever and live like a king. For years, the code of loyalty held firm. But as Redmond grew weaker, his aura of invincibility began to fade. The temptation of the reward, a constant whisper in the ears of his followers, grew louder. Then in 1881, the forgotten clue finally surfaced. It wasn't an object, it was a man. An associate, seeing his leader wasting away and enticed by the promise of a fortune, finally broke. He walked out of the mountains and into the world of the law, seeking out U.S. Marshal R.M. Bob Love. He offered not rumors or speculation, but hard facts. The precise location of a cabin where Redmond lay, too sick to fight, too weak to run. For Marshal Love, after years of chasing shadows and lies, this felt different. This felt like the truth. A sudden, electrifying urgency coursed through the federal ranks. The stalemate was broken. The hunt was on again, and this time, it would be the last. Marshal R.M. Bob Love didn't take a large posse. He knew a big, noisy group of men would be spotted a mile away. Instead, he chose a few trusted deputies, men who could move through the woods as silently as the shadows themselves. Guided by the informant, they traveled through the night, fording cold streams and climbing steep ridges, their every step measured and quiet. The air was thick with a tension that had been building for 5 years. This was it. Either they would find the ghost of the Blue Ridge, or they would walk into another one of his elaborate traps. There would be no in-between. As the pre-dawn light began to filter through the trees, the informant pointed to a small, unassuming cabin tucked into a secluded cove. It was no fortress. There were no armed guards, no fortified walls. It was just a simple, lonely shack, with a thin curl of smoke rising from its stone chimney. The legend of Redmond's fortress died right there in the grey morning light, replaced by the vulnerable reality of a hunter's hideout. The men fanned out, surrounding the cabin with rifles raised, their hearts pounding in the silent woods. Marshal Love stepped onto the porch, his own weapon held steady, and kicked the door. The door swung inward with a groan, but there was no thunderous volley of gunfire, there was no defiant war cry. The man who stood in the dim light of the cabin was not the devil they had hunted, not the supernatural marksman of the ballads. He was a spectre. Lewis Redmond was pale and gaunt, his broad shoulders stooped, his famous piercing blue eyes clouded with fever. He was leaning against a table for support, and a violent cough racked his body. The silver-inlaid rifle, his legendary companion, was propped in a corner, just out of reach. The 5-year war had ended not with a bang, but with a wheeze. And so, the great mystery was finally solved. It was him. Lewis Redmond, the king of the Moonshiners, was the man responsible. The informant's testimony, combined with Redmond's own defiant silence, confirmed what the law had always believed. He was the commander who gave the order on Sassafras Mountain, the general of the invisible army that had protected him for so long. All the red herrings, the false trails, and the whispers of conspiracy burned away in that moment, leaving only the stark truth of the man standing before them. But the unmasking also revealed his true motive, which was far more complex than that of a simple killer. He had not orchestrated Duckworth's death for money or out of personal malice. It was an act of sovereignty. In his mind, he was a king defending his territory, a leader protecting his people from an invading force. It was a desperate, violent act of defiance against a world that was closing in on him and the way of life he represented. The federal government would call it murder, but in the unwritten laws of the mountains, it was war. And Lewis Redmond, now a captured, broken man, was its most famous soldier. Let us now travel back in time, not as historians, but as silent witnesses. Let us stand on that steep, narrow trail on Sassafras Mountain in 1876. The air is cool and thin. Deputy Marshal Alfred Duckworth leads his men upward, their boots crunching on fallen leaves and loose stone. They move with the caution of experienced lawmen, their eyes scanning the dense, almost claustrophobic walls of mountain laurel on either side. The forest is quiet, unnaturally so. It feels as though the mountain itself is holding its breath, waiting. Then, the world tore open. It began not with a warning shout, but with a single, shattering crack of a rifle from the high ridge above. Before the echo could even register, it was answered by a dozen more. A deafening roar of gunfire erupted from the unseen enemy, a sound so sudden and violent it seemed to strip the leaves from the trees. Angry orange blossoms of muzzle flash bloomed and vanished within the dark green thickets, spitting death down upon the trail. For the men in the posse, the world dissolved into pure, terrifying chaos. They dove for cover behind rocks and fallen logs, the air around them alive with the angry buzz of lead. They heard the sharp splintering of bark as bullets slammed into the trees around them, inches from their heads. They returned fire, but their shots were blind, aimed at ghosts they could not see. They were caught in a perfect killing ground, a turkey shoot, and they were the prey. Through the smoke and confusion, one of the deputies saw it happen. He saw Marshal Duckworth standing his ground, raising his revolver to fire back at the invisible foe. Then the marshal grunted, a sharp sound of surprise, as if he'd been shoved hard from behind by an invisible hand. He stumbled forward 2 steps, his body suddenly limp. His hat flew from his head and tumbled down the path, and then he collapsed, face down into the dirt he had come to claim in the name of the law. And as quickly as it began, it was over. The thunderous volley ceased. A ringing silence rushed back in to fill the void, a silence made heavier by the lingering smell of sulfur and the sight of the unmoving form on the trail. The surviving lawmen, hearts hammering against their ribs, slowly rose from their cover, their rifles still pointed at the empty ridge. There were no victory cries from above. There was no sound of men crashing through the underbrush in retreat. There was nothing. Lewis Redmond's men had fired their volley, and then, like the morning mist, they had simply vanished back into the heart of the mountains. They left behind no bodies, no clues, only a dead federal officer and a chilling message. This was not a battle, it was a verdict, handed down from the high ridge by the king of the Moonshiners. The trial of Lewis Redmond was a national spectacle. He was no longer in his kingdom of misty hollows and laurel thickets, but in a cage of polished wood and federal law. The courtroom was packed to the rafters every day. Reporters from as far away as New York and Chicago squeezed onto the benches, eager to get a look at the infamous king of the Moonshiners. Local folk stood in the back, silent and watchful, their faces a mixture of awe and sorrow. This wasn't just a trial. It was a reckoning between 2 Americas, the wild, defiant mountains and the ordered, unyielding nation-state. In the center of it all sat Lewis Redmond. He was a shadow of the mountain ghost the law had chased for 5 years. The sickness had ravaged him, leaving him pale and thin, his body racked by coughing fits that echoed in the silent courtroom. Yet, he was not entirely broken. He faced the proceedings with a quiet, stoic dignity. His blue eyes, though clouded by illness, still held a spark of unyielding pride. He offered no dramatic outbursts, no pleas for mercy. He showed no remorse, only a weary acceptance of his fate. He was a captured general, not a repentant criminal, and he faced his enemies with the silent defiance of a man who still believed his war was just. The prosecution painted a picture of a ruthless crime lord, a cold-blooded killer who had murdered a federal officer in the execution of his duty. They presented him as the mastermind of a vast criminal enterprise that had terrorized the region and defied the laws of the United States. His defense, in turn, tried to tell the story of a man forged by poverty and oppression, a protector of his people who was forced into a corner by a tyrannical government. They argued that he was a product of his time and place, a man living by a different code. But in a federal courtroom, the Code of the Mountains was not an admissible defense. The evidence was overwhelming, the outcome almost a foregone conclusion. The jury's deliberation was short. The verdict, when it came, was delivered to a hushed and expectant room. Guilty on all counts, including the murder of Alfred Duckworth. The sentence was severe. 10 years in a federal prison in Albany, New York. The words fell like stones, a death sentence for a man of the mountains. To be caged in a northern city, far from the sight of the Blue Ridge, was a fate worse than a hangman's noose. For the government, it was a triumphant victory, the final closing of a chapter of rebellion. Justice had been served. But for the thousands of people who had followed his story, who saw him not as a killer, but as a folk hero, it was a tragedy. The king had been dethroned, and the verdict sparked a controversy that would echo far beyond the courthouse walls, asking a question that still hangs in the Appalachian air. Whose justice was it, really? The guilty verdict and prison sentence were not the final chapter, but the beginning of a strange and winding epilogue that forever altered the lives of everyone touched by the saga. For Louis Redmond, the cold stone walls of a New York penitentiary were a slow execution. The mountain air that had sustained him was replaced by the damp, disease-ridden chill of a cell. His health, already fragile, collapsed completely. The invincible king of the Moonshiners was wasting away, a dying man thousands of miles from home. But the legend he had so carefully crafted in the mountains now became his salvation. The sympathetic newspaper stories, the public outcry, and the petitions signed by thousands of people created a groundswell of support. Politicians, sensing a popular cause, began to lobby on his behalf. The narrative had shifted. He was no longer seen as a cop killer, but as a romantic figure, a symbol of a vanishing frontier spirit, and a man who would surely die in prison. In a stunning and politically calculated act of mercy, President Chester A. Arthur granted Louis Redmond a full pardon in 1884. He returned to the dark corner of South Carolina not as a conquering hero, but as a ghost of his former self. His health was shattered, his spirit seemingly broken. The world he had fought for was already disappearing, replaced by railroads and a more pervasive rule of law. He gave up moonshining, the fire of his rebellion extinguished, and tried to live a quiet life as a farmer. He was a king without a kingdom, a legend who had outlived his own myth. The lives of those who had hunted him were also forever changed. Marshal Bob Love, the man who finally captured him, became a celebrated figure in law enforcement, his name forever linked with the taming of the infamous Moonshiner. Yet the victory was bittersweet. The manhunt had consumed years of his life and exposed the deep, unbridgeable chasm between the mountain people and the federal law he represented. And what of the man who betrayed him? History does not record his name for good reason. He collected his bounty, a fortune in silver, but in doing so, he became a pariah. He was a Judas in a land that valued loyalty above all else. He was forced to leave the mountains, forever looking over his shoulder, a man who had sold his soul and could never go home again. Their fates, from the president in the White House to the nameless informant, were now all intertwined, strands in a single, complex story of justice, betrayal, and a war fought in the shadows of the Blue Ridge. Louis Redmond, the man, died in 1894, a shadow of his former self. He was buried in a small, unmarked grave in the dark corner of South Carolina, a quiet end for a man whose life had been a thunderclap. But while the man faded back into the mountain soil, his story refused to lie down and die with him. It lived on, becoming more potent and more romantic with each passing year, an echo that has never truly faded from these hills. You can go there today. You can drive the winding roads of Transylvania County or hike the steep trails of Sassafras Mountain. You can stand in the very places where Redmond ruled, where revenuers hunted, and where Alfred Duckworth drew his last breath. The landscape itself is the most enduring monument to his story. There is no grand stone marking his final resting place, no plaque commemorating his deeds. There is only a patch of earth, and the whispers that still cling to the rhododendron thickets and the high, lonely ridges. The mountains that protected him in life now guard his memory in death. His true memorial is not carved in stone, but in folklore. Around fires and on front porches, his name is still spoken with a mixture of reverence and excitement. They'll tell you he was a Robin Hood who stole from the government to feed the poor. They'll tell you he could shoot the buttons off a man's coat at 100 yards as a friendly warning. His legend has been sung into the memory of the mountains, carried on the strings of a fiddle in old ballads that tell of the brave outlaw who waged a war for his people. The world might forget the specifics of the Internal Revenue Act, but it remembers the story of a man who refused to bow. Lewis Redmond became more than a moonshiner. He became a symbol of the fierce, independent, and defiant spirit of Appalachia. His story has been etched into the landscape and the very soul of its people. And though the official records may lie gathering dust in some distant archive, the Blue Ridge remembers. The mountains always remember. So we return to the question that hung in the air on Sassafras Mountain amidst the lingering smoke of black powder. Who would dare to kill a federal marshal? The simple answer, the one written in the court records, is Lewis Redmond. But the truth, as it so often is in these mountains, is far more complex. The trigger was pulled not just by a man, but by an entire world, by a culture under siege. Redmond was simply the hand that held the rifle, the focal point of a generation of anger, pride, and a desperate will to survive on one's own terms. This is a story that teaches us how legends are forged. They are rarely born from pure goodness, but from the fiery collision of law and need, of history and memory. Lewis Redmond was a criminal. He was a tax evader, a distiller of illegal liquor, and ultimately responsible for a man's death. That is the truth written in law books. But he was also a provider, a protector, and a symbol of defiance against a power that his people saw as unjust and oppressive. That is the truth written in the hearts of the mountain folk. A man can be a villain in a courtroom and a saint in a ballad. And in the case of Lewis Redmond, he was undeniably both. His story is a testament to the enduring, unconquerable spirit of these mountains, a spirit that values loyalty over law and kinship over government. It's a reminder that beneath the surface of official history, there are other, deeper stories that belong to the people who live and die on the land. And as long as the mist still clings to the Blue Ridge Coves, his story will be one of them. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story, or at least as much of it as the mountains are willing to give up. The last gunshot echoed through the Hillsville courthouse, and then a silence fell, a silence heavier and more terrible than any sound before it. Through the thick grey smoke of black powder, the afternoon light struggled to reveal a scene of absolute carnage. The judge, the sheriff, the prosecutor, the very pillars of the law lay bleeding onto the floorboards. The assassins, the notorious Allen clan, had already vanished back into the mists of the Blue Ridge Mountains. This wasn't just murder. It was a declaration of war against the 20th century itself. What could possess men to commit such a brazen act in broad daylight? What unwritten code could be so powerful that it demanded a bloodbath in a hall of justice? To find the answer, we must look past the men who fired the guns, to the woman who forged their iron will in the heart of the mountains. Today, we uncover the story of Barbara Allen, the matriarch of a clan that answered to no law but her own. Hillsville, Virginia, in the spring of 1912, was a town caught between two worlds. Down its muddy main street, you could see the slow, inexorable march of the 20th century in the form of new storefronts and the occasional motor car. But looking up at the surrounding Blue Ridge, you could feel the pull of the old world, a world of isolated hollows, deep-rooted clans, and unwritten laws that had governed these mountains for generations. The brick courthouse stood as the very symbol of this struggle. a place where the new rule of law was meant to replace the old code of blood and honor. At the heart of this new order was Judge Thornton Massey. He wasn't a local man, not born of the same mountain soil as the families he presided over. He was an outsider, an educated man of principle who believed that justice should be blind. To him, a man's last name shouldn't matter, whether it was Allen or Smith. The law was the law, a universal standard that was meant to tame the wildness of the frontier and bring civilization to the hills. He was a stern but fair-minded man, tasked with the impossible job of imposing a foreign authority on a people who had never recognized any authority but their own kin. Sheriff Lewis Webb, on the other hand, was a man of the county. He had to walk a delicate line every single day. He wore a badge representing the government in the state capital, but he lived and worked among neighbors who settled their disputes with fists or a hunting rifle. He knew the Allens. He understood their pride, their temper, and their profound contempt for his office. Every time he served a warrant in a remote holler, he was stepping into a world where his badge meant less than nothing. He was the local embodiment of a law that many saw as an occupying force. Alongside them stood William Foster, the Commonwealth's attorney. He was the voice of the system, the man who used words and legal precedent to fight battles that were more often settled with threats and intimidation. He believed in due process, in evidence, in the power of a logical argument to uncover the truth. In that Hillsville courtroom, he was preparing to argue a case against Floyd Allen, not realizing he was bringing a book of rules to a gunfight. These men were not just public officials. They were pioneers of a new way of life. They were husbands, fathers, and respected members of a community trying to build a future based on order and reason. But a shadow was gathering over them, a tension that was palpable in the cold March air. The upcoming trial of Floyd Allen wasn't just another case on the docket. It was a test of will. It was a direct challenge to the Allen clan's belief that they were a law unto themselves. The world these men were trying to build was one where disagreements were settled by juries, not ambushes. A world where a judge's gavel was more powerful than a patriarch's command. They woke up on the morning of March the 14th, believing in that world, in the safety of their courthouse, and in the strength of the laws they had sworn to uphold. They had no idea that by day's end, their world would be left in ruins, and their bodies would be the final, bloody evidence of a war that had been brewing for centuries. The Hillsville courthouse was no longer a place of law. It was a slaughterhouse. As the acrid fog of gunpowder began to settle, it revealed a scene of pure pandemonium. Men and women who moments before had been calm spectators scrambled for the exits, their screams echoing in the suddenly cavernous room. Those who remained were frozen in shock, staring at the carnage with wide, uncomprehending eyes. The air, thick with the smell of sulfur and fear, hummed with a terrible ringing silence where the rule of law had just been executed. The first people to rush in found Judge Massey slumped behind his bench, the symbol of his authority, now his deathbed. His gavel lay on the floor beside him, a useless piece of wood in a world where steel and lead had spoken the final word. Near the main door, Sheriff Lewis Webb lay fallen, a testament to his final futile attempt to restore order. Across the room, Commonwealth's attorney William Foster was also down, his legal arguments silenced forever. It was a systematic dismantling of the county's legal system carried out in less than 2 minutes. The evidence of the ambush was everywhere. The floor was littered with spent shell casings, glinting like deadly seeds sown on the hardwood. Bullet holes peppered the walls, the witness stand, and the judge's bench, silent witnesses to the storm of violence. Investigators would later count dozens of impacts, a clear sign of multiple shooters firing with reckless abandon. The Allens' chairs were empty. They had simply stood up, unleashed hell, and melted back into the mountains that had raised them, leaving only chaos and death in their wake. The scene offered no mystery as to who was responsible. Every terrified whisper from the survivors confirmed it: the Allens. But the how and the why were a far darker puzzle. How could a family bring a private army into a courtroom? Was this a spontaneous explosion of mountain temper or a cold, calculated assassination? The contradictory accounts from traumatized witnesses only deepened the confusion. The crime scene itself was a brutal message, written in blood and gunpowder. In these mountains, some lines of kinship were thicker than any law, and the price for crossing them was absolute. If you were to search for the man at the eye of this hurricane, all fingers would have pointed to one person, Floyd Allen. He wasn't just a participant, he was the cause. Floyd was the patriarch, a man carved from the hard granite of the Blue Ridge who had amassed wealth, land, and a fearsome reputation. In his corner of Carroll County, his word was law, and his will was absolute. He moved through the world with the unshakable confidence of a king in his own kingdom, a place where the official law was an irritation, a suggestion from a distant world that he was free to ignore. His motive was as clear and cold as a mountain spring. It was pride, a fierce, unyielding pride that defined the very soul of the Appalachian clan system. The initial charge against him, interfering with an officer, was an insult. But the verdict, a year of hard time in the state penitentiary, was an intolerable humiliation. For a man like Floyd, a year in a prison uniform was not a punishment. It was an execution of his honor. It was the state declaring that he, Floyd Allen, was no better than any other man, that his power and his name meant nothing within the walls of their courthouse. The evidence was immediate and overwhelming. The shooting began the very second after Judge Massey pronounced the sentence. Witnesses recounted Floyd standing up, his face a mask of cold fury, and uttering the words that became the spark in the powder room, "I ain't a-goin'." That phrase, spoken with the full weight of his authority, was not a plea or a protest. It was a command. It was the signal to his kin that the time for talking was over. The community didn't need a detective to solve this mystery. They had all seen the simmering rage in Floyd Allen's eyes. He wasn't just a suspect. He was the epicenter of the earthquake that had just leveled the rule of law in Carroll County. But in the shadow of the patriarch stood a figure arguably more dangerous, Claude Allen, Floyd's son and heir apparent to this kingdom of defiance. Where Floyd's rage was born from a lifetime of power and a sudden public challenge to it, Claude's was something different. It was the pure, distilled poison of the Allen creed, passed down from one generation to the next. He was a true believer, a young man who had been taught from the cradle that the only response to an outside threat was overwhelming violence. The twist here is not one of greed or jealousy, but of ideology. Claude's motive was not simply to protect his father, it was to prove himself the worthy inheritor of the Allen legacy. For him, his father's conviction was a stain on his own honor. A year in prison for Floyd meant a lifetime of shame for Claude. He couldn't allow the world to see the Allens as a clan that could be tamed, caged, and broken by Flatlander laws. He was there not just to prevent a sentence, but to make a statement that would echo through the mountains for 100 years. When we re-examine the chaos of that day, one terrible detail rises to the surface. Most historical accounts and eyewitness testimonies agree. Claude Allen fired the first shot. He didn't wait for his father's signal. He didn't hesitate. As the judge pronounced the sentence, Claude drew his pistol and shot Judge Massey point blank. This was not the act of a man caught up in the heat of the moment. It was the act of an executioner. He didn't just join the fight. He started the war. In that single, irrevocable moment, he betrayed any possibility of a non-violent outcome and sealed the fate of everyone in that room, turning a family's defiance into a public massacre. But to truly understand the firestorm at Hillsville, you have to look beyond the men and their motives to the larger war being waged. The true external threat wasn't a single person, but an entire century. The 20th century was coming for the Blue Ridge Mountains, not with a friendly handshake, but with the cold, calculating ambition of industry and centralized government. Railroads were cutting through ancient hills, timber barons were eyeing the vast virgin forests, and land speculators were using complex laws to divest mountain families of the very ground their ancestors had settled. This encroaching world saw the old ways of the mountains, the clan loyalty, the self-reliance, the deep suspicion of outsiders as a barrier to progress and profit. And the local instrument of this new world was the courthouse. Judge Massey, Sheriff Webb, and Prosecutor Foster were not just men doing their jobs, they were the local agents of this powerful external force. They represented a system that valued deeds and statutes over blood loyalty and tradition, a system that sought to replace the unwritten code of the mountains with the codified law of the state capital. From the Allens' perspective, this wasn't justice, it was a hostile takeover. Every new law, every tax, every court summons was another tightening of a noose around their way of life and their sovereignty. Floyd Allen's trial was the flashpoint. For the state, it was a necessary act to prove that no man was above the law. But for the Allens, it was the final, arrogant push of an invading army trying to break the back of the strongest clan in the county. The massacre, seen through this lens, becomes something more than a family's rage. It was a brutal, desperate act of rebellion against a future they did not want and a system they refused to recognize. In the immediate aftermath of the massacre, the state of Virginia responded with a fury it had never before unleashed. Governor William Hodges Mann called it a blot on the name of the Commonwealth and vowed that the Allens would be hunted down like animals. He dispatched the state militia and, more importantly, hired the infamous Baldwin Felts Detective Agency, a private army of detectives known for their brutal and effective methods in breaking Union strikes. A massive manhunt, one of the largest in Virginia's history, was underway. But the lawmen and detectives quickly discovered they were not fighting men. They were fighting a legend, and their enemy was the land itself. The Blue Ridge Mountains, so beautiful from a distance, became a labyrinthine fortress for the fugitives. Every holler, every creek bed, every rhododendron thicket was a potential hiding place. The Allens knew the secret trails, the hidden caves, the sympathizers' cabins where a door would always be open. The detectives, with their city boots and their organized grid searches, were like children lost in an ancient, hostile forest. The pursuit became a frustrating and humiliating chase after phantoms. A tip would come in that the Allens had been spotted crossing into North Carolina, and a posse would ride for days, only to find the trail was cold, the rumor baseless. Another report would place them in a remote mining camp, but by the time the law arrived, the camp was deserted, with only the faint warmth of a recent fire as proof that anyone had been there at all. The Allens were a mist, dissolving whenever the law drew near, leaving the authorities grasping at nothing but fog and rumors. Back in Hillsville, the investigation into the crime itself was just as tangled. While everyone knew the Allens were guilty, the chaos of the shootout had created a dozen conflicting narratives. Who fired the first shot? Eyewitnesses, still reeling from the trauma, gave contradictory accounts. Some swore it was Claude Allen, others pointed to his cousin, Sidney Allen. The sheer number of guns fired made ballistic evidence a nightmare to sort through. For a brief moment, the state even pursued the theory that this was a wider conspiracy, a planned uprising against the government. But these trails led nowhere, circling back to the same frustrating truth. The Allens had acted as one, a single entity moved by a singular, violent purpose. The law was looking for a single mastermind, failing to understand they were fighting the spirit of an entire clan. The Baldwin Felts detectives soon learned a chilling lesson. The mountains were a fortress of rock and shadow, but the people who lived in them were a fortress of silence. As the manhunt dragged on, the lawmen came down from the cold, empty hillsides and tried to gather intelligence in the small communities and isolated farmhouses. What they encountered was a wall, as solid and impenetrable as a cliff face. Doors that had been opened to strangers were now bolted shut. Faces that were once friendly turned to stone. When asked about the Allens, the answer was always the same. Saw nothing, heard nothing, know nothing. This wasn't just a lack of cooperation, it was a deeply ingrained code of omerta, the unwritten law of the mountains. The first pillar of this code was fear, and it was a fear well earned. The Allens had ruled their corner of the county for decades through a mixture of influence and raw intimidation. To speak against them was to invite ruin. A farmer whose land bordered the Allens might find his best cow missing one morning, or his fence cut in the dead of night. A whisper to the sheriff could mean finding your barn burned to the ground a week later, with no one to blame but the shadows. The community knew the Allens' justice was swifter and more certain than any verdict from a distant court. But it was more than just fear. It was kinship. In the tangled genealogy of the Appalachian hollows, the Allen family tree had roots in every direction. They were connected by blood and marriage to half the families in the county. Asking someone to turn on the Allens was often asking them to betray a cousin, a brother-in-law, or a childhood friend. To these people, the lawmen from the city were the true outsiders, the invaders. The Allens, for all their violence, were their own. Loyalty to blood was a sacred duty that trumped any law written in a book. This wall of silence drove the detectives to the edge of madness. They were in a foreign country, surrounded by people who looked and spoke like them, but who lived by an ancient, invisible set of rules. The truth of the massacre wasn't a secret buried in the ground. It was a story being actively protected behind every locked door and every pair of cold, watchful eyes. The community had closed ranks, forming a silent army that was just as effective as the Allens' own guns at keeping the law at bay. Weeks turned into a month, and the mountains held their secret. The manhunt, for all its resources and manpower, was a spectacular failure. The Allens had been swallowed by the wilderness, and the wall of silence held firm. The detectives were frustrated, the governor was furious, and it began to look as if the Allen clan might have truly committed the perfect crime, disappearing into folklore as ghosts of the Blue Ridge. But the men from the Baldwin Felts Agency were not mountain men. They were masters of human weakness, and they knew that every fortress has a crack. They shifted their strategy. They couldn't out-hike the Allens, so they decided to buy them. Massive reward notices were posted on every courthouse door, every general store window, every fence post from Virginia to Tennessee. The price on the Allens' heads grew to a small fortune, enough money to change a poor dirt farmer's life forever. They were no longer just hunting men with guns, they were hunting them with greed, planting a seed of temptation in the heart of the community. And then, it happened. The turning point came not with a shout, but with a whisper. A secret message, passed through a trusted intermediary, reached the detectives. It wasn't a grand confession, and it didn't come from a core member of the clan. It came from the periphery, from someone whose loyalty was weaker than their desire for the reward money, or perhaps someone who was simply tired of the chaos the Allens had brought down upon them all. The message contained the one thing the law had been missing: a specific location. A small farmhouse, a known sympathizer's home, where Floyd and Claude Allen were believed to be hiding. This was the forgotten clue they had been searching for. It wasn't an overlooked piece of evidence on the courthouse floor. It was a piece of human intelligence, pried loose from the wall of silence by the relentless pressure and the lure of cash. Suddenly, the vast, intimidating wilderness shrank to a single point on a map. The hunt was no longer a blind chase through an endless forest. It was a focused, surgical strike. The momentum had shifted. The Allens' greatest shield, the loyalty of their people, had finally been breached, and the lawmen now knew exactly where to find their prey. Under the cover of a moonless night, the law closed its iron fist around the farmhouse. The Baldwin Felts detectives, moving with the cold professionalism of seasoned hunters, took their positions, their rifles and shotguns aimed at every door and window. There would be no escape this time. The tip from their secret informant had been good. Inside that small wooden building were the two most wanted men in Virginia, Floyd and Claude Allen, the patriarch and the instigator. The air was thick with a silence that felt heavier than any sound, the calm before a final bloody storm. As the first light of dawn began to bleed over the mountain ridges, the call for surrender was issued. It was met not with words, but with the bright orange flash of a rifle from a darkened window, the sharp crack echoing across the valley. The farmhouse erupted in a blaze of gunfire. The Allens were not surrendering. They were making their last stand, turning a simple farmhouse into a fort and choosing to die in a blaze of glory rather than be taken alive. For hours, the siege raged, a furious exchange of lead that tore the small building to splinters. But the fight was hopeless. Surrounded and outgunned, the end came swiftly. In a final desperate rush, the detectives stormed the house. And then the legends were made of flesh and blood. Floyd Allen, the powerful patriarch, was found wounded. His fight bled out of him. The aura of invincibility shattered. He was no longer the king of Carroll County, but a captured, bleeding old man. His son Claude, the young firebrand who had started the massacre with a single shot, was also taken, his youthful fury finally extinguished by the overwhelming force of the law. As they were led out of the ruined farmhouse in chains, the full, horrifying truth of their motive was finally unmasked. It wasn't written in a hidden diary or a forgotten letter. It was written in the blood they had spilled and the defiance they had shown to the very end. This was never just about a minor charge or a one-year sentence. This was a battle for a way of life. They were soldiers in a war against a future that had no place for them, fighting for a code of honor that demanded violence against shame. The true culprit, the force that had driven them, was the unwritten law of the mountains, the creed that had been hammered into them since birth. The men who walked out of that farmhouse were the living, breathing products of Barbara Allen's terrible gospel, and Allen does not go to jail. In their capture, they had failed their code, but their final, desperate stand proved just how deeply they believed it. The chase was over, and the men behind the myth were finally exposed. Now, with the benefit of history, we can finally step back into that courtroom and witness the terrible harvest of the Allen creed. Picture the scene. The room is packed, the air thick with tension. Judge Thornton Massey, a man of the law, looks down from his bench. Below him stands Floyd Allen, a man of the mountains, surrounded by his kin. It is a standoff between two worlds, and the wooden walls of the courthouse have become the frontier. The judge's voice cuts through the silence, clear and firm, as he delivers the sentence, 1 year in the state penitentiary. The words hang in the air for a heartbeat, an intolerable insult. Floyd Allen draws himself up to his full height, his face like carved stone. He looks not at the judge, but at his own clan, and makes his declaration, a phrase that will become his epitaph. "I ain't a-goin'." Before the last syllable has faded, the room explodes. The first shot cracks like a whip, a sound so sharp and final it seems to suck all the air from the room. Judge Massey jerks backward, a look of stunned disbelief on his face, and then slumps forward over his bench. His gavel, the symbol of his authority, slides from his hand and clatters onto the floor below. That single sound breaks the spell, and hell is unleashed. The courtroom becomes a roaring, blinding vortex of chaos. Muzzle flashes from the Allen's pistols create strobing, hellish images in the suddenly dark, smoke-filled room. The noise is deafening, a continuous thunder that rattles the windows and shakes the floorboards. Men and women scream and dive for cover, crawling under heavy wooden benches as bullets splinter the wood just above their heads. Papers from the prosecutor's table are thrown into the air by the concussions, fluttering down through the haze like pale, terrified birds. Sheriff Webb, reacting on pure instinct, draws his revolver. He takes but a single step towards the Allens before he is thrown backward, falling near the doorway he was sworn to protect. Across the room, Commonwealth's Attorney Foster rises from his chair, his mouth open as if to object, but his argument is silenced forever as he too collapses to the floor. It is not a gunfight, it is an execution. Then, as suddenly as it began, the shooting stops. An unnatural ringing silence descends, broken only by the choked sobs of the survivors. The thick, acrid smoke of black powder hangs in the air, a suffocating fog that obscures everything. As it slowly begins to clear, the full horror is revealed. The chairs where the Allens had been sitting are empty, and on the walls, on the judge's bench, on the witness stand, are dozens of dark, round marks, the 57 silent witnesses to 90 seconds of absolute carnage. The Allen clan was gone, leaving behind only blood, smoke, and the shattered ruins of the law. The trial of Floyd and Claude Allen was not a legal proceeding, it was a public reckoning. The state of Virginia, its authority profoundly wounded, put the full weight of its power on display. The small town of Wytheville, where the trial was moved to ensure a less biased jury, became the center of a national media circus. Reporters from as far away as New York and Chicago descended, eager to capture every detail of what they called the Savage Mountain Feud. For the state, this was a show trial in the truest sense, a chance to prove, once and for all, that the law of the Commonwealth was stronger than any clan's code of honor. In the defendant's box, Floyd and Claude Allen were not broken men begging for mercy. They were defiant to the last. Floyd sat with the stoic, quiet dignity of a fallen king, his gaze steady, his contempt for the proceedings clear in every line of his weathered face. He listened to the testimony against him, not as a criminal, but as a captured enemy general forced to endure the rituals of his conquerors. Beside him, his son Claude was a caged wolf, his eyes burning with an unrepentant fire. They offered no apologies, no explanations. They had lived by their code, and they would die by it. The prosecution's case was simple and brutal. This was a premeditated assassination of the law itself. They painted the Allens as a lawless tribe, a cancerous growth on the body of civilized society that had to be cut out. The defense, in a nearly impossible task, tried to argue that this was a tragedy of culture, a spontaneous eruption of violence born from the unique and volatile honor code of the mountains. They weren't trying to prove innocence. They were trying to explain a worldview that the jury box, filled with merchants and flatland farmers, could never possibly comprehend. The verdict was a foregone conclusion. When the jury foreman stood and pronounced both Floyd and Claude Allen guilty of murder in the first degree, a wave of relief and grim satisfaction washed over the courtroom. But the Allens themselves did not flinch. They had expected no quarter from this foreign court, and they were given none. The sentence followed swiftly: death in the state's electric chair. This final judgment was perhaps the ultimate symbol of the clash of worlds. The Allens had dealt in the hot, personal violence of the pistol. The state would answer with the cold, impersonal, technological power of electricity. In March of 1913, almost a year to the day after the massacre, father and son were executed. For the newspapers and the world outside, justice had been served. But back in the hollows of Carroll County, the story was far from over. The executions didn't end the legend. They cemented it. Floyd and Claude became martyrs, their deaths a final, terrible proof to many that the government's justice was just a more organized form of killing, a verdict that still sparks arguments in these hills to this day. The executions of Floyd and Claude Allen were not an end, but the beginning of a long, painful reckoning. The Allen clan, once a formidable power in the Blue Ridge, was shattered. Their name, once spoken with a mixture of respect and fear, now became a synonym for senseless murder. The clan's other key figures were systematically hunted down and brought to justice. Sidney Allen, Barbara's own son, was wounded in a shootout and captured. He, along with his uncle Sidney Allen, was sentenced to decades in the state penitentiary, a fate that, for men raised on a doctrine of absolute freedom, was a kind of living death. The Allens' land holdings diminished, their political influence evaporated, and their aura of invincibility was gone forever, replaced by a legacy of infamy. At the heart of this ruin sat Barbara Graham Allen, the matriarch who had planted the seeds of this destruction. She lived to see the catastrophic harvest of her teachings. She saw her brother-in-law and nephew sent to the electric chair. She saw her own son, Sidney, locked away in a cage. The central commandment of her life, Allen's "don't go to jail," had become a bitter, ironic prophecy. Her family had either been sent to their graves or to a prison cell, the ultimate humiliation she had raised them to avoid. She died in 1920, a lonely, unyielding woman surrounded by the ghosts of the men she had forged, her final years spent in the quiet desolation of a kingdom turned to ash. The scars on the community of Hillsville ran just as deep. The families of Judge Massey, Sheriff Webb, William Foster, and the others were left with an unfillable void. They were not just statistics in a famous crime, they were husbands, fathers, and brothers whose absence left a permanent wound on the town. For decades, the massacre was a shadow that hung over Carroll County, a topic spoken of in hushed tones. The event divided neighbors and created a legacy of bitterness and distrust that would take generations to heal. Hillsville was no longer just a quiet mountain town. It was now a landmark of American violence. The men who escaped the electric chair still paid a heavy price. Sidney and Sidna Allen served long years behind the bleak walls of the Virginia State Penitentiary. Sidna, in a final act of Allen defiance, managed a daring escape but was eventually recaptured. Both were eventually paroled, returning as old, broken men to a world that had moved on without them. They were relics of a bygone era, their lives a long, slow postscript to the 90 seconds of chaos that had defined them. The fire of their youth had been extinguished by the slow, grinding reality of prison life. The tragedy of Hillsville didn't just end with the trials or the prison sentences, it echoed down through the generations. The descendants of the Allen clan had to navigate a world where their last name was a mark of shame. The children of the victims grew up without fathers, their lives forever defined by the violence of that day. The fates of everyone touched by the massacre, perpetrator and victim, lawman and outlaw, remained forever intertwined, bound together by the blood that was spilled on the courthouse floor. The world may have moved on, but in the Blue Ridge Mountains, the past is never truly past. If you travel to Hillsville today, you will not find the brick courthouse where the massacre took place. It was tragically lost to a fire in the 1990s. But for 85 years, that building stood as the most tangible monument to the tragedy. Its exterior walls held the scars of that day, the dark, round pockmarks left by the Allens' guns. For generations, people made a kind of pilgrimage to that courthouse, not just to conduct business, but to run their fingers over those bullet holes, to touch the physical evidence of a day when the law was shot dead in its own home. The echoes of the story are etched in stone in the quiet cemeteries scattered throughout the county. In the Hillsville Cemetery, you can find the graves of Judge Massey, Sheriff Webb, and William Foster, their tombstones speaking of duty and a life cut short in service to the law. Miles away, in a family plot, lie the bodies of Floyd and Claude Allen, executed and buried back in the mountain soil that they fought and died for. Their graves, too, draw visitors, those who see them not as murderers, but as symbols of a fierce bygone independence. But the story's most enduring life is in the telling. The Hillsville Massacre seeped into the very soil of Appalachia and grew into folklore. For 100 years, it has been a cautionary tale told on front porches, a ghost story whispered around campfires. Local bards and balladeers captured the tragedy in song, and if you listen closely in the old-time music circles of the Blue Ridge, you might still hear the mournful tune of the Ballad of Floyd Allen, a song that turns the bloody tale into a timeless legend of pride and rebellion. More than anything, the mountains themselves remember. They were the silent witnesses to the Allens' flight, to the manhunt, and to the final, desperate siege. The wind that whispers through the pines on a cold night seems to carry the echoes of the gunshots. The old roads that twist through the hollows still feel as though they carry the memory of the posse's hoofbeats. History in these hills isn't just written in books or carved on monuments. It's a living presence in the landscape, a story the mountains will never let go of. So we return to the question that hung in the gunpowder smoke of that Hillsville courtroom. What could possess men to commit such an act? The easy answer is pride, or anger, or a primitive sense of justice. But the truth is that the most dangerous force in that room was not a man with a gun, but an idea. The idea that a family's honor was worth more than the law, worth more than another man's life, worth more than their own. This was the gospel according to Barbara Allen, a creed so powerful that it turned sons and nephews into soldiers in a war only they believed they were fighting. This is a story not just of a crime, but of a collision between two worlds. The Hillsville massacre was the sound of an old world breaking against the shores of a new one. It is a brutal lesson in how a code of honor, once necessary for survival in a lawless frontier, can become a death sentence when the world changes. The Allens' fierce loyalty and unyielding pride were the very virtues that had made their ancestors strong. But in the 20th century, those same virtues led directly to the electric chair and the prison cell. Their story is a chilling reminder that the deadliest prisons are not always made of stone and steel, but are sometimes built from the unshakable beliefs passed down from one generation to the next. In the end, this is the tragedy of Barbara Allen. She was the unindicted architect of the massacre, a matriarch whose fierce love for her family's pride was so absolute that it demanded its utter ruin. She was not in the courtroom that day, but her spirit pulled every trigger. She won her battle. Floyd Allen never wore prison stripes, but in doing so, she lost everything. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story, or at least as much of it as the mountains are willing to give up. When we think of train robbers, we picture cowboys on horseback chasing a locomotive across the open prairie. But what if the crime wasn't set against an endless sky, but in the pitch-black throat of a mountain? On October 23, 1901, the most luxurious train in Appalachia, the fast-flying Virginian, saw a red signal and slowed to a stop inside tunnel number 19. For the hundreds of sleeping passengers, it was just a minor delay. For the crew up front, it was the beginning of a nightmare. The men who emerged from the darkness weren't romantic bandits. They were something new, more ruthless. So what really happened inside that tunnel? And why has this brutal crime been almost completely forgotten? In the early 1900s, the Chesapeake and Ohio Railroad was more than just tracks. It was a steel artery pumping life through the heart of Appalachia. It carried coal out of the mountains and brought the modern world in. And the crown jewel of the C&O line was the FFV, Limited, the fast-flying Virginian. This was no grimy freight hauler. It was a rolling palace of polished wood, plush velvet, and gleaming brass, a symbol of progress and prosperity slicing through the ancient, brooding hills. On board were wealthy industrialists, politicians, and families, dining in luxury or sleeping soundly in Pullman cars, utterly disconnected from the rugged land they were passing through. This land, the Allegheny Mountains of Virginia, was a world of stark contrasts. Small towns like Jerry's Run were nestled in valleys where life had followed the rhythm of the seasons for generations. But the railroad had changed everything. It brought jobs, money, and a new kind of tension. And it bred a new kind of man, caught between the old ways and the encroaching industrial age. The Flippin and Jenkins brothers were products of this world. George and Charles Flippin, Jack and Gus Jenkins. These weren't outsiders. They were local men. Rumor had it some of them had once worked for the C&O, their hands calloused by the same railroad they now saw as a target. They knew its schedules, its procedures, and its weaknesses. They weren't faceless bandits. They were neighbors, men who understood the land and the steel river that ran through it. They saw the FFV not as a symbol of progress, but as a fat prize, a rolling bank vault just waiting to be cracked. And in the heart of this territory lay tunnel number 19. It wasn't just a hole in a mountain. It was long, it was curved, and it was pitch black. Once a train entered, its engineer was blind to what was on the other side. For the passengers, it was a momentary darkness. But for men with local knowledge and a grudge, it was the perfect choke point. It was a natural trap designed by the mountain itself. And so, on that cool October night, the world held its breath. The luxurious FFV sped through the darkness, a cocoon of light and warmth. Inside the mail car, an express agent named Charles K. Bobbitt went about his duties, guarding the money and securities that were the lifeblood of the region's economy. He was just a man doing his job, unaware that 4 local men were waiting in the shadows, ready to turn his ordinary night into a legend of violence and greed. Little did anyone on that train know, the modern world was about to collide with the brutal reality of the mountains. Just after 10 o'clock, as the FFV Limited thundered towards Tunnel 19, the engineer saw a familiar sight. A single red light glowing in the distance, the universal signal to stop. He did what any railroad man would do. He slowed the massive engine, easing it into the gaping mouth of the tunnel, expecting a simple delay. And that's when the trap snapped shut. Out of the inky blackness, shadows detached themselves from the rock walls. Before the engineer or his fireman could react, armed men were swarming the locomotive. Imagine the terror. In front of them, the suffocating darkness of the tunnel. Behind them, hundreds of sleeping passengers who had trusted their lives to them. And right beside them, the cold glint of revolver barrels in the firebox glow. There was no negotiation. There was no room to run. The robbers' orders were precise and chillingly calm. They weren't interested in the passengers' jewelry or the cash in their wallets. They had a single, high-valued target. At gunpoint, they forced the engineer to perform an act of surgical precision. He had to uncouple the engine, along with the mail and baggage car directly behind it, from the rest of the train. With a loud metallic shriek, the connection was broken. The point of no return had been crossed. The robbers now commanded a ghost train, an engine and a single priceless car, pulling away from the main train and out the other side of the tunnel. The rest of the FFV, with its hundreds of oblivious souls, sat silent and dead on the tracks, abandoned in the dark heart of the mountain, their world of comfort and safety suddenly and irrevocably severed. Isolated from the main train, the mail car was now a steel coffin on wheels. Inside, express agent Charles Bobbitt knew he was in trouble. He heard the commotion, the decoupling of the cars, and he barricaded the heavy doors. The robbers shouted for him to open up. He refused. He was a railroad man, and this car was his responsibility. Their answer came not in words, but in a deafening roar that shook the very mountain. The outlaws didn't waste time on persuasion. They used dynamite. The massive car door, built to withstand nearly anything, was simply gone, reduced to a cloud of splinters and stinging, acrid dust. Through the settling smoke, the gang stormed the breach. And they saw him, Charles Bobbitt, wounded by the blast, but not broken. He was on his feet, revolver in hand, a lone guardian amidst the wreckage. What happened next was not a negotiation. It was a furious, echoing chaos in a cramped steel box. The small space was filled with the bark of pistols and the blinding flash of muzzle fire. It was over in seconds. When the ringing in their ears subsided, only one side was left standing. Charles Bobbitt lay on the floor of his car, a silent testament to a duty he refused to abandon, even in the face of certain death. Stepping over the fallen agent, the gang went to work with cold precision. They ripped open the safes, stuffing canvas bags with cash and securities. Their haul was estimated between $10,000 and $40,000, what would be well over $1 million today. With their prize secured, they didn't linger. Bags heavy with the railroad's lifeblood, they slipped out of the ruined car and melted back into the Appalachian night. The same forest that had birthed them now swallowed them whole, leaving behind only silence, smoke, and a hero lying on the floor. Back in the tunnel, confusion curdled into fear. The passengers of the FFV Limited sat in absolute darkness and silence, a silence that felt heavy and unnatural. When the train crew finally made their way forward through the cars, they found what the robbers had left behind. Nothing. The engine and mail car had simply vanished. It was only when they emerged from the far end of the tunnel on foot that they saw the scene of the crime. There, sitting alone on the tracks, was the locomotive and the brutalized mail car, its door blasted open like a gaping wound. Inside, amidst the wreckage and the smell of gunpowder, they found Charles Bobbitt. Against all odds, he was alive. Riddled with bullets and wounded by the dynamite blast, he was clinging to life with a tenacity that defied belief. He became an instant hero, the man who stared down the barrel of a gun and refused to back down. His survival was a miracle, a small point of light in an otherwise dark and vicious crime. The Chesapeake and Ohio Railroad was a corporate giant, and this was not just a theft, it was a declaration of war. An attack on their flagship train was an attack on their authority and their very honor. They responded with overwhelming force. Their own police force was mobilized, and they called in the best and most ruthless help money could buy, the Baldwin Felts Detective Agency. These were not local sheriffs. They were the infamous strikebreakers and union busters who would later become feared enforcers for the coal barons. They were professional manhunters, and they descended on the Alleghenies with a single-minded purpose. A massive manhunt began. The news spread like wildfire along the telegraph lines that crisscrossed the mountains. A huge reward was offered, turning neighbors into potential informants. The world was changing fast, and the dense Appalachian forests, once an impenetrable sanctuary for outlaws, were now surrounded by a network of technology and law. The gang might have known the woods like the back of their hand, but they were now trapped within them. Fear and rumor swept through the valleys. Every stranger was viewed with suspicion. People whispered stories about the brutal dynamite attack, about the bravery of the express agent, and about the audacious local boys who had dared to challenge the mighty C&O. The Flippin' Jenkins gang had pulled off the perfect crime, but in doing so, they had brought the full weight of the industrial world crashing down upon their heads. The mountains that had been their shield were now becoming their cage. The Appalachian forests couldn't hold them forever. The gang's downfall wasn't a dramatic last stand in a mountain hollow, but a quiet betrayal by the very thing they stole. They began spending the new, crisp banknotes, money that was as traceable in that era as a marked bill is today. Informants, lured by the massive reward, took note. One by one, the Baldwin Felts detectives, methodical and relentless, tracked them down. Within weeks, the Flippin' Jenkins gang was in chains. Their trial was a major event in the quiet county. The courthouse was packed to the rafters, with a tense mix of curious locals, grim-faced railroad officials, and heavily armed guards. It felt less like a quest for truth and more like a show of force. This wasn't a dispute between neighbors. This was the C&O Railroad, a titan of industry, making it clear that its domain was absolute. The lawyers for the prosecution, funded by the railroad, were sharp and merciless, painting a picture of pure, unadulterated evil. In the defendant's box sat the four men, no longer the masters of the dark tunnel, but pale and exposed under the harsh light of the courtroom. There were no romantic pronouncements, no defiant speeches for the newspapers. By all accounts, they were sullen and defeated. They were local men, known in their communities, now stripped of all power, facing a legal machine they had no hope of overcoming. They were men of the mountains, but they were being judged by the unyielding law of the modern world. The evidence was overwhelming. The testimony of the train crew, the recovered loot, their own confessions, it all formed an ironclad case. The defense attorneys could do little more than go through the motions. The outcome was never in doubt. This trial wasn't about determining guilt or innocence, it was about delivering a message. The verdict, when it came, was as swift and decisive as the dynamite blast they had used. Guilty on all counts. And the sentence was a living death, life in the Virginia State Penitentiary. There was no glory, no ballad sung of their deeds. They weren't hanged and turned into martyrs. They were simply erased, condemned to fade away into the anonymity of the prison system. So, was this justice? For the railroad, absolutely. For Charles Bobbitt, who carried the scars for the rest of his life, it most certainly was. But for the people watching, it felt like something else. It was the cold, efficient justice of a corporation, a power that could reach into the deepest parts of Appalachia and extinguish any who dared to challenge it. The Flippin' Jenkins gang were violent criminals, but their fate was also a stark warning to everyone in the mountains. The old ways were over. The railroad was king. So what became of the Flippin' Jenkins gang, the men who brought terror to the FFV Limited? They didn't become folk heroes like Jesse James. There were no daring escapes, no ballads sung of their exploits. They simply vanished into the stone walls of the Virginia Penitentiary. They lived out their days as anonymous numbers in the prison system, their names and their crime fading from public memory until they died. Forgotten men paying a long, slow price for a few minutes of violent greed. But what about the true hero of that night? Express Agent Charles K. Bobbitt. His story is the one that deserves to be remembered. He not only survived his horrific wounds, but he became a symbol of courage for the C&O Railroad. The company rewarded him for his bravery, and he continued to work on the railroad he had defended with his life, serving faithfully until his retirement. He didn't seek fame or glory. He was a quiet, dutiful man who, when tested by fire and dynamite, proved to be stronger than steel. And what of the stage for this drama? Tunnel 19 still cuts through the mountain near Jerry's Run, Virginia. The FFV Limited is long gone, a ghost of a more elegant age, but the steel artery remains. Freight trains, the modern workhorses of the railroad, still thunder through that same darkness, their powerful horns echoing in the valleys. For the engineers today, it's just another tunnel, a number on a map. Most have no idea that they are passing through the scene of one of the most audacious and brutal crimes in Appalachian history. But a story this violent leaves more than just physical marks. It leaves a legend. For over a century, a whisper has persisted in the hills around Jerry's Run, the rumor of lost gold. The story goes that the gang, in their frantic escape, managed to bury a portion of their loot somewhere in the dense woods. Even now, locals and treasure hunters armed with metal detectors still comb the mountainsides, searching for a fortune that likely never existed outside of campfire tales. It seems the lure of the robbers' gold has lasted far longer than the memory of the men themselves. The official records may gather dust, but the mountains, they remember everything. So we return to the question we asked at the beginning. Why has this crime, so bold and so brutal, been almost completely erased from history? The answer lies in the crime itself. There was no romance here. This was not a story of noble outlaws fighting a corrupt system. This was a story of dynamite, greed, and a cold-blooded attack on a man just doing his job. It was a calculated industrial crime, born from the soot and steel of a new era, and it didn't fit the clean, romantic narrative of the Wild West that America wanted to believe. The mythology of the prairie, with its wide-open spaces, simply overshadowed the dark, complex reality of the mountains. The story of the Tunnel 19 robbery is a stark reminder that the history of Appalachia is not one of simple hillbillies or quaint folk tales. It's a story of profound and often violent collision between old ways and new technology, between the code of the mountains and the law of the corporation. The Flippin' Jenkins gang weren't cowboys. They were a new breed of industrial bandits, as much a product of the railroad as the coal it carried. And in their swift and ignominious end, we see the raw power of the industrial world asserting its dominance over the old frontier. But if there is a lesson here, it is not just one of cruelty. It's also found in the quiet courage of a man like Charles K. Bobbitt, an ordinary man who, when plunged into the heart of darkness, refused to break. He represents the other side of the Appalachian spirit, not the outlaw defiance, but the deep-rooted resilience, the sense of duty, and the simple, unshakable will to endure. His legacy, though quieter, is far more powerful than any lost gold. It reminds us that true grit isn't found in taking a prize, but in protecting what's entrusted to you, no matter the cost. When I say the name Fred Rogers, a specific image floods your mind. You see a red cardigan being zipped up, you see sneakers being tied, you see a gentle smile, and you hear a soft piano melody that makes you feel safe. For 50 years, that name has been synonymous with kindness. It represents a man who taught generations of American children that they were special and that they were loved. It is perhaps the most trusted name in the history of television. But in 1957, in the deep, mist-covered hollows of West Virginia, that name did not mean safety. It did not mean comfort. And it certainly didn't mean it was a beautiful day in the neighborhood. In Fayette County, when people whispered the name Fred Rogers, they didn't smile. They locked their doors. They checked the shotgun behind the frame. Because the Fred Rogers of this story wasn't interested in being your neighbor. He was interested in hunting you. This is not the story of a children's show host. This is the story of a man who walked the same earth at the same time, carrying the same name, but living in a completely different moral universe. While one Fred Rogers was building a land of make-believe, the other was building a very real house of horrors. A place so disturbing that the locals, tough, hardened coal miners and mountain men who had seen everything, couldn't bring themselves to call him a man at all. They called him the Beast Man. To understand how this happened, we have to strip away our modern comforts. We have to go back to a time before smartphones, before DNA profiling, and before the term serial killer even existed. We are going to 1950s Appalachia. Picture a world of steep green mountains that act like walls, cutting you off from the rest of civilization. It is a place of breathtaking beauty, but also of profound isolation. In the 50s, the interstate highway system hadn't yet sliced through these hills. Roads were dirt and gravel. Houses were miles apart, hidden behind thick curtains of oak and pine. If you screamed in a city, someone might hear you. If you screamed here, the sound would just travel up the valley and dissolve into the fog. In this world, survival depended on trust. You had to trust your neighbor because he was the only one who could pull your truck out of the mud or help you fix your barn roof. Strangers were viewed with suspicion, but a neighbor was sacred. And that is exactly what Fred Rogers counted on. He wasn't a drifter. He wasn't a shadow in the alley. He was a member of the community. He was the polite man who waved at you from his porch. He was the man who might offer an elderly woman a ride to the grocery store or help a widow with her taxes. He understood the social fabric of the American South perfectly. He knew that if you wore a suit, spoke softly, and smiled at the right time, you became invisible. We often think of monsters as chaotic, messy creatures. We imagine them lurking in the dark, frantic and wild. But the most dangerous predators in history are the ones who have learned to mimic human behavior. They are the chameleons. They stand in line with us at the bank. They sit in the pew behind us at church. They look like us. Fred Rogers was the ultimate chameleon. He crafted a persona of a successful, charming businessman. He projected an image of stability that attracted exactly the kind of people he was looking for. The lonely, the vulnerable, the people who were just looking for a connection in a world that felt like it was moving too fast. But beneath that carefully ironed suit was a mind that didn't process human emotion like yours or mine. Where you see a person, he saw an object. Where you feel empathy, he felt opportunity. And where you see a home, he saw a hunting ground. To truly grasp the scale of what happened, you need to understand the stage upon which this tragedy played out. West Virginia is often called the Mountain State, but that name doesn't quite do it justice. These aren't just mountains. They are ancient, eroded walls that create a labyrinth of valleys, ridges, and hollows, or as the locals say, hollers. In the 1950s, a holler was more than just a geographical feature. It was a world unto itself. You could live your entire life in one valley and barely know the people 3 ridges over. The communities here were tight-knit, bound by blood and the coal dust that covered everything. But they were also intensely private. The unwritten rule of the mountains was simple. You mind your business, and I'll mind mine. Imagine driving down a road that isn't on any map. The canopy of trees overhead is so thick it blocks out the midday sun. The air is heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. There are no streetlights, no cell towers, no surveillance cameras, just miles and miles of winding gravel tracks that often dead end at a solitary house. It was the perfect environment for a predator. In a modern city, you are constantly being watched. Witnesses, cameras, digital footprints. But here, a man could disappear. Or worse, he could make someone else disappear. The police presence in these rural counties was minimal. A sheriff might have 3 or 4 deputies covering an area of 500 square miles. They didn't have the manpower to patrol every back road. They relied on reports. They relied on people noticing that something was wrong. But what happens when the person who goes missing has no one to notice? This isolation created a unique kind of vulnerability. We often think of the 1950s as the golden age of American community, where doors were left unlocked and everyone knew everyone. That was true in the suburbs of New York or Chicago. But in the remote corners of Appalachia, isolation was a double-edged sword. It offered freedom, yes, but it also offered silence. In these hills, if you scream, the only thing that answers back is the echo, and sometimes not even that. The geography acted as an accomplice. If you wanted to hide something in a city, you had to be clever. If you wanted to hide something here, you just had to walk 100 yards into the woods. The forest floor, with its deep layers of foliage and shifting soil, could swallow a secret in an afternoon. Into this landscape walked Fred Rogers. He wasn't a mountain man by birth, but he understood the utility of the terrain. He saw the hollers not as a place of beauty, but as a place of concealment. He realized that the privacy the locals cherished so much could be weaponized against them. He chose his location carefully. A house that was respectable enough to invite guests into, but isolated enough that no one could hear what happened after the door closed. A place where the nearest neighbor was just far enough away to see the lights on, but too far away to hear a cry for help. The house he eventually occupied became a fortress of solitude. To the casual observer driving past, it was just another quiet home in a quiet state. A place where a man might retire to read books and listen to the radio. But the geography allowed him to control his environment completely. He controlled who came in. He controlled who went out. And most importantly, he controlled the narrative. If you were casting a movie about a serial killer in the 1950s, you would probably look for someone with a sharp, sinister face, someone with cold eyes and a nervous twitch. You would want the audience to know, the moment he stepped on screen, that this was the bad guy. Fred Rogers would never have been cast in that role. In person, Rogers was disarmingly ordinary. He was a heavy-set man, soft around the middle, with a face that seemed permanently etched with a grandfatherly concern. He wore thick-rimmed glasses that gave him an air of intelligence and harmlessness. He didn't look like a predator. He looked like the guy who taught Sunday school or the accountant who handled the church finances. He dressed the part too. In a region where denim overalls and coal-stained work boots were the uniform of the day, Rogers was always impeccable. He wore suits. He wore ties. His shirts were starched. He smelled of cheap but pleasant cologne and tobacco. To the people of West Virginia, this attire signaled one thing: respectability. He presented himself as a man of means. a retired civil engineer, or perhaps a businessman looking for a quiet place to settle down after a life of hard work. He spoke with a confidence that suggested he knew things others didn't. When he walked into the local general store, the conversation didn't stop in fear. It stopped in deference. But this persona was a complete fabrication. It was a costume. The real Fred Rogers was a career criminal, but not a violent one, at least, not initially. He was a grifter, a con artist. He had spent years drifting through the cracks of American society, learning the art of the lie. He knew that people see what they want to see. If you act like you belong, people assume you do. If you act like you have money, people assume you are rich. He had learned a crucial lesson early in his life of crime. Violence attracts attention, but persuasion is invisible. If you rob a bank, the police come looking. But if you talk someone into giving you their life savings, they might be too embarrassed to ever report it. Rogers was a master of reading human needs. He could look at a person and see exactly what was missing from their life. For the men in the community, he offered camaraderie and stories of the outside world. For the women, he offered something far more dangerous: hope. He wasn't a young man. By the time he arrived in West Virginia, he was in his late 50s. This age was his greatest camouflage. We are conditioned to view the elderly as harmless. We hold doors open for them. We trust them with our children. We assume that the fire of aggression burns out with age. Rogers used this bias like a skeleton key. Who would suspect the chubby, bespectacled old man of doing anything worse than cheating at cards? And he realized that in the vast, lonely expanse of America, he didn't need to hunt with a gun. He found a weapon that was far more effective, silent, and reached much further than any bullet. He picked up a pen. In the era before dating apps and instant messaging, the search for love was a slow, deliberate process. For millions of Americans in the 1950s, especially those who were widowed, divorced, or simply left behind by the post-war baby boom, loneliness was a quiet epidemic. To cure this, many turned to Lonely Hearts Clubs. These were magazines and newspapers dedicated to connecting singles across the country. You would send in a photo and a short biography, pay a small fee, and your profile would be printed alongside hundreds of others. It was the Tinder of the atomic age, but infinitely slower, and as it turned out, infinitely more dangerous. For Fred Rogers, these magazines were not a path to romance. They were a catalogue. He didn't just browse them, he studied them. He looked for specific keywords: widow, savings, homeowner, no children. He was filtering for vulnerability. He was looking for women who had assets but no protectors, women who were desperate enough to travel to a stranger and isolated enough that no one would immediately come looking for them. Once he identified a target, the seduction began. But it didn't happen in person. It happened on paper. Rogers was a prolific writer. His letters were masterpieces of manipulation. He didn't come on too strong. He didn't sound desperate. He sounded like a kindred spirit. He would write about his own loneliness, a lie, his comfortable retirement, a lie, and his desire for a companion to share his golden years, the biggest lie of all. He spun a fantasy that was irresistible to a woman sitting alone in a small apartment in Ohio or Pennsylvania. He described the beautiful West Virginia hills. He described his large, empty house that just needed a woman's touch to make it a home. He painted a picture of a peaceful, secure future. For a woman struggling with financial insecurity or the fear of dying alone, these letters were a lifeline. Rogers was offering them an escape hatch. But behind the poetic language was a cold, mathematical calculation. Rogers was essentially running a business. The commodity was human life, and the profit margin was whatever was in their bank account. The trap snapped shut when he popped the question. Not necessarily marriage right away, but a visit. "Come see the house," he would write. "Bring your things. If you like it, we can build a life together." He often advised them to sell their property before coming. "Why keep that old house?" he would suggest gently. "Bring the cash. We can put it into a joint account. We'll start fresh. It sounds obvious to us now. The red flags are blinding, but you have to put yourself in their shoes. These were women who had been invisible for years. Suddenly, a charming, successful man is paying them attention. He wants them. He is offering them a fairy tale ending. The desire to believe is a powerful drug. And so, they came. They packed their suitcases. They withdrew their life savings. They boarded trains and buses. They thought they were traveling toward a new beginning. In reality, they were delivering themselves and their money directly to the butcher's door. Let's follow one of these stories to see how the trap actually worked. Imagine a woman named Celia. She's in her late 50s. She's a widow. Her children have grown up and moved away. Her house feels too big, too quiet. The silence in the evening is deafening. Then she meets Fred Rogers on paper. For 3 months they exchange letters. His handwriting is neat, his tone respectful. By the 4th month, Celia is in love. Not necessarily with the man, but with the idea of him. With the idea of being needed again. He suggests she come for a visit. Just to see, he says. No pressure. But he adds a practical note. If you do decide to stay, it would be a shame to have to go all the way back to sell your things. Why not liquidate now? Bring the cash. Banks are so impersonal, and out here in the country, cash is king. She sells her furniture. She closes her bank account. She sews the cash into the lining of her coat or hides it deep in her purse, feeling a thrill of excitement she hasn't felt in decades. She takes a Greyhound bus. The landscape changes from the flat plains or the crowded city streets to the rolling green hills of Appalachia. The roads get narrower. The towns get smaller. When she arrives at the station, he is there waiting. He looks exactly like his picture. He is smiling. He takes her heavy suitcase, the one containing everything she owns in the world. He opens the car door for her. "Welcome home," he says. The drive to the house is long. They leave the main road, then the paved road, then the gravel road. The trees close in. The nearest house was passed miles ago. A flicker of doubt might cross her mind now. It's very isolated. It's very quiet. When they pull up to the house, it looks normal. A 2-story structure, maybe a bit weathered but solid. She steps inside. She expects a warm embrace, a cup of tea, a celebration of their new life. And for the first few days, that's exactly what she gets. This was the most cruel part of Roger's game. He didn't strike immediately. He played the role of the gracious host. He cooked for them. He walked with them in the woods. He let them feel safe. He was waiting. He was waiting for the check to clear. He was waiting for her to write that final letter to her family saying, "I've arrived safely. I'm so happy. I'll write again soon." That letter was crucial. It bought him time. It assured the outside world that everything was fine. Once that letter was in the mailbox, the atmosphere in the house would shift. Subtle at first. A cold look. A snapped command. The charming suitor began to dissolve, revealing the controller underneath. Celia might have noticed he was locking the doors from the inside. She might have noticed he was spending a lot of time in the basement, hammering, building something. But the dream house was rapidly becoming a cage, and the man she thought was her savior was about to become her jailer. The transition from guest to prisoner didn't happen with a bang. There were no bars on the windows, at least not visible ones. The prison Fred Rogers built was psychological first, physical second. Imagine the confusion. You are in a strange house, miles from civilization, with a man you thought you loved. When his behavior changes, your first instinct isn't to run, it's to fix it. You think, did I do something wrong? You try harder to please him. This is the cycle of abuse compressed into a terrifyingly short timeline. Rogers knew that a confused victim is a paralyzed victim. He would start by cutting the lines of communication. The phone is acting up, he'd say. Or, let's just enjoy our privacy for a while. Inside the house, the walls began to close in. The isolation of the holler, once romantic, became oppressive. Rogers would begin to extract information. Where exactly is the rest of the money? Are there any other bank accounts? Who else knows you are here? He did this casually, over dinner, but his eyes were hard. He was taking inventory. He needed to be sure that when she disappeared, no one would have a reason to come looking immediately. We have evidence that some victims lived in the house for weeks before the end came. Weeks of walking on eggshells. Weeks of sleeping in a bed that felt increasingly like a coffin. One can only imagine the moment of realization. The moment when the nice old man mask slipped completely. Maybe she found something she wasn't supposed to see. A piece of jewelry that didn't belong to her. A dress in a size she didn't wear. Or maybe she just saw it in his eyes. The look of a predator who is done playing with his food. She wrote to her sister that she had found paradise. She didn't know she was digging her own grave in the backyard, because that is what was happening. While she was inside, worrying about his mood, Rogers was outside, preparing the disposal site. He was methodical. He dug holes. He prepared chemicals. He sharpened tools. The terror of this situation is the helplessness. Even if she wanted to run, where would she go? She is in the middle of the Appalachian wilderness. She has no car. She likely has no money, as she has already given it to him for safekeeping. And Rogers was always watching. But the end was inevitable. Rogers ran his house like a conveyor belt. He couldn't have the old victim cluttering up the space when he was already writing letters to the next one. He needed the room. He needed the bed empty. The murder itself wasn't a crime of passion. It wasn't a heated argument that got out of hand. It was a chore. It was the final item on a checklist. Get the money, secure the deed, kill the woman, clean the house, repeat. And the most chilling part? While this horror movie was playing out inside the walls, life outside went on as normal. The mailman delivered the post. The sun rose and set over the mountains, and Fred Rogers, the monster of the holler, continued to wave at his neighbors. We often comfort ourselves with the idea that evil is obvious. We want to believe that if a man was butchering people in his basement, he would walk around with a dark cloud over his head. But Fred Rogers destroyed that comfort. He wasn't the outcast. He was the pillar. While he was actively murdering women and disposing of their bodies, he was also attending the local church every Sunday. He sang the hymns. He put money in the collection plate, money that, in all likelihood, he had just peeled from the cold fingers of a dead woman. He was a member of the community in good standing. Neighbors described him as soft-spoken and gentle. One neighbor recounted how Rogers would stop by to discuss gardening tips. Another remembered him bringing over a pie. Imagine that, eating a slice of pie baked by hands that had just dismembered a human body. This is the uncanny valley of real life. It's the dissonance that makes your skin crawl. How can a man compartmentalize his mind so completely? How can he switch from beast to neighbor in the span of a door opening? He was particularly good with children. He would wave to them as they played. He gave them candy. To the kids in the holler, he was just Mr. Rogers up the hill. The parents trusted him. In a tight-knit community, that trust is currency. And Rogers was rich. He used this social camouflage to deflect suspicion. If someone saw smoke rising from his property at odd hours, they didn't think, he's burning evidence. They thought, Fred is clearing brush. If they saw him digging, they didn't think, he's digging a grave. They thought, Fred is putting in a new septic line. There is a story of a local man who actually helped Rogers move some heavy trunks. The man joked, "What do you have in here, Fred? Bodies?" Rogers just laughed, a warm, throaty chuckle. "Just old books and papers," he said. "Heavy memories." The neighbor laughed too. They shared a moment of connection over the heavy trunk. A trunk that, we now know, likely contained the dismembered remains of a Lonely Hearts victim. That neighbor lived with that memory for the rest of his life. The realization that he had literally helped the monster hide his crimes, that he had looked the devil in the eye and shared a joke with him. He was so confident in his mask that he became arrogant. He believed he was smarter than everyone in the holler. He believed that these simple mountain folk would never catch on to a sophisticated man like him. He thought he was invincible. He thought he could keep this conveyor belt of death running forever. But arrogance is a blinder. When you look down on people, you stop noticing that they are watching you. You stop being careful, and even the most meticulous spider eventually trips on his own web. The perfect crime is a myth. You can be careful, you can be smart, but you cannot control the universe. Chaos always introduces a variable you didn't account for. For Fred Rogers, the variable was greed. He was getting faster. The gaps between victims were shortening. He was becoming addicted not just to the money, but to the process. And when you speed up, you get sloppy. It wasn't a fingerprint that gave him away. It wasn't a witness who saw a murder. It was something much more mundane. It was a taxi driver. Rogers had been bringing women to the house, but he had to get them there somehow. Usually he picked them up. But as he got busier, or perhaps lazier, he started using local taxi services to transport victims from the train station to his isolated home. In a big city, a taxi driver sees 1,000 faces a day. They don't remember you. In rural West Virginia, a taxi driver remembers everyone, especially a stranger, especially a woman dressed in city clothes, carrying all her luggage, looking for the Rogers place. People started to talk. "Hey, did you see that lady go up to Fred's house last week? Whatever happened to her? I haven't seen her since." But the real breaking point came from outside the holler. Rogers had killed a woman and, as usual, forged a letter to her family to buy time. But he made a mistake. He didn't know the family dynamic well enough. The tone was wrong. The handwriting was slightly off. Or perhaps the victim had a specific nickname for her sister that Rogers didn't use. The sister didn't buy it. She didn't just shrug and move on. She got on a train. She came to West Virginia looking for answers. She went to the police. At first, the local sheriff was skeptical. "Fred Rogers? The nice old man on the hill? You must be mistaken, ma'am." But she was persistent. She had the letters. She had the dates. She demanded they look into it. Reluctantly, the police decided to pay a visit. Just a welfare check. Just to ask a few questions and clear everything up. Rogers thought he had cleaned up everything, but he forgot one small, insignificant piece of paper. A receipt, a train ticket stub. We don't know for sure what the initial trigger was, but we know that when the pressure applied, cracks appeared in his story. He told the police the woman had visited but left weeks ago. She went back to her husband. He lied smoothly. She took a bus to Chicago, but the police checked the bus station. No one had seen her. They checked the train station. No ticket was purchased. The net was tightening. The discrepancies were piling up. The nice old man act was starting to look less like charm and more like a deflection. And then, a deputy noticed something. Maybe it was the fresh earth in the garden that didn't match the season. Maybe it was the smell of something burning that wasn't wood. Or maybe it was just the way Rogers stood in his doorway, blocking the view inside, his knuckles white as he gripped the frame. The investigation shifted from a missing person search to a homicide inquiry. The sleepy police force of Fayette County was about to wake up to a nightmare. There is a specific kind of tension that hangs in the air when the law comes for a man who thinks he is above it. It's a psychological chess match. When the Fayette County Sheriff's Department finally decided to move on Fred Rogers, they didn't kick down the door with guns drawn. Not yet. This was 1957. You needed more than a hunch. You needed probable cause. And Rogers, ever the chameleon, was determined not to give them an inch. The sheriff arrived with a warrant to search the premises, but Rogers met him on the porch. He was indignant. He played the victim perfectly. "This is harassment," he claimed. "I am a respectable citizen. How dare you accuse me of harming those lovely ladies?" He used his age as a shield. He pretended to be frail, confused, hurt by the accusations. He invited the officers in, offering them coffee, trying to charm them one last time. "Look around," he said, sweeping his hand across the living room. "Do you see anything sinister here?" And at first glance, they didn't. The living room was tidy. There were doilies on the tables. There was a Bible on the stand. It looked like the home of a lonely, fastidious bachelor. But the officers were no longer buying the act. They noticed that the floorboards in one room seemed newer than the others. They noticed a trunk that was padlocked. They noticed that for a man who claimed his guests had left, there were an awful lot of women's clothes still hanging in the closets. "Why did she leave her winter coat, Fred?" an officer asked. "It's November." "Why would she leave without her coat?" Rogers stuttered. She was in a hurry. She said she'd buy a new one." The mask began to crack. The smooth, confident voice became shrill. The grandfatherly demeanor dissolved into defensiveness. He wasn't the master of the house anymore. He was a cornered animal. The sheriff gave the order. "Tear it apart, boys." Rogers watched in silence as the illusion of his life was dismantled. They pulled books off the shelves, they opened drawers, they looked under the rugs, and then they found the basement door. Basements in Appalachia are common. They are used for storing canned goods, coal and tools. But when the deputy put his hand on the latch of this particular door, he hesitated. There was a smell seeping through the cracks. It wasn't the smell of coal. It wasn't the smell of potatoes. It was a sweet, cloying, metallic scent that triggers a primal alarm in the human brain. The officer looked at Rogers. Rogers wasn't smiling anymore. His face had gone blank. His eyes were dead. He knew the game was over. The officer turned the handle. The door creaked open, revealing a set of wooden stairs descending into the darkness. "Flashlight," the officer requested, his voice tight. A beam of light cut through the gloom, dancing over dust motes. It traveled down the stairs, hitting the concrete floor below. The descent into the basement was a descent into the mind of Fred Rogers. The air grew colder with every step. The smell became overpowering, a mix of damp earth, chemical cleaners, and that undeniable scent of decay. The silence was absolute, save for the heavy breathing of the officers and the creak of the wooden stairs. When the flashlight beam finally swept the room, the first thing they noticed was the organization. This wasn't a chaotic dungeon. It was a workshop. Tools were hung neatly on pegboards. Hammers, saws, knives, all arranged by size. Jars of nails and screws were labeled. It looked like the workspace of a meticulous craftsman. But then, the light fell on the details that didn't fit. On a workbench, amidst the tools, sat a woman's purse. Next to it, a pair of glasses. Further down, a single pearl earring. These were not the artifacts of a carpenter. These were trophies. The officers moved deeper into the room. In the corner, there was a pile of what looked like refuse, covered by a tarp. One officer stepped forward and lifted the corner of the heavy canvas. He dropped it immediately and stumbled back, gagging. It wasn't refuse. It was clothing. Bloody, torn clothing. Dresses that had once been worn to church. Coats that had been bought for a new life in the country. Now, they were just rags soaked in the evidence of a massacre. But where were the bodies? The search continued. They found a crawl space, a low, narrow tunnel dug into the earth beneath the foundation. The soil here was loose, disturbed. "Get a shovel," the sheriff ordered. His voice was barely a whisper. They didn't have to dig deep. A few inches of dirt were scraped away, and the beam of the flashlight caught something white. It wasn't a stone. It was bone. As they uncovered more, the scale of the atrocity became clear. This wasn't just one victim. The earth beneath the house was a mass grave. Rogers had been living, sleeping, and eating directly above the remains of the women he had seduced. The floorboards that the officers had walked on upstairs, they were the ceiling of a tomb. But the most disturbing discovery was yet to come. It wasn't in the dirt. It was in a bucket near the furnace. The officer looked inside. He froze. "Dear God," he whispered. Inside were not just remains, but parts. Prepared parts. Rogers hadn't just killed these women. He had dismantled them. He had treated them like livestock. He had tried to burn what he could and bury what he couldn't. The nickname the Beast Man didn't come from a newspaper headline. It came from the mouths of these hardened police officers who, in that moment, realized they weren't dealing with a human being. They were dealing with something feral. The officer opened the basement door to let in fresh air, but the smell wouldn't leave. It seemed to have soaked into their uniforms, into their skin. Upstairs, Fred Rogers sat in a chair, handcuffed. He could hear the sounds from below, the digging, the gasps, the retching. He didn't look ashamed. He didn't look terrified. He just looked annoyed, like a man whose project had been interrupted, like a man who was calculating how much this inconvenience was going to cost him. The moniker, the Beast Man, suggests something wild, something out of folklore like a werewolf or a yeti. But the reality was far worse because it was real. When the coroner arrived, the task before him was grim. The remains found in the crawl space and the buckets were not intact. They had been subjected to a level of violence that shocked even the medical professionals. Rogers hadn't just murdered these women, he had erased them. The investigation revealed that he used a sledgehammer, a simple, brutal tool found in almost every shed in America. In Rogers' hands, it was an instrument of annihilation. He used it to stun, to kill, and then to facilitate the disposal. The police found jars, not jars of preserves or moonshine, but jars containing souvenirs, trophies harvested from the bodies. It was this specific detail, the keeping of parts, that turned the stomach of the public. It suggested that Rogers didn't just kill for money. He killed because he enjoyed the ownership. He wanted to possess these women entirely, even after death. He had reduced human beings to puzzle pieces. The newspapers couldn't print the full details. It was too gruesome for the 1950s sensibilities. They used euphemisms like dismembered and mutilated, but the whispers in town filled in the blanks. The locals said he fed parts to the hogs. They said he burned parts in the wood stove that heated the living room. Whether these rumors were all true or exaggerated by fear, the core truth remained. Fred Rogers had turned his home into an abattoir. The police found evidence of at least 2 distinct victims in the house immediately, Celia G. and Alvy S. But there were signs of more. Jewelry that didn't match either woman. A wedding ring with an inscription that couldn't be traced. When the bodies were brought out, they were carried in bags, not stretchers. Bags. The sight of those small, heavy sacks being carried out of the nice old man's house broke something in the community's psyche. People who had shaken his hand felt dirty. People who had eaten at his table felt sick. The betrayal was absolute. The Beast Man wasn't a legend anymore. He was the man in the back of the squad car, watching the proceedings with cold, dead eyes. The interrogation of Fred Rogers was not a shouting match. There was no slamming of tables, no sweating under a bright light. It was a conversation, and that was the most terrifying part. Rogers sat in the chair, his hands folded in his lap. He looked like a disappointed schoolteacher. When the detectives laid out the evidence, the bodies, the hammer, the letters, he didn't break down. He didn't cry. He didn't beg for forgiveness. He just sighed. "Well," he said, as if discussing a minor accounting error, "it seems you've made quite a mess of my house." The detectives were stunned. They were showing him photos of the carnage he had created, and he was worried about his floorboards. "Did you kill them, Fred?" the sheriff asked. Rogers looked at him, his eyes devoid of any spark of humanity. "They were problems," he said. "I solved them." He described the murders the way you would describe changing a flat tire. Annoying, but necessary. He spoke of the women not as people, but as obstacles. "She got too clingy," he said of one. "She wouldn't stop talking about her money," he said of another. In his mind, he was the victim. He was the one who had been inconvenienced. These women had come into his life, disrupted his peace, and forced him to take drastic measures. He admitted to the killings with a chilling calmness. He explained how he hit them, how he cut them. He even critiqued his own technique, mentioning that the saw he used was dull and he should have sharpened it. The detectives listened in horror. They realized they weren't talking to a man who had snapped in a moment of passion. They were talking to a man who had no conscience. He was a sociopath in the purest definition of the word. He understood that what he did was illegal, but he didn't feel that it was wrong. "I gave them a nice few weeks," he justified. "They were happy, happier than they'd been in years. I did them a favor." This twisted logic is common among psychopaths. They rewrite reality to make themselves the hero, or at least the rational actor. Rogers genuinely believed that the few weeks of false romance he provided were fair payment for their lives and their fortunes. The transcript of that interrogation is a document of pure evil. It reveals a mind that is completely alien to us, a mind where empathy does not exist, where love is a tool, and where murder is just a transaction. As the detectives left the room, they felt drained. They had looked into the abyss, and the abyss had smiled back. In 1957, there was no 24-hour news cycle, no Twitter, no TikTok. But news of a crime this grotesque traveled faster than any fiber optic cable could carry it. It traveled by word of mouth, by telephone wire, and by the ink-stained pages of the morning paper. Fayette County, usually a quiet blip on the map, became the center of the universe. Reporters from New York, Chicago, and Richmond descended on the small town. They camped out on the courthouse lawn. They hounded the locals for quotes. They turned the tragedy into a spectacle. The headlines were sensational. Bluebeard of the Hills, the lovelorn killer, the beast man caught. Inside the courtroom, the atmosphere was electric. The gallery was packed. When Fred Rogers walked in, a hush fell over the room. He didn't look like a monster. He looked like Fred. He was wearing a suit. He was clean-shaven. He nodded politely to his lawyer. This visual disconnect was the hardest thing for the public to process. They wanted a villain with fangs. They got a grandfather. The trial was swift. The evidence was overwhelming. The prosecution laid out the timeline, the letters, the arrival of the victims, the withdrawals from the banks, the blood in the basement. They brought out the hammer. They brought out the saw. The jury, composed of local men, listened with stone faces. They knew this man. Some of them had probably bought him a coffee. The betrayal felt personal. Rogers took the stand? No. His lawyers knew better. They knew that if he opened his mouth, his arrogance would hang him faster than any rope. They tried to plead insanity. They argued that no sane man could do such things. But the prosecution countered with Rogers' own meticulousness. A crazy man doesn't hide bodies so carefully. A crazy man doesn't forge letters to throw off the police. A crazy man doesn't balance his checkbook with the stolen money. This was calculated evil. The most chilling moment of the trial came when the prosecution read the letters Rogers had sent to his victims. The words of love, of hope, of future happiness. And then they showed the photos of what he did to the women who believed those words. The verdict was never in doubt. Guilty, on all counts. When the judge asked if he had anything to say, Rogers stood up. He didn't apologize. He didn't ask for mercy. He simply said, "I did what I had to do." He was sentenced to life in prison. In West Virginia at the time, there was no death penalty for his specific charges due to a legal technicality of the era, or perhaps the jury just wanted him to rot. He would die in a cage, just as he had made his victims die in his house. The gavel banged. The crowd erupted. But as Rogers was led away, he didn't look defeated. He looked bored. The circus was over, and he was ready to go back to his cell and read his books. But the question remained, what made him? Was he born a monster, or did the world make him one? After the gavel fell and the cameras left, the psychologists arrived. They wanted to understand the machinery of Fred Rogers' mind. How does a human being reach a point where dismembering another person becomes a mundane chore? Rogers fits the profile of what criminologists call a comfort killer or a hedonistic killer. But unlike those who kill for sexual thrill, Rogers' primary motivation was profit, mixed with a pathological need for control. He viewed people as resources. In his worldview, a human being was no different than a coal seam or a timber forest. You extract the value and you discard the waste. The value in this case was their savings. The waste was their bodies. Experts looked for a reason: trauma, abuse, a childhood injury. They dug into his past. Rogers had a history of petty crime, of fraud, of deceit. He had always been a grifter, but grifting is a long way from butchery. What changed? Some theorized that age played a role. As he got older, he lost the patience for the long con. He didn't want to spend years swindling someone. He wanted the money now. Murder became a shortcut. It was the most efficient way to close the deal. Others point to the isolation of the Holler. In the absence of societal observation, his darkest impulses were allowed to grow unchecked. Without neighbors to judge him, without the constant reinforcement of social norms, his morality eroded. He created his own kingdom where he was the king, the judge, and the executioner. But there is a more disturbing possibility. The possibility that there was no reason. We desperately want to find a cause for evil because it makes us feel safer. If we can say he was abused or he had a brain tumor, we can tell ourselves that we are different, that we are safe. But sometimes you look into the abyss and the abyss just shrugs. Rogers showed no signs of psychosis. He wasn't hearing voices. He wasn't hallucinating. He knew exactly what he was doing. He just didn't care. He lacked the fundamental hardware of empathy. To him, other people were just NPCs, non-player characters in a video game where he was the only real person. In prison, Rogers was a model inmate. He was polite. He followed the rules. He never caused trouble. This further proves that his violence was pragmatic, not impulsive. He was violent when it served his purpose. When violence no longer served him, he turned it off like a light switch. He died in prison a year later, in 1958. His heart gave out. A mundane end for a monster. He took his secrets to the grave. We will never know exactly how many women answered his ads. We will never know how many lie in unmarked graves in the West Virginia hills, but he left behind a legacy, a scar on the landscape, and a warning that the most dangerous monsters aren't the ones hiding under the bed. They are the ones inviting you to sit on the porch. Today, if you drive through Fayette County, you might miss the location of the Rogers house entirely. The original structure is gone, reclaimed by the earth or demolished to wipe away the memory. The woods have grown back, covering the scars in the soil. The birds sing, and the wind rustles through the trees, just as it did in 1957. But the name remains. It is one of the strangest coincidences in American history. Two men, same name, roughly the same era. One became the symbol of ultimate goodness, a man who wore a cardigan and taught us that we are special. The other became the symbol of ultimate darkness, a man who wore a mask of sanity and taught us that we are vulnerable. Fred McFeely Rogers, the TV host, launched his show nationally in 1968. By then, the Fred Rogers of West Virginia was long dead. But for the people of Appalachia who lived through the terror, seeing that name on a television screen must have sent a shiver down their spines. It serves as a grim reminder of the duality of human nature. We are capable of profound kindness, of building neighborhoods where everyone is welcome. And we are capable of profound cruelty, of building traps where no one leaves. The story of the Beast Man is not just a true crime tale. It is a piece of American folklore now. It is a warning whispered to young women in the mountains. Be careful who you trust. Be careful of the stranger with a smile. Be careful of the house that sits too far back from the road. We live in a world that is more connected than ever. We have safety apps, background checks, and digital footprints. We like to think that a predator like Rogers couldn't exist today, that he would be caught instantly. But loneliness hasn't gone away. If anything, it has changed shape. The Lonely Hearts columns have been replaced by dating sites and chat rooms. The methods are new, but the vulnerability is the same. There are still people looking for connection, and there are still wolves looking for sheep. So, the next time you hear the name Fred Rogers, by all means, think of the trolley, the puppets, and the land of make-believe. Let that warmth fill you. We need it. But maybe, just for a second, let your mind drift to a misty holler in 1957. Remember the other Fred. Remember Celia. Remember Alvy. Remember the women who packed their bags for a new life and found only silence. There are two Fred Rogers in American history. One taught us how to love our neighbor. The other showed us why we should fear them. And in the end, the most important lesson might be to know the difference. Imagine a man standing in the twilight of the Appalachian Mountains. A shotgun roars, and the buckshot tears through the air, striking him square in the face. But the man doesn't fall. He doesn't even scream. He simply spits the lead pellets onto the ground as if they were cherry pits, a cold grin spreading across his face. This wasn't a scene from a movie. This was the reality for those who dared to cross Tally Iron Jaws Hall. The whispers in Wise County said he was more than a man. They said he was enchanted, that bullets couldn't kill him. But was he a demon born of mountain folklore? Or was the truth something far stranger, something hidden in the very marrow of his bones? Today, we separate the legend from the man to find out what really made Tally Hall the bandit who couldn't be killed. To understand the man, you must first understand the mountains that made him. In the late 19th century, Wise County, Virginia, was a world unto itself. It was a labyrinth of steep hollers, dense forests, and rushing creeks where the outside world felt a million miles away. The land was both a provider and a tyrant. It gave families corn from the bottomlands and game from the woods, but it demanded back-breaking work in return. Life here was simple, hard, and governed by unwritten laws older than any courthouse. Family was everything, and an insult to your kin was an insult to you. In this world, Mabra Tally Hall was born. He wasn't born a monster or a legend. He was just another mountain boy, learning the ways of his people. And in these parts, the most important craft, the very lifeblood of the local economy, was turning corn into whiskey. Moonshining wasn't seen as a crime by many. It was a tradition, a skill passed from father to son. It was how you turned a surplus crop into cash, how you paid for medicine, tools, or a piece of land to call your own. Tally learned the trade early, mastering the art of the still, understanding the subtle science of fermentation and distillation under the dark Appalachian night. He was a big man, powerfully built from a life of hard labor. People knew him as strong, quiet, and fiercely protective of his own. He worked his still, provided for his family, and lived by the mountain code. In these early days, he was just a distiller, respected for the quality of his product. He was part of a community of others just like him, men who saw the federal government's whiskey tax not as a law to be obeyed, but as an intrusion by a foreign power trying to steal the bread from their tables. The conflict wasn't just about money, it was about pride and independence. The people of these mountains had always taken care of themselves. They built their own homes, grew their own food, and settled their own disputes. The arrival of federal marshals, the revenuers, was seen as a declaration of war on their entire way of life. These outsiders didn't understand the mountains or the people who lived in them. They saw moonshiners as simple criminals, not as farmers and family men trying to survive. And in this simmering tension, the seeds of Tally Hall's future were sown. He wasn't just making whiskey, he was making a stand. Every barrel he sold was an act of defiance. But this quiet rebellion couldn't last forever. The government was determined to enforce its laws, and men like Tally were just as determined to resist. The calm of the mountains was about to be shattered by the crack of rifles, and a simple moonshiner named Tally Hall would soon be forced to become something far more dangerous to survive. The world was coming for him, and it would learn that he would not be taken easily. The law came for Tally Hall not with a polite knock, but with the splintering of wood and the cold gleam of rifle barrels. It happened on a misty morning, deep in a holler where the smell of sour mash hung heavy in the air. Tally was working his still with his brother when two federal marshals, led by a man named Red Blevins, crashed through the undergrowth. They weren't there to talk, they were there to make an example. With a sneer, Blevins kicked over a barrel of fermenting corn, the lifeblood of the Hall family business spilling into the dirt. For a mountain man, this was more than the destruction of property. It was a profound insult, a strike against his pride and his ability to provide. Tally stood frozen for a moment, his massive hands clenched into fists. He didn't say a word. According to the stories passed down, Marshal Blevins then raised his axe, not to the still itself, but to the worm, the delicate copper coil that was the heart of the operation. As the axe came down, something inside Tally Hall snapped. The quiet distiller was gone, and in his place stood something far more primal. What happened next became the first chapter of his legend. Tally didn't reach for a gun. He lunged forward, moving with a speed that was terrifying in a man his size. He met the marshals not with bullets, but with bone and sinew. He broke one man's arm with a single brutal twist and sent the other flying with a blow to the chest that knocked the wind clean out of him. Red Blevins, the leader, found himself lifted off the ground by his throat, staring into eyes that held no mercy. Tally didn't kill him. He simply threw him down the hillside like a sack of grain, leaving him broken and humiliated. The marshals limped back to the town of Wise, carrying with them not just bruises and broken bones, but a story of a man who fought like a cornered bear. The line had been crossed. This was no longer about an unpaid tax. Tally Hall had assaulted federal officers. A warrant was issued for his arrest, and his name was no longer just whispered among moonshiners. It was now spoken with fear and anger in the courthouse. He was officially a fugitive, a wanted man with a price on his head. Tally knew what this meant. There was no going back. He couldn't return to a quiet life. He had stood his ground, and now the full weight of the law was coming for him. But instead of running, he dug in. He gathered his brothers and his kin, men who believed in the same code he did. The forest that had been his workshop now became his fortress. The first drops of blood had been shed, not by Tally, but by the government's attempt to break him. And Tally Hall had answered in the only language he knew they would understand. The war had begun. With a price on his head, Tally Hall became the most hunted man in Wise County. But hunting him and catching him were two very different things. The mountains were his kingdom, and he moved through them like a ghost. This drove his rivals, other moonshiners whose business he had crushed with his own brand of violent enforcement, to a point of desperation. They decided to do what the law couldn't. They set a trap on the Pound Gap, a treacherous road that snaked through the mountains, a place where a man could disappear without a trace. They waited in the deep shadows as Tally rode alone, a silhouette against the rising moon. As he passed a narrow bend, the night erupted. A shotgun blast, fired from less than 20 feet away, struck him full in the head and upper body. The sound echoed through the holler, a deafening roar that sent birds scattering from the trees. Tally's horse shrieked and crumpled to the ground, its legs tangled in a dying heap. The ambushers stepped out from their cover, rifles ready, expecting to see a body. But Tally Hall was still standing. He swayed on his feet, stunned by the impact, but he did not fall. The men watched in frozen disbelief as he slowly raised a hand to his face. There was a strange, gravelly sound, and then he spat something dark onto a broadleaf plant on the roadside. He did it again and again. The moonlight caught the objects, and the attackers felt a cold dread creep up their spines. They were lead pellets. Buckshot. He was spitting the bullets out of his own flesh. It was in this moment that the man died, and the legend was born. The attackers weren't looking at a moonshiner anymore. They were looking at something torn from the pages of a dark folk tale, a creature the mountains themselves had made. He took a step towards them, his face a mask of cold fury. One of the men, shaking with fear, raised his rifle and fired again. The bullet slammed into Tali's chest with a sickening thud, a sound like a hammer hitting stone. It barely staggered him. The sounds that followed were not of gunfire. They were the sounds of snapping wood as Tali ripped a rifle from one man's hands and broke it over his knee like a twig. They were the dull, heavy thuds of fists meeting flesh, followed by choked-off cries of pain. He didn't use a gun. He didn't need to. He moved among them like a storm, and when the terrible, frantic noise was over, only silence remained. He left the men broken and scattered on that lonely road, a living testament to his unnatural resilience. From that night on, he was no longer just Tali Hall. He was Iron Jaws Hall. The story spread like wildfire, carried on hushed whispers from one holler to the next. They said he was protected by a witch, that he had made a pact with the devil. The truth, doctors would speculate many years later, may have been a rare medical condition called Paget's disease, which causes bones to become abnormally thick and dense, essentially creating a form of natural armor. But in the dark woods of Wise County, no one cared about a medical diagnosis. The only truth that mattered was the one they saw with their own eyes and heard in the terrified tales of the survivors. Tali Hall was enchanted. He was bulletproof, and if you shot him, you had better pray you killed him with the first shot, because you would not get a second. The silence that fell over Pound Gap after the failed ambush was deeper and more terrifying than the roar of the shotgun that had started it. The broken men who dragged themselves back to civilization did not speak of a botched attack. They spoke of a nightmare. They told a story not of a fight, but of an encounter with something inhuman, something that ate lead and paid it back with crushing force. Their words, laced with genuine terror, were far more potent than any rumor. The legend of Iron Jaws Hall was no longer a whispered bit of folklore. It was now a sworn testimony, sealed in fear. Tali Hall himself seemed to understand the power of what had happened. He didn't retreat deeper into the mountains. Instead, he did the opposite. He became more visible, more brazen. He knew that fear was a more effective weapon than any rifle. His reputation preceded him, a silent, invisible guard that cleared his path. Other moonshiners, men who had once been his rivals, now fell in line. They either paid him a tribute to operate, a tax of their own, or they got out of the business entirely. To defy Tali was to challenge a man who bullets supposedly couldn't harm. No one was willing to take that chance. The authorities were now faced with an impossible situation. The reward for Tali's capture was increased, becoming a small fortune for the time. But money meant nothing against superstition. Deputies who were brave enough to face a dozen armed men would hesitate at the thought of confronting Tali Hall alone. Informants dried up, their fear of the law replaced by a much more primal fear of Iron Jaws. The manhunt, once an active pursuit, became a cold case file gathering dust on a shelf. They were hunting a ghost who was very much alive, a man who ruled a shadow empire from the heart of their jurisdiction. The community became a landscape of fear and fascination. On one hand, Tali was a boogeyman. People would lock their doors a little tighter at night, and his name was used to frighten misbehaving children. He was the embodiment of the violence and lawlessness that festered in the deep woods. But on the other hand, a quiet, grudging respect grew for him in some corners. He was a mountain man, one of their own, who was single-handedly defying the federal government and winning. He was a symbol, however dark, of Appalachian grit and refusal to bow down. The ashes of that ambush on Pound Gap were not from a fire, but from the smouldering ruin of Tali Hall's mortality. What was left was a silence born of pure dread. He had become the undisputed king of the Wise County underworld, Not just a criminal, but a living legend whose power was rooted in the belief that he could not be killed by ordinary means. The law was powerless, his rivals were terrified, and Tali Iron Jaws Hall walked the mountains not as a fugitive, but as a conqueror. Tali Iron Jaws Hall never stood trial in a courthouse. He was never made to sit on a hard wooden bench and listen to lawyers argue over his fate. The law of men, with its warrants, judges and juries, proved utterly powerless against him. His trial was a rolling, years-long affair, held in the dark hollows and on the treacherous mountain roads. The prosecuting attorneys were the bounty hunters and federal marshals who came for him, and the evidence they presented was the buckshot and rifle slugs they fired his way. The bounty on his head grew to be a legendary sum, drawing daring men from neighboring states. They came with new rifles and hardened resolve, dreaming of the fame and fortune that would come from bringing in Iron Jaws Hall. They formed posses, laid intricate traps, and combed the mountains, convinced they would succeed where others had failed. They were, in effect, a traveling court, come to Wise County to deliver a sentence. But Tali Hall was his own defense attorney, and his arguments were brutally effective. One by one, the posses were outsmarted, the traps were sidestepped, and the bounty hunters were met with a terrifying response. Some were found beaten near to death, left as a warning on the side of a road. Others simply vanished into the woods, never to be seen again. The verdict in each of these violent encounters was the same. Tali Hall walked away. He was judged by the laws of survival, and in that court he was consistently found innocent by virtue of being the last man standing. This was not justice, it was dominance. Tali had replaced the law of the land with his own law of fear. But the justice of the mountains is a patient, cruel thing. For every man he intimidated, he created an enemy. For every family he terrorized, he sowed the seeds of a future reckoning. His invincibility had made him arrogant, and he had forgotten the most fundamental rule of his world. There is always someone tougher, someone more desperate, or someone with a better aim. The final trial came without warning. A lawman, some say a deputy named Doc Swindle, decided the only way to stop a legend was to meet it head-on. He didn't come with a warrant. He came with a rifle and a resolve as hard as the mountain stone. He hunted Tali not as a lawman pursuing a criminal, but as a predator stalking its prey. He found him on a lonely path, and there was no talk, no chance to surrender. The air cracked with the sound of a single, well-aimed shot. This time, Iron Jaws fell. He hit the dirt, and this time he did not get back up. The bullet, they say, was special. Some claim it was silver, others that it was filled with mercury, designed to overcome whatever magic protected him. But whether it was magic or lead, the verdict was finally in. Tali Hall was guilty, and the sentence was death. It was a verdict delivered not by a jury, but by a lone gunman, and it raises the ultimate question. Was this the law of men at last catching its fugitive? Or was it simply the brutal, unforgiving justice of the mountains finally claiming one of its own? Tali Iron Jaws Hall was buried in a small, remote cemetery in Wise County, not far from the lands he once ruled. For years, his grave was marked only by a simple fieldstone, as if even in death, people were afraid to carve his name for fear of what it might conjure. Today, a more formal headstone stands, a silent testament to the man who was once a living terror. Local historians and descendants still visit, standing over the patch of earth that finally managed to hold him, and they wonder. The physical landscape has changed. Pound Gap is no longer a treacherous dirt track, but a paved highway, US Route 23, that carries thousands of cars a day. Commuters and truckers speed through the cut in the mountain, their minds on schedules and destinations, completely unaware that they are passing through the very spot where a man once stood and spat buckshot back at his would-be killers. But for those who know the story, a drive through the gap, especially as evening falls, feels different. The shadows seem deeper, and the wind whistling through the rocks sounds like a whisper from the past. The legend of Iron Jaws has outlived the man by more than a century. It survives in the oral traditions of Appalachia, a story told by grandparents to their grandchildren, a campfire tale that happens to be true. While modern science offers a plausible explanation in the form of Paget's disease, that dry medical term has none of the power or romance of the legend. In the mountains, the story of the enchanted Moonshiner who couldn't be killed by bullets remains the preferred version. It speaks to a deeper truth about the region, a belief in the extraordinary, and a deep-seated suspicion of simple explanations. The name Hall still echoes through Wise County and the surrounding region. The descendants carry not just the name, but the complex legacy of their infamous ancestor. For some, it's a dark chapter best forgotten, a stain of violence on the family history. For others, it's a source of a strange, defiant pride, a reminder of an ancestor who refused to bow to anyone, who was a king in his own right, however brutal his reign. The story hasn't vanished. It's simply gone underground, living on in family Bibles and hushed conversations. The mountains remember everything, and the shadow of Tali Iron Jaws Hall is a long one. So we come back to the question that hung in the air at the start of our journey. Was Tali Iron Jaws Hall truly enchanted by bullets? The logical mind points to science, to the rare bone disease that likely turned his skull and ribs into a natural, horrifying armor. And perhaps that is the simple, factual truth. But in the mountains, the truth is rarely simple. The real magic wasn't in his bones, it was in the power of belief. His legend became a weapon more potent than any gun, a shield more effective than any steel plate. The fear he created was so real, so absolute, that it may as well have been a genuine enchantment. This is a story that goes beyond a simple tale of a mountain outlaw. It is a raw and brutal lesson about the soul of Appalachia itself. It's a story about the fierce, untamable spirit of independence, but also a dark warning of what that spirit can become when it's stripped of its humanity. Tali Hall began as a man defending his way of life, a symbol of resistance against an outside world he didn't trust. But in his war against the law, he became a tyrant far more terrifying than any government agent, a monster who preyed on his own people. He is the ultimate Appalachian paradox, a folk hero and a villain forged in the same fire. The story of Iron Jaws teaches us that some legends are born not from fantasy, but from a truth so strange it has to be seen to be believed. He was a man of flesh and blood, but he became something more, an idea, a nightmare, a force of nature. Force. He walked the earth for a time, a king in a kingdom of shadows and fear, until the mountains that created him finally took him back. His name is now a whisper on the wind, a reminder that the old, wild magic of these hills has not entirely faded. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. In the stunned silence that followed the storm of gunfire, the people of Huntington, West Virginia, were left with a grim spectacle on their courthouse lawn, the body of a dead stranger. He was a man who didn't belong, a ghost from the bloody plains of Missouri, laid low in the heart of Appalachia. His death wasn't an answer. It was a question mark written in blood on the town's doorstep. How did the most infamous outlaws in American history, the James Younger gang, end up so far from home, leaving one of their own dead in a desperate, bullet-riddled retreat? Today, we will answer that question and unravel a story of Appalachian grit colliding with legendary evil. To understand the shock of that day, you have to understand the world that was shattered. Huntington, in 1875, was not some quiet mountain hollow lost to time. It was a city with a swagger, a raw and muscular town born from coal dust, steel rails, and ambition. Forged just a few years earlier by the railroad magnate Collis P. Huntington, it was the proud western terminus of the Chesapeake and Ohio Railway. It was a place where the ancient rhythm of the mountains met the thunder of the locomotive, a boom town humming with the promise of a new industrial Appalachia. At the very heart of this vibrant new world, on the corner of 3rd Avenue and 9th Street, stood the Bank of Huntington. It was more than just a building of brick and mortar. It was the town's beating heart. Through its doors flowed the lifeblood of the region, massive C&O payrolls for the railroad men, the hard-earned wages of miners who clawed wealth from the deep hills, and the fortunes of the industrialists who were taming the wilderness. This bank wasn't just holding money, it was holding the collected dreams and sweat of an entire community. The guardian of this trust was a man named Robert T. Oney, the bank's cashier. He was a man of ledgers and ink, of quiet respectability and steady habits. His world was one of predictable order, of days measured by the familiar clicks of the telegraph and the comforting clang of the vault door swinging shut. That afternoon, his son was with him in the bank, learning the family trade, surrounded by the symbols of security and civilization. For them, the world was a safe and logical place. Outside the bank's windows, the town bustled with activity, a testament to its newfound importance. But beyond the last paved street, the ancient Appalachian hills rose up, dense and watchful. These were the old mountains, the ones that had seen empires come and go, their hollows filled with secrets and shadows. They formed a stark contrast to the noisy, forward-looking city at their feet, a wilderness that could swallow men whole, a perfect landscape for both escape and ambush. But progress is a double-edged sword. The very thing that made Huntington a beacon of prosperity also made it a target. The same steel rails that carried coal out also carried stories in. Tales of the C&O payrolls, of the fat new bank on the Ohio River, traveled west on telegraph wires and in the talk of rail riders. These whispers reached the ears of men who saw progress not as an opportunity to build, but as a chance to take. Unseen and unheard, a shadow was stretching from the Missouri plains, drawn eastward by the irresistible scent of a prize that was simply too rich to ignore. On the sweltering afternoon of September 6, 1875, the first clue that something was wrong arrived on horseback. 8 strangers, cloaked in long, dust-colored coats that seemed oddly heavy for the heat, rode into town. They moved not like weary travelers, but with a chilling purpose, their eyes scanning the streets with a predator's focus. There was a disciplined silence about them that felt more menacing than any drunken shouting. For the citizens of Huntington, they were an unnerving puzzle, a whisper of trouble on the wind. The puzzle quickly turned into a portrait of terror. 4 of the riders dismounted in front of the Bank of Huntington. As one stood guard at the door, a sentinel of violence, the other 3 stepped inside, their heavy boots echoing on the floor. Within moments, the routine calm of Robert Oney's afternoon was obliterated. A $5 bill was offered for change, a simple transaction that became the trigger for a nightmare. As the cash drawer opened, a Colt revolver appeared, massive and unarguable. The outlaw's voice was calm, almost conversational, which made his words even more terrifying. "We are the James boys. We have come for the money." The scene inside was one of cold, professional plunder. While Oney and his son were held frozen under the barrel of a gun, the other men moved with a terrifying efficiency, vaulting the counter and stuffing bags with the town's wealth. The scene spoke not of a desperate smash and grab, but of a rehearsed, military-style operation. The outlaws knew exactly what they wanted, from the loose cash to the contents of the new, modern vault. Outside, the other 4 horsemen turned 3rd Avenue into a shooting gallery. They galloped back and forth, firing their pistols into the air, their shouts echoing off the brick buildings. This wasn't random chaos. It was calculated terror, designed to paralyze the town and suppress any resistance before it could begin. For those first few minutes, the street was a bewildering landscape of noise, smoke, and fear. The crime scene wasn't a static place of discovery. It was a living, breathing storm of violence. The questions came in a panicked rush. Who were these men? Why were they here? Was this the end of their town? The wilderness wasn't in the surrounding hills. It had ridden right into the heart of Huntington, and it offered no easy answers, only the immediate deafening report of a dozen six-guns. In the days that followed the raid, as the story was pieced together from 100 terrified accounts, the first and most obvious suspect was not a single man, but a ghost. It was the ghost of the Confederacy, a phantom born from the raw, unhealed wound of the Civil War. You see, this wasn't just a bank robbery. To many people, especially those with Southern sympathies, this was a calculated act of war, a personal vendetta waged against a symbol of Northern power and occupation. The motive was as clear as a mountain spring to anyone who had lived through the conflict. The Bank of Huntington was the financial heart of the C&O Railway, a Yankee enterprise carving up the ancient hills and imposing a new order on the land. To a man who had lost his home, his kin, and his cause fighting for the South, that bank wasn't just a building full of money. It was a monument to his defeat. Robbing it wasn't simple theft. It was a righteous blow against the conqueror, a desperate attempt to reclaim a sliver of lost honor and pride. Whispers quickly turned to the methods of the crime itself. The initial evidence was in the execution, the cool discipline, the expert horsemanship, the terrifying efficiency. This wasn't the work of common thieves or local hotheads. This was the cold arithmetic of combat, the tactics of seasoned cavalrymen who had learned their trade in the brutal guerrilla warfare of the border states. Locals who had fought in the war recognized the style immediately. It was the same ruthless precision used by the partisan Rangers who had terrorized Missouri and Kansas. It wasn't long before a name was put to this ghost: Jesse James. The name was already legend, spread by dime novels and sensationalist newspapers. He was cast as the avenging angel of the lost cause, a man who had never surrendered. His history as one of Quantrill's most fearsome raiders was well known. The story fit perfectly. The raid on Huntington was seen as a natural chapter in his ongoing war against the banks, railroads, and authorities that represented the Union. For many, the case was closed before it had even been properly opened. The perpetrators were the James Younger gang, and their motive was vengeance. But as the dust settled and the adrenaline faded, a more unsettling question began to snake its way through the back rooms and taverns of Huntington. Was it really that simple? The James Younger gang were ghosts from another world, strangers in this rugged Appalachian terrain. How did they know the exact day the C&O payroll would be in the bank? How did they navigate the town with such confidence? And more importantly, how did they know the perfect escape route? A direct line into the tangled wilderness of Wayne County, where a posse would be useless. The cold, horrifying answer began to form. They couldn't have known. Not on their own. Suspicion began to fall not on a man with a gun, but on a man with a pen, an insider, someone within the C&O Railway or even the Bank of Huntington itself. This suspect had no public feud or bloody history. He was a trusted face, perhaps a quiet clerk who saw the river of money flowing past his desk while his own share was but a trickle. Or maybe a telegraph operator, a man who translated the secret clicks and dashes that detailed the movement of fortunes he could never hope to possess. This man saw the wealth of the railroad barons firsthand and felt the bitter sting of his own small place in their grand design. His motive wasn't vengeance for a lost cause. It was the timeless, ugly engine of greed and resentment. He was a man who felt cheated by the very system he served. He saw the easy money waiting in the vault and saw the outlaws from Missouri as a tool, a violent key to unlock a future he felt he was owed. Providing them with a map, a schedule, and the layout of the bank would have been his ticket out of a life of quiet desperation. When re-examined through this lens, the outlaw's actions took on a darker shade. Jesse James's supposed inspection of the new vault wasn't just bravado. It was the remark of a man who had been told to expect it. The gang's immediate and unerring flight to the 9th Street Bridge was no longer a lucky guess, but the execution of a pre-planned route. This theory was terrifying because it meant the enemy wasn't just an external force that had stormed the town. It suggested that a Judas had been living among them all along, a man who had sold his neighbor's safety for a bag of stolen silver. The betrayal, hidden behind a trusted face, felt far more sinister than the open violence of the raid itself. There was, however, a third theory, one that was whispered in the boardrooms and telegraph offices far from the dusty streets of Huntington. This theory suggested the crime wasn't born of Southern pride or an insider's greed, but was a cold, calculated move in a much larger, more brutal war. It was a war fought not with cannons, but with contracts, spies, and when necessary, hired guns. This theory posited that the James Younger gang were not the masterminds, but merely the bloody instrument of a powerful external force. The target, in this version of events, wasn't just the money in the vault. The real target was Collis P. Huntington himself and his burgeoning C&O empire. In the cutthroat world of 19th century railroad expansion, rivals like the Baltimore and Ohio were locked in a ruthless struggle for territory and resources. Huntington's success as the C&O's western hub was a direct threat to their interests. What better way to cripple a competitor than to strike at his proudest achievement? A brazen, violent robbery would send a clear message. Huntington is not safe. The C&O cannot protect its own assets. Your investments, your payrolls, your very lives are at risk in this lawless Appalachian outpost. In this scenario, the James gang becomes a scalpel in the hands of a surgeon dressed in a three-piece suit. Someone with deep pockets and a complete lack of scruples could have easily sent a pathfinder like Bill Chadwell to Missouri with an offer. A handsome fee to sow chaos, plus whatever they could carry out of the bank. This would explain the gang's incredible gamble in traveling so far into unfamiliar territory. It wasn't a whim, it was a contract. They were mercenaries hired for an act of corporate terrorism. Looking back, some locals remembered unsettling signs in the months leading up to the raid. They recalled strangers in fine city clothes, men who didn't belong in the rough-and-tumble town, asking pointed questions about railroad shipping times, land values, and the bank's security. At the time, they were dismissed as investors or surveyors. But in the bloody aftermath, their presence took on a sinister new meaning. They were the scouts for an economic predator, the advance guard for an attack designed not just to empty a vault, but to shatter the confidence of an entire city and derail the ambitions of a railroad king. In the minutes after the gang thundered across the 9th Street Bridge, Huntington's shock curdled into pure, unadulterated rage. A posse, a mix of grim-faced lawmen and ordinary citizens turned avengers, plunged into the tangled wilderness of Wayne County. They were fueled by a righteous fury, certain that a swift and bloody justice could be found just around the next bend of the Guyandotte River. They followed the fresh tracks, believing the outlaws' brazenness was matched only by their foolishness for choosing such a difficult escape. Their greatest hope was the wounded rider, the one who had slumped in his saddle. A man that badly hurt couldn't go far, they reasoned. He would slow the others down, leave a trail. They scoured the forest floor for a speck of blood on a leaf, a hastily discarded bandage, any sign of a man faltering. But they found nothing. The tracks led them deeper into a labyrinth of creeks and hollows, a green, suffocating world that seemed designed to hide fugitives. The trail grew cold, the hoofprints scattered and vanished. It was as if the forest itself had conspired with the outlaws, swallowing them whole. Frustrated, the posse turned its attention to the theory of an insider. Suspicion fell on any known Southern sympathizers living in the rugged hills between Huntington and Kentucky. Men who had ridden with the Confederacy were rousted from their farms, their homes searched, their families questioned. But this tactic backfired spectacularly. They were met not with confessions, but with a wall of stony silence. These mountain folk, already distrustful of authority, closed ranks. Every question was answered with a shrug, a blank stare, or a muttered, "I saw nothing." Instead of uncovering a conspiracy, the posse only managed to sow deeper resentment, chasing shadows while the real culprits slipped further away. Days later, they straggled back into town, their horses lame and their spirits broken. They returned not with prisoners in tow, but with the bitter taste of failure in their mouths, their clothes torn by briars and their faces etched with exhaustion. The only proof the gang had ever been there was the body of Tom McDaniels, a silent, decomposing trophy that offered no answers. The initial blaze of heroic defiance had died down, leaving behind the cold embers of fear and the growing, terrible realization that the most dangerous men in America had come to their town, bled their streets, and simply vanished. The posse's failure in the hills of Wayne County was about more than just rough terrain. It was a collision with an invisible, impenetrable fortress. It was a confrontation with the ancient mountain code, an unwritten law far more powerful than any statute passed in a distant state capital. As the lawmen pushed deeper into the hollows, they found that people's eyes grew guarded and their doors closed a little tighter. Men who would normally share a story and a dipper of water suddenly had nothing to say. Women would call their children inside and the world would go quiet. This wasn't simple ignorance. It was a deliberate collective act of forgetting. To understand it, you have to understand the soul of Appalachia. This was a land settled by people who had come to escape authority, be it from kings across the ocean or tax collectors from the flatlands. Here, loyalty was not to a government, but to blood, to kin, and to your neighbor. You didn't talk to the law because the law had never done a thing for you, except maybe try to take your land or your moonshine. Justice was a private matter, handled with a handshake or, if necessary, a shotgun. The fear of retribution was a palpable thing, as thick as the morning fog in the valleys. Everyone knew what happened to those who talked. A fence might be cut in the dead of night, letting the livestock wander off. A prize hog might turn up sick. A barn, the very symbol of a family's livelihood, could go up in flames from a single well-placed lantern. These weren't idle threats. They were the grim language of mountain politics. Helping the law against men like the James Gang, men who, to some, were still seen as Confederate heroes, was seen as the ultimate betrayal. It was choosing the side of the outsider against your own. And so, the wall of silence held firm. A farmer might have seen 8 riders pass his gate, their horses lathered and one man slumped low. A woman drawing water from her well might have heard the desperate gallop and seen them disappear up a hidden creek bed. But when the sheriff came asking, they saw nothing. They heard nothing. They knew nothing. Their silence was a shield, protecting them not only from the outlaw's revenge, but also from the intrusive world that lay beyond their ridgelines. The truth of the Huntington heist was lost somewhere in that silence, buried deep in the unmappable country of a community's fear. For years, the story of the Huntington heist remained frozen in time, a brutal but unresolved chapter in the town's history. The outlaws had vanished, the money was gone, and the wall of silence in the hills had proven unbreakable. The official investigation withered on the vine, leaving only folklore and speculation. But the truth, as it often does, was lying dormant, waiting for an accidental turn of a key. The turning point didn't come from a sheriff's investigation or a lucky posse, but from a place far away, a consequence of the gang's own arrogance. 1 year later, in September of 1876, the James Younger gang rode into Northfield, Minnesota, expecting another easy conquest. Instead, they rode into a buzzsaw. The townspeople fought back with a ferocity that dwarfed even Huntington's resistance. When the gun smoke cleared, Bill Chadwell and Clell Miller were dead in the street, and the Younger brothers were captured, grievously wounded. The invincible aura of the gang was shattered forever. It was in the aftermath of this disaster that the forgotten clue from Huntington finally resurfaced, not as an object, but as a confession. Held in a Minnesota jail, facing a lifetime of hard labor, Cole Younger began to talk. He spoke of the gang's history, their motives, and their methods. When questioned about the audacious raid so far to the east, he confirmed the long-held suspicion. He admitted that the gang had indeed robbed the bank in Huntington, West Virginia. He spoke of the fierce street fight and the desperate flight into the mountains. Most importantly, He gave a name to the man who lay in a pauper's grave on the courthouse lawn, Tom McDaniels, a trusted member of their deadly fraternity. This confession was like a lightning strike in the dark. It traveled back to Huntington on telegraph wires, a voice from a Minnesota prison cell that finally broke the Appalachian silence. It wasn't a hidden map or a dusty journal. It was the unvarnished truth from the mouth of one of the perpetrators. It transformed the dead outlaw from a nameless stranger into a specific villain. It validated the stories of the townspeople who had fought back and confirmed that they had faced down the most legendary criminals of their age. The confession didn't recover the stolen money or reveal any local conspirators, but it provided something just as valuable: certainty. The ghost that had haunted Huntington for a year finally had a face. For a full year, the identity of the Huntington Raiders had been a ghost story, a legend told with a mix of fear and a strange, grudging respect. The name Jesse James was on everyone's lips, but it was a name spoken like a folktale character, a boogeyman from a distant land. There was no proof, only the chilling style of the crime and the whispers that followed. The town was left in a state of suspended animation, knowing they had been violated, but unable to officially point a finger at the specters who had ridden through their streets. The unmasking, when it came, was not a sudden discovery, but a cold, hard confirmation that the legend was terrifyingly real. The news from the Minnesota jailhouse swept through Huntington like a cleansing fire. Cole Younger's confession was the final, irrefutable piece of the puzzle. The ghosts were finally dragged from the realm of myth and into the harsh light of reality. They were not phantoms. They were men of flesh and blood, now with names that could be written in a ledger of crime. The dead outlaw on the courthouse lawn was no longer an anonymous casualty. He was Tom McDaniels. The wounded rider who vanished into the hills was, as many had suspected, Cole Younger himself. And the cold-eyed leaders who had calmly announced their intentions in the bank were none other than Jesse and Frank James. The full roster of the culprits was now known, a rogues gallery of the most wanted men in America. Jesse James, the charismatic leader, his brother Frank, the quiet killer, the formidable Cole Younger, the hardened veterans Clell Miller and Bill Chadwell, and the ill-fated Tom McDaniels. They were the core of the gang, a brotherhood forged in the guerrilla wars of Missouri, and they had brought their private war to the doorstep of Appalachia. And what was their definitive motive? Was it a noble act of Confederate defiance, as the dime novels claimed? Was it a complex plot of corporate sabotage? The confession, stripped of all romance, laid the truth bare. The motive was far more primal and far less glamorous. It was money. By 1875, the James Younger gang were no longer soldiers fighting a lost cause. They were professional thieves. Their past as Confederate partisans had given them their skills, their ruthlessness, and a convenient moral justification for their crimes. But their war was over. Their business had begun. The C&O payroll and the bank's deep vaults were simply the largest, most tempting prize they had heard of in years. The raid on Huntington was a strategic business decision. They were drawn east, not by ideology, but by the scent of a fortune. The polite manners, the supposed Robin Hood persona, it was all a carefully crafted myth, a public relations campaign for a gang of killers. The unmasking revealed that beneath the legend of the Southern Avenger was the cold, simple heart of a predator. Huntington was not a symbol to be defied. It was a treasure chest to be cracked open by any means necessary. The afternoon air inside the Bank of Huntington was thick with the lazy heat of late summer, smelling of paper and brass polish. That peace was shattered by the thud of heavy boots. As Robert Oney looked up, the world tilted. The man across the counter offered a $5 bill, but his eyes were cold, holding no warmth of commerce. As Oney's hand went to the cash drawer, the outlaw's hand went to his coat. There was a soft whisper of leather, and then the massive dark eye of a Colt revolver was staring at him. The hammer being cocked, was the loudest sound Oni had ever heard, a metallic click that sealed the moment in time. A calm voice cut through the silence, and the world of order and ledgers was gone, replaced by the simple, brutal law of the gun. Oni and his son could only watch, frozen in a state of primal fear. The raiders moved with a terrifying grace, a ballet of plunder. They vaulted the teller's cage as if it were a pasture fence, their long coats flaring. There was no fumbling, no hesitation. Their hands, accustomed to reins and triggers, swept stacks of currency and coins into canvas sacks with a rustling, clinking sound that was a sickening parody of a normal bank transaction. One of them paused to look at the new vault, the town's pride, and spoke a few words of mock admiration before emptying its contents. It was a performance of absolute dominance, designed to break not just the bank's locks, but the spirit of the men inside. Outside, the street had become a vision of hell. The four mounted outlaws were orchestrating a symphony of terror. They galloped from one end of the block to the other, a whirlwind of dust and menace. The air cracked and popped with the constant discharge of their pistols. It wasn't aimed fire. It was auditory violence, a deafening declaration of ownership of the street. Windows on the second floor of the St. James Hotel shattered, the tinkling of glass lost in the unending roar. For the people of Huntington, peering from behind curtains and doorways, it was a waking nightmare. Their town was no longer theirs. It was a stage, and they were the terrified audience to a terrifying show. But the paralysis of fear can only last so long before it hardens into rage. The outlaws' barrage was suddenly answered. The sharp crack of a squirrel rifle from a hardware store doorway joined the deeper boom of the Colts. A window flew open above the dry goods store, the glint of a shotgun barrel appearing for a second. The symphony of terror became a discordant duel. The air, already thick with smoke, grew hazy, a rolling fog of battle that obscured figures and turned the street into a landscape of lethal guesswork. The hunters had, in a shocking turn, become the hunted. As the gang burst from the bank's doors, their bags heavy with loot, they ran headlong into this new reality of organized resistance. They were no longer performers on a stage, but soldiers caught in an ambush. In the chaotic scramble for their horses, amidst the rolling cloud of gun smoke, one of the riders suddenly stiffened, a marionette whose strings had been cut. He pitched sideways from his saddle without a sound and fell, a dark, motionless shape against the bright dust of the street. His panicked horse, now riderless, bolted after the others. In that same hail of unseen lead, another rider lurched forward, grabbing the pommel of his saddle as if struck by a giant, invisible fist. His hat flew from his head, but his powerful frame clung to the horse, his body contorted in a silent struggle against an unseen force. He did not fall. The remaining outlaws dug their spurs into their mounts, their disciplined operation now a frantic, desperate flight. They thundered towards the 9th Street Bridge, a mad dash for the safety of the wilderness, leaving the echoes of their violence hanging in the air. When the last hoofbeat faded, a ringing silence descended upon the street. The smoke slowly drifted away on the afternoon breeze, revealing a scene of surreal stillness. Shattered glass glittered on the boardwalks, and there, in the middle of the street, lay the still form of Tom McDaniels, a final, grim testament to the fact that on this day, the people of Huntington had fought back. In the aftermath of the raid, there was no grand trial in Huntington. There was no solemn judge, no jury of 12 peers, no eloquent lawyers arguing points of law. The only trial that ever mattered for the James Younger gang in West Virginia took place in a 90-second span of chaotic gunfire on 3rd Avenue. The jury was a hardware store owner with a rifle, a clerk with an old army pistol, and a dozen other anonymous citizens who decided that their town was worth defending. The verdict for Tom McDaniels was delivered not by a foreman, but from the barrel of a gun, a swift and final judgment that required no appeal. Instead of a courtroom, the town had the courthouse lawn. McDaniel's body was dragged there and put on display, becoming a gruesome pulpit from which the town preached a silent sermon of defiance. Crowds gathered to stare, their faces a mixture of grim satisfaction, morbid curiosity, and lingering fear. This was justice in its most raw and primal form, a public spectacle meant to reassure the community that an invader had been repelled and a price had been paid. A coroner's inquest was held, a brief formality that concluded, to no one's surprise, that the outlaw had died of justifiable homicide. He was then unceremoniously buried in a pauper's grave, his story in Huntington ending as it began, a nameless threat, now a nameless corpse. The real legal reckoning came a year later and hundreds of miles away in a Minnesota courthouse. It was there that the captured younger brothers faced a formal system of justice. There was no defiance in their demeanor, only a stoic, weary acceptance of their fate. Cole Younger, in particular, was calm and cooperative, his confession providing the final, authoritative chapter to the Huntington raid. They pleaded guilty to their crimes in Minnesota to avoid the spectacle of a trial and the near certainty of a hangman's noose. They were sentenced to life in prison, a verdict that was celebrated in the North as a triumph of law and order. But for the people of Huntington, it was a distant echo, a hollow victory. The Youngers were being punished for Northfield, not for the terror they had inflicted upon West Virginia. The money stolen from their bank was never recovered, and the two men most responsible, Jesse and Frank James, remained free, ghosts in the wind who had escaped Appalachian justice entirely. And so, the final verdict for the Huntington heist was a deeply unsatisfying one, an empty chair at the defendant's table. Jesse James would eventually be killed by a traitor in his own gang, and Frank would surrender and through legal maneuvering walk away a free man. No member of the James Younger gang was ever convicted or even formally charged for the crime committed in Huntington. The town had won the battle in the street, but the masterminds of the war had gotten away clean, a bitter injustice that still lingers in the hills, a story of a crime that was punished but never truly prosecuted. The gunsmoke over Huntington eventually cleared, but the lives it touched were never the same. The raid was a flash of lightning that left a permanent afterimage burned into the soul of the town and its people. For Huntington itself, the brutal afternoon became a defining moment. It was a scar that, over time, became a badge of honor. The city was no longer just a proud boomtown of the railroad. It was the town that had stood up to the James gang and drawn blood. The men who had grabbed their rifles and fought back became local legends, their stories told and retold until they became a part of the city's foundation myth, a testament to the fierce, self-reliant spirit of Appalachia. For Robert T. Oney, the cashier who stared down the barrel of that Colt revolver, life was cleaved in two, the quiet, orderly life before the raid and the rest of his days after. He had looked into the eyes of the most famous outlaws in America and survived. He carried that memory with him always, not as a source of fear, but as a quiet mark of resilience. He remained a respected figure in Huntington, a living link to that historic day, a man who had been at the very epicenter of the storm and had held his ground. But the fates of the outlaws were also irrevocably altered. You see, for the James Younger gang, the Huntington heist was a victory that planted the seeds of their destruction. It was here, in these Appalachian hills, that they first encountered a civilian population that was not easily cowed, one that would fight back with lethal fury. The death of Tom McDaniels and the serious wounding of Cole Younger were a shock to their system. They had won the money, but they had been bloodied and forced into a desperate, humiliating retreat. It was a dress rehearsal for their own funeral. 1 year later, emboldened by their success but failing to heed its warning, they would face that same citizen rage in Northfield, Minnesota, a fight that would shatter the gang forever. The cloud of suspicion about an internal betrayal eventually faded, but it left a lingering chill. The raid forced the community to look at itself, to wonder about the loyalties of their neighbors in a way they never had before. It strained the delicate trust that holds a town together, a wound that healed slowly over time. The raid became a shared trauma, and in surviving it together, Huntington forged a stronger, harder identity. And what of the masterminds? The James brothers, who had escaped West Virginia's justice, could not outrun their own violent destiny. Jesse James, the charismatic leader, would be shot in the back of the head years later by a coward in his own gang, killed for a reward. Frank James, the quiet brother, would eventually surrender and, through a series of controversial trials, live out his days as a farmer and a reluctant celebrity, a ghost from a bygone era of American violence. Their lives and the lives of everyone they touched that September day were forever intertwined, bound together by the echoes of gunfire on a Huntington street. If you stand on the corner of 3rd Avenue and 9th Street in Huntington today, you won't see the bank that the James gang robbed. That building is long gone, replaced by the glass and steel of the modern city. But while the bricks have vanished, the story has soaked into the very ground beneath your feet. The memory of that day doesn't live in a monument. It lives in the whispers that still drift through the Appalachian air. This is a story that has become a permanent part of the region's folklore. Ask an old-timer about it, and their eyes will light up. They'll tell you the enduring legend of Cole Younger, wounded and barely clinging to his horse. The tale goes that he was secretly taken in by a Confederate sympathizing doctor deep in the hills of Wayne County, nursed back to health in a hidden cabin while the posse searched fruitlessly. There's no hard proof, of course, but in these mountains, a good story holds its own kind of truth, a truth about loyalty and the old codes that never really die. And then there's the gold. Like a promise whispered on the wind, the legend of buried treasure persists. For over a century, people have believed that in their frantic escape, the gang was forced to bury a portion of their heavy loot somewhere in the tangled wilderness between Huntington and the Kentucky border. Treasure hunters, armed with folk tales and a stubborn hope, still comb the creek beds and scour the hillsides, searching for Jesse James's Appalachian gold. The most tangible trace of that day is a void. Somewhere in Huntington, in an unmarked pauper's grave, lies the dust of Tom McDaniels, a permanent silent resident from Missouri. And the bridge they crossed is gone, replaced by a modern span of concrete. But the real echo through time isn't made of stone or bone. It's the hollows and creek beds of Wayne County, the very landscape of the escape. The city's memory may fade with each new generation, but the mountains themselves hold the story, etched into their ancient, silent faces. They remember the thunder of hooves, and they've kept the secret of that desperate ride ever since. We began this story with a question mark written in blood on a courthouse lawn. How did the most feared outlaws in America end up so far from home, leaving one of their own dead in a West Virginia street? We know the answer now. They were drawn here not by the ghosts of the Confederacy, but by the simple, powerful magnet of greed. They came for the C&O Railroad's gold, believing their own legend would be enough to paralyze a town with fear. They misjudged their target. They expected to find timid sheep, and instead found a den of wolves. But the true lesson of the Huntington heist is not about the audacity of the James gang. It is about the ferocious courage of ordinary people. This is a story of how a young Appalachian city, barely 4 years old, refused to play the part of the victim. It's a story that proves that history isn't just written by famous men with guns. It's forged in the split-second decisions of nameless citizens who decide that enough is enough. The iron will of the men and women who carved a life from these mountains proved to be a far more formidable weapon than any outlaw's revolver. So the next time you hear the romantic tales of Jesse James, the Robin Hood of Missouri, remember the truth of what happened here. Remember the hardware store owner with his rifle, the cashier who refused to break, and the town that bled but did not bow. This is a story of how character is revealed by chaos, and how a community's soul can be forged in the crucible of 90 seconds of gunfire. It's a testament to the enduring, unshakable spirit of these hills. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story, or at least as much of it as the mountains are willing to give up.